This is Audible.
Royal Guard Publishing presents Aurora Chronicles, Omnibus Edition. Written by Mickey Kerr. Performed by Aaron Bateman. Book 1. Like Shadows in the Night.
Prologue. Zeke gasped for breath as he clutched at his bleeding stomach. Filthy asphalt scraped at his cheek and tore at his clothes as he writhed in agony and pressed against his wounds, trying to stop the flow of blood onto the pavement. His guts burned like they were on fire. The faint smell of gun smoke still hung in the air, and raucous laughter faded in the distance. Several of his friends had been shot in years past, and they had told him what it felt like. Stories didn't carry the weight of reality, though. The force of the impact, the immediate sting that quickly grew into searing pain, like a red-hot poker had been jammed into his stomach. Mere words just couldn't describe something like this. With a shaky hand, Zeke retrieved a small auto syringe from his pocket. His father, Kedrick, had given him this a few years ago and told him to save it for an emergency. "It's far too easy to run yourself to death when you use this shit," he had said, "and you won't even feel it." Zeke jammed the auto syringe into the side of his thigh, feeling the needle pierce his skin. It pumped chemicals into him, a mixture of pain receptor blockers and a chemical cocktail that helped with blood clotting and the formation of granulation tissue. A mild stimulant also helped to keep the mind sharp. It was a hell of a thing, and damn expensive, but worth every penny. Almost immediately, a startling numbness spread through his body. He could no longer feel the scrapes on his knees and hands, and after a few seconds, even the searing pain in his stomach faded to little more than a dull ache. Zeke pushed himself to his feet and drew the knife from his boot. He cut 2 strips of cloth from his shirt, wadded them up, then stuffed them directly into his gunshot wounds. It wasn't perfect, or even remotely sanitary, but it would slow the bleeding. Besides, that auto syringe full of Quick Heal would take care of any possible infections. After sheathing his knife and drawing his pistol, he set off down the alley in the direction the men had departed. Amelie, his fixer, had entrusted Zeke with this last-minute job and emphasized in no uncertain terms just how important it was. While Zeke didn't know what was in the duffel bag, the fact that he had picked it up from the harbor and was delivering it to Hidekai Sato, the top dealer in the neighborhood, spoke volumes. When Zeke came to the end of the alley, he searched the side street in both directions, looking for the group of men. To his right, a handful of people walked down the sidewalk, heading who knew where. To his left, he saw a group of 4 men. One of them shouted something at a passing woman, and she turned and ran in the opposite direction. A drop of rain landed on Zeke's head, slicking his black hair to his pale skin. "Just what I needed," he grumbled. The sky deciding to piss on him was a perfect addition to this night. Zeke's face twisted into a scowl as he started off towards the men, following them from across the street, away from the unevenly spaced streetlights the men were walking past. Zeke glanced down at his stomach. The bleeding had slowed, but he knew he didn't have much time left. "Man, that guy hit the ground so fucking quick when you shot him," one of the men said with a coarse laugh as he reached for the duffel bag. "Gimme the bag. I'm gonna get so fucking high."
"Hands off, asshole. We take this inside and divide it up."
The man holding the bag held it to the side, away from his companion. For 2 blocks, Zeke followed them, listening to their raucous laughter and shitty jokes, while the occasional drop of rain soaked his hair. He was tempted to just shoot them right there, but he didn't want to draw too much attention. New Belcott was lawless at times, but the locals generally didn't care for people being shot in the street. Overall, it just wasn't worth the risk. Finally, the men stopped in front of a large brick building. After one of them fumbled through his pockets, he produced the keys and opened the front door. They all followed him inside the building. Zeke ran across the street to the building, his hand pressed to his stomach, knowing that each movement would increase the bleeding regardless of whatever chemicals he had in his veins. The brick building stood 2 stories tall and was slightly run down, similar to the rest of the street. As he walked up the front steps, he noted 4 mailboxes next to the front door. These junkies were clearly renting out one of the rooms, although he had no way of determining which one from here. He held his pistol at the ready as he pushed at the front door. It didn't budge.
Nothing's ever easy, is it?
Zeke muttered as he took a step back. He took a deep breath and slammed the sole of his boot into the door as hard as he could, uncaring if anyone heard. With a spray of wooden splinters, the door burst open. Zeke stepped inside in time to hear 2 of the men speak.
Hey, what the fuck was that?
I don't know. Probably just someone slamming the door.
Go check it out.
Yeah, I'm going. From the entrance of the building, a wide hallway extended ahead of Zeke. On the right side of the hallway stood a rickety wooden staircase. As the sound of footsteps on floorboards came nearer, Zeke moved to the left side of the stairs so that he was hidden from view. Go check the noise clock. Go take out the trash clock. Get the door clock. Why am I always the fucking errand boy? Clark muttered as he began descending the stairs. Hey, what the? His words trailed off as he hurried down the last half of the stairs. Zeke moved in the shadows towards Clark, as silent as the darkness surrounding him. Clark grabbed onto the door and picked at the splintered wood where the latch had torn free from the frame. He never noticed Zeke approaching him from behind. Ah, shit, Clark said, shaking his head. Hey, Zeke struck Clark in the mouth with his pistol, hard. Clark clutched at his face, and Zeke immediately kicked him in the inside of his knee, bending it sideways. Clark fell forwards with a yelp and drew in a ragged breath to scream. Zeke slammed his boot heel down on the back of the man's neck. Clark let out a gurgling whimper as his head twitched a few times, then went still. When survival was at stake, there was no such thing as a fair fight. There was only the winner and the dead guy. Zeke left the body there and went back to the stairs. He holstered his pistol in the small of his back and drew the knife from the top of his boot, then began ascending the wooden staircase. Climbing the stairs was surprisingly difficult. Blood loss made him weaker by the minute. He looked down and saw blood had soaked both his shirt and his pants. At least the garments were both dark in color, so the blood wasn't overly obvious.
Hey, Clark, what the hell was all that racket?
Zeke recognized the voice. It belonged to the man that had shot him. Zeke's eyebrows drew down as he crept up the stairs and drew his arm back. The man called out again, sounding like he was getting impatient. Suddenly, he appeared at the top of the stairs. Zeke's arm snapped forwards, hurling the knife through the air. It flew true and struck the man in the chest, sinking hilt deep into his heart. It was a lucky shot. Zeke's aim was good, but not that good. The gun fell from the man's hand, and he toppled forwards, head first down the stairs. Zeke stepped aside as he tumbled down, then calmly descended the stairs himself. Zeke rolled him over with his boot. The dying man stared wide-eyed and gasped while clutching at the knife in his chest, although he was too weak to pull it out. Zeke knelt next to him.
Wait,
he whispered.
Not so cocky now, are you?
Zeke asked. Blood poured from the man's chest as Zeke pulled the knife out. He gasped, but Zeke rammed the knife into the man's temple, killing him instantly. Zeke took no pleasure in killing these people. It was just part of the job. 2 down, 2 to go. He yanked the knife from the man's head and wiped the blade clean on the man's shirt, then turned back to the stairs. Maybe the rest of the men would be unarmed, Zeke hoped. There were 2 apartments on this floor, and nothing to indicate which one he sought. He placed his ear to the first door he came to. At the second door, jackpot. 2 voices came through the door.
Lower your temp a few degrees. We're fine.
I don't want no cops coming after us, man.
Pigs don't come to this neighborhood, man. Besides, no one is gonna shed a tear for some delivery boy shot in an alley. Now come on, let's go through that bag and see what we scored.
Go get Chris first. If we open this without him, he'll throw a fit and say we shorted him.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on a sec. Footsteps came towards the door, and Zeke took a step back. He stood ready and kept his eyes on the doorknob. The doorknob turned, and Zeke kicked it as hard as he could. The door slammed into the man behind it, sending him to the floor with a shout. Rushing forwards, Zeke kicked the gun from the man's hand right as he started to lift it. Zeke raised his arm and brought the knife down hard, driving the blade to the hilt in the man's forehead. He had to place his boot on the man's face just to pull the knife out. Blood slopped onto the floor and began to pool. Fatigue pulled at Zeke's limbs, making everything difficult. Blood soaked his shirt and pants. He didn't have much time left. Zeke bent down and wiped his blade on the dead man's shirt, then sheathed it in his boot.
Fuck, man, we're just trying to get high. Chill the fuck out,
the final man shouted. His eyes were wide with fear, and he clutched the bag to his chest as if it could protect him.
Give me the bag,
Zeke said. He was surprised at how calm his voice was. Maybe it was the blood loss.
Take it,
the man said as he threw the bag. His eyes widened as he saw Zeke draw his pistol.
Please, man, just go. I gave you the shit. Just leave.
Zeke took a step towards him, still holding his gun down by his side. He gave him a hard, green-eyed stare.
What's your name?
Michael, he stammered, clearly terrified. He stepped back until his back hit the wall, then slid down and sat on the floor, shielding his body with his arms.
Don't kill me, man. All I wanted to do was have a little fun and get high.
Just a little fun, eh, Michael? Zeke lifted his shirt, showing the 2 bullet wounds. They leaked blood around his hasty bandages.
Yeah, man, that was all. We was just being stupid, you know? I'm really sorry, man.
Snot leaked from his nose as he cried into his hands. Zeke clutched the duffel bag and closed his eyes as the room spun. His time was running out. He needed to deliver this to Hiddekai before he died from blood loss. He turned on unsteady legs and walked away.
Thank you, man. Hey, thank you.
Michael sounded grateful to be alive. As Michael pushed himself to his feet, Zeke turned and raised his pistol. Michael fell screaming to the floor, covering his head with his hands.
Please, man, please, I didn't do nothing. It was Chris that shot you,
he whimpered, and squeezed his eyes shut, terrified of his impending death.
You fucked with the wrong person,
Zeke said coldly. His fingers shook as he began squeezing the trigger. Zeke abruptly released his finger and let his arm fall. Michael was still huddled on the ground, weeping openly. Zeke couldn't bring himself to kill the pathetic man. Besides, he had more important things to worry about than revenge. He had already killed the man that shot him.
Be glad I didn't just put a bullet in your head,
Zeke said. Zeke turned and hurried out of the apartment, stepping over the body on his way. Weakness washed over him, and he almost fell down the stairs as he ran. He needed a doctor, and soon. On the first floor, a door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out, his face a mixture of anger and concern. When he noticed the blood soaking Zeke's clothing, he took a cautious step back. He watched Zeke, clearly concerned that he might catch a bullet next.
Look, sir, just take it easy.
Without slowing, Zeke pointed his pistol at the man.
Go back into your apartment and forget you ever saw me,
he said. Some people would eliminate the witness, but that wasn't Zeke's style. Killing innocent people sickened him. The man swallowed heavily and nodded, then slammed his door shut. Zeke pulled the front door open and hurried outside. He tried again to apply pressure to his wounds, but that didn't seem to help much. He was moving too fast for them to clot, even with the quick heal. Rain immediately slicked his hair to his head. He told himself over and over that he was going to be okay as he hurried down the sidewalk. As soon as he delivered the package, he would call Masaru and everything would be fine. Masaru was the finest doctor in the underground. He would stitch him up. Blood dripped onto the wet pavement as Zeke stumbled down the dark street. The only silver lining in this dark cloud was that Hidekai's place was nearby. Zeke only had to last a few more minutes, and everything would be okay. Zeke gritted his teeth and focused on putting one foot in front of the other, ignoring everything else. The pain blockers were wearing off, as was his adrenaline. By the time he was halfway there, he was in agony. With every step, tendrils of searing pain crept into his mind and tore at his very sanity. He ignored it and walked faster. The few people he passed on the street gasped and asked if he needed help. He ignored them and walked faster. As if to add insult to injury, the rain started coming down more heavily. Zeke hoped the drugs were well wrapped inside the duffel bag. 5 minutes later, Zeke pounded his fist against a nondescript door on a side street. He pulled out his pistol and hammered the butt of the grip against the door loudly. Stars swam in his vision, and he had to grip the door frame to keep from falling. He holstered his pistol, not wanting Hidekai to see it, and mistake him for a hitman. The door opened, and a middle-aged Japanese man appeared. While Hidekai was certainly expecting Zeke, he was clearly annoyed at all the racket. His dark eyes widened when he saw Zeke bleeding his life away. "Got something for you," Zeke said, handing him the duffel bag. His words came out slurred. "Sorry I took so long. I ran into a small hiccup." Hidekai accepted the bag and immediately pulled out his holophone. "Dial Masaru," he said, still watching Zeke with concern. "Masaru, it's Hidekai. I need you here ASAP. Yeah, gunshot wound to the stomach." "Okay, thanks." Zeke suddenly felt an impact, as if something had slammed into him. Why was Hidekai above him? Rain fell softly onto Zeke's face. "I have a couple of pistols to sell you as well. Almost forgot," Zeke said with a weak chuckle. The whole situation seemed funny to him suddenly. He was dying, all because he tried to protect his reputation for being on time. He shuddered with laughter, until everything faded to black. Beep, beep, beep. Zeke slowly opened his eyes, a millimeter at a time. Waking seemed to take forever, and the first slivers of light that touched his eyes seemed to pierce directly into his brain. He struggled to raise his hand to block the light, but he couldn't lift it. Something was beeping, and it was driving him nuts, like scratching at a partially healed wound. "Hey, you're awake. Just take it easy. You've been through a lot." Once Zeke fully opened his eyes, he looked around. The room was spinning. He was clearly on some powerful drugs, but he was able to make out that he was lying on a hospital bed. A glance around the room confirmed that he wasn't in a hospital, though. It looked more like a basement, covered in tile and outfitted with the latest high-tech medical equipment. 4 cybernetic arms hung from a rack on a far wall, ready for installation. 2 of them had exposed metal on the knuckles. 2 more hospital beds, empty at the moment, were next to his. Zeke couldn't help the smile that began to spread across his face. He knew exactly where he was, although this was his first time here. A short man stood next to his bed, checking Zeke's vital signs. Masaru's lined face was filled with concern and compassion, but after a moment, Zeke realized that was how the man looked at everything. He was dressed more like a mechanic than a doctor, although at least he was clean. His hair was short and gray, and his eyes brown and heavy-lidded. "Welcome back to reality," Masaru said, his Japanese accent still heavy, even after 2 decades of living in America. "Thanks," Zeke said weakly. "Can you raise me up a bit? I don't think my stomach would appreciate me trying to sit up at the moment." "Yes, of course," Masaru mumbled as he stepped on a control, raising the back of Zeke's bed. Zeke closed his eyes, and took a deep breath to try to stop the room from spinning. It didn't work very well. "The dizziness will fade soon," Masaru said. "You are pretty torn up inside. I grafted some new tissue into your liver and your abdominal wall, so you'll be sore for a while. In a month or two, you should be back to normal." A month? Zeke couldn't afford to take a month off. He had too much to do. A month out of work would throw a serious wrench into the spokes of his plans. "Yes, a month. And I'm keeping you here for a few more days so you don't tear yourself open. I know how you runners can be. Too concerned with money to let your body rest." Masaru fixed him with a firm gaze, a look that seemed slightly at odds with the small, kind man. "Let your mind rest as well, Ezekiel. It's okay to take a few days off." Zeke let his head fall back onto the bed with a groan. Masaru was right. He would get nowhere if he went back to work and died of internal bleeding a day later. "Also, you are a popular man, Ezekiel. Some people are here to see you," Masaru said, stepping aside. Zeke blinked a few times in an attempt to clear his vision. Another man walked up next to Masaru and bowed to him with a word of thanks. "Hidekai?" Zeke wasn't certain if seeing the dealer here was a good thing or not. Hidekai Sato didn't have a reputation for being particularly kind, not even remotely. "How are you feeling, Zeke?" Hidekai asked as he stepped closer. There was an unexpected softness in his voice. "Like I got shot in the stomach," Zeke replied. "Can I help you with something? Was your delivery messed up? If those guys took any of it, I'll head over there and find it. I just need some time to heal, and I can make things right." The last thing he needed was a bad job harming his reputation. A runner's reputation was all he had sometimes. Hidekai chuckled. "So now I begin to hear the story. Nothing is wrong, Zeke. You can relax. I came here to thank you. Would you mind telling me exactly what happened?" "Well," Zeke began, "Emily sent me to pick up a package for you. When I brought it to your neighborhood to deliver it, some junkies found me in a back alley and shot me. It was like they could smell the drugs in there and wanted them all. I hunted them down and got it back for you." "Why would you risk your life to deliver this package to me?" Hidekai asked as he studied Zeke's face. "I have a reputation to uphold," Zeke said with a chuckle, then immediately winced at the pain in his gut. Laughing without pain would take some time. "I couldn't let a bunch of idiots hyped up on Rocket ruin that reputation." "You truly didn't know what you were delivering, did you?" Hidekai asked with a frown. "It's good that you know how to mind your business. I think most people would have opened the bag and snooped around." "What do you mean?" Zeke asked. Talking was clearing his head, but Hidekai wasn't making sense. It was then that Zeke saw Hidekai had a small bag slung across his shoulders. He removed it and set it on Zeke's bed, right next to him. Zeke placed his hand on the bag and felt something large and heavy inside. Hidekai grabbed a nearby stool and pulled it close, then sat. He addressed Zeke in a serious voice. "My daughter is very sick, Zeke. Cancer. The cost of the medication has gotten so bad that only the wealthiest can afford it. But I managed to find a source overseas in Korea. It was cheaper to have it smuggled across an ocean than it was to get a prescription." He brushed his hand across his eyes. "Oh, this country is going to shit, Zeke. A man can't even take care of his daughter unless he's filthy rich. But you risked your life to bring my daughter her medication. I cannot thank you enough for that. But I hope this comes close." He touched the bag on Zeke's bed. Zeke reached down and fumbled with the zipper on the bag, taking several tries to finally yank it open. He reached inside and felt his fingers close around the grip of a large pistol. With an eyebrow raised at Hidekai, Zeke pulled out the gun. "What the fuck is this thing?" Zeke muttered. The pistol was much larger than the one he usually carried. In fact, it was probably larger than any pistol he had ever carried. The hole in the barrel looked large enough to stick his thumb into. It was as if someone had taken a semi-automatic pistol and placed it beneath a magnifying glass.
What's this for? Shooting through buildings? Hunting tanks?
Zeke turned the weapon over in his hands, examining every angle of it. The quality of its construction was unparalleled. It was absolutely flawless in every aspect. Below the grip, on the butt plate of the magazine, the letters CG were stamped. Hideki smiled as Zeke finally realized what he was holding.
Wait a minute, Hideki. Is this what I think it is?
I've had it for a while, but never used it, Hideki said. I considered selling it, but I think a lot of people are afraid of attracting the wrong kind of attention, so they might not buy it. Plus, I'm not really strong enough to handle the recoil. Zeke hefted the gun and looked down the sights as he aimed at the wall. CG stood for Carmenta Group, which was one of the largest corporations on the planet. They specialized in medical technologies, especially anti-aging ones, and had pioneered countless innovations. Thanks to Carmenta Group, growing old was mostly a thing of the past. At least if you were rich. Xander Kinnear, Carmenta Group's CEO, was said to have half of Congress in his pocket, which helped him have laws passed in his favor. Carmenta Group was legally allowed to act as their own law enforcement on their property and could use lethal force whenever they deemed necessary, and they only answered to themselves. After those laws were passed, Carmenta hired, some say kidnapped, engineers from weapons companies around the globe and developed the legendary 60 SKM, a pistol without equal. It was only used by specific members of Carmenta Group's security, their hit squads. That Hideki had been able to get his hands on one showed that either someone killed a member of a Corp hit squad or was an exceptionally good thief. Ammunition is very difficult to find for this, Hideki explained. In the bag are a few dozen custom-made rounds I commissioned. There's also a holster for it in there. Zeke placed the pistol back in the bag and leaned his head back.
Thanks, Hid. This means a lot to me.
The pistol was probably worth as much as his car.
I guess one look at the business end of this thing will have most people shitting themselves.
Hideki nodded, especially if they realize what it is. He stood up and pushed the stool back near the wall. I'll tell Switch about this, he said as he turned to leave. Don't be surprised if you get a phone call in the near future. Zeke grinned. Getting an opportunity to work for a fixer like Switch would be a hell of a change. That man had his fingers in everything. Everything that made money, at least. Zeke would retire by the age of 30 if he kept this up.
All I have to do is avoid getting shot again,
he muttered to himself with a chuckle. He winced in pain, immediately regretting the laugh.
What was that?
Masaru asked as he stepped closer to Zeke's bed.
Nothing,
Zeke said.
Just hoping I don't wind up being a repeat customer of yours.
That would be unfortunate for you, Masaru replied.
Are you ready for your second visitor? Wow, I guess I am popular today. Sure.
A tall, slender woman approached his bed. She had the athletic frame of a dancer, with a face that looked like it came from a dream. Her hair was shoulder length, and a shade of blue so dark it seemed black until the light caught it. Her eyes were blue as well, but bright and emotive. She stepped up next to his hospital bed and laid a hand on his shoulder in a surprisingly tender manner.
Hey, Emily,
Zeke said, blinking away his blurred vision.
You look great, as always.
Thanks, Zeke, she replied. I wish I could say the same about you.
Yeah, I guess this isn't my best look,
Zeke said, plucking at the sheet pulled up to his chest.
I've always enjoyed having you work for me, Zeke,
Amelie explained.
But you went above and beyond this time.
Hideki told me that he's giving Switch a call about you, which means I'll probably be losing you as one of my runners.
Yeah, sounds like I'm moving up in the world,
Zeke quipped.
All it took was a couple bullets. Maybe if I take another bullet, I can ask for a raise."
He meant the words as a joke, but Amelie didn't laugh.
Sorry.
Amelie moved her hand up to Zeke's face, and she brushed a stray hair back from his forehead. Their relationship had always been a professional one, so the action surprised Zeke. He had never seen this tender side of her before. "I'm just glad you're okay," Amelie said with a smile. "Poor thing. You're probably still drugged up and can barely think." Zeke's mind had actually cleared a good bit, but he was curious where this was going, so he decided to play the part.
"Yeah, thinking is kind of difficult at the moment. Hey, have I ever told you how pretty you are?"
Amelie smiled again, almost laughing. She leaned down and kissed him on the forehead.
"I just wanted to tell you that I'm sorry you got hurt working for me. I talked with Masaru and Hidekai, and I split your bill."
"Such pretty eyes," Zeke said. Amelie's hand lingered on his shoulder for a moment.
"I guess I'll be seeing you at Nadir, Zeke." She turned and walked slowly away.
Zeke's eyes immediately fell to her firm backside, perfectly visible in the black tights she wore. Amelie looked at him over her shoulder and caught Zeke staring at her. She smiled.
"Maybe now that you're not my employee, we can be friends. Or—"
She trailed off, letting Zeke's brain finish the sentence. With another one of her rare smiles, she left.
"Wow,"
Zeke said aloud. Masaru shuffled up to the side of his bed again and began checking his blood pressure.
"That lady is very pretty," he said. "And she likes you." "Yeah, that was my boss up until just now," Zeke replied. "I am going to give you something that will help you sleep," Masaru said as he hung a small bag next to the saline behind Zeke. "It will be a deep, healing sleep, and you will wake up quite hungry." "Hit me, Doc," Zeke said, settling against his pillow. His career had just gotten a big boost, and his old fixer was interested in him. "Count back from 10, Masaru said. "I guess getting shot wasn't so bad after all," Zeke said, and fell asleep before he could laugh.
Chapter 1. Delilah hurried up the concrete stairs in the old building, excitement and curiosity speeding her ascent. Her hand slid along the thick brass handrail, which had been burnished to a dull glow from years of hands. Nicole, her roommate for the past decade, and one of her best friends, ran up the stairs behind her.
"Do you know what it is?"
Nicole asked, panting as she kept pace with Delilah. After reaching the 5th floor, Delilah paused to catch her breath. She tossed her dark, wavy hair over one shoulder.
"I've heard a few things, but it's all mixed,"
she said between breaths. She had caught glimpses of the ships a few times in the past, but had never seen one directly. Just flashes of bright metal, the body of a ship descending towards the orphanage on a cushion of fire and exhaust current.
"They don't seem to come very often. Once a year, maybe twice." Shayna overheard one of the house mothers explaining to a new kid a while ago back at the orphanage when he saw one. She said the children that are selected go to a place where their lives are amazing, with no hunger or sadness, blah, blah, blah. It's like some kind of lottery system, only they won't tell anyone about it.
It sounded like little more than a fairy tale, like those ridiculous stories where some princess is rescued by a handsome prince and they live happily ever after. In real life, the princess would probably be an addict and the handsome prince abusive. She motioned for Nicole to follow, and they walked down the hallway towards the small library.
"That sounds amazing," said Nicole. "A lot better than this fucking place."
She barked a sudden laugh.
"It also sounds like absolute bullshit," she said, mirroring Delilah's thoughts. "Never thought I'd spend my college years trying to catch a glimpse of a flying cargo ship."
"I agree. Let's hurry up, though. I don't want to miss it."
Delilah urged her on, and their shoes slapped on the worn tiles as they hurried down the hallway. These ships were rare, and the house mothers always seemed to ensure everyone was too busy to watch them. In fact, no one was ever told anything about them, except for the children that were selected to go, of course, and no one ever saw them again. Every visit was a mystery to the rest of the orphans, something never seen and never spoken of beyond a handful of rumors that were quickly stamped out. Something about the whole situation seemed more than just a bit off to Delilah. After passing through the heavy stone arch at the end of the hallway, they found themselves in a room with shelves lining the walls, each holding an odd assortment of donated and dusty literary units. While Delilah loved coming here to read, today she ignored the multitude of books and devices and went straight to the great bay window at the front of the room with Nicole in tow. The two women kneeled on the padded bench beneath the window, with their elbows resting on the sill, and looked on curiously. From their vantage point, they saw a huge cargo ship that had just landed on large hydraulic feet off to the side of the college, in an area usually populated by maintenance vehicles. Its giant aluminum body glinted in the sunlight. Its 4 engines, one at each corner of the vehicle, were still winding down as 4 men in doctor-like white coats exited the vehicle from a side door. On the side of the ship were large letters that spelled out, Origin. "What do you think Origin refers to?" she asked. "I don't know, Del," Nicole replied. "Maybe the name of their company? Seems like it would be, written on the side like that." "3 cheers for Captain Obvious," Delilah said with a chuckle. "Oh, fuck yourself," Nicole replied. "I wonder what they think they're the origin of. What is so important that comes from them?" Delilah watched as a gray-haired man wearing a dark suit came from the orphanage and approached the vehicle, steering clear of the still cooling engines. She had seen him a few times before. Mr. Patterson was the guy in charge of the entire facility, orphanage, schools, and the tiny excuse for a college, all in one compound. He shook hands with the 4 men in white coats as they approached, and they stood talking and gesturing. The door at the rear of the ship lowered until, with a loud bang, the end of it rested on the pavement, forming a ramp into the cargo bay. From the height of the window, Delilah couldn't see into the ship. The angle was too steep. Now she knew to go to the 2nd floor next time so she could get a better view. Or better yet, the 1st floor, although that one was usually too crowded with house mothers to get away with something like this. "Look, there they go," Nicole said as she pointed. The men in white coats moved behind the vehicle as a line of children began approaching them. They all looked much younger than Delilah's 20 years. They were probably only 7 or 8 years old, and some looked even younger than that. She recognized one of them, Alice Whitford. Alice was an annoying little shit that picked on other children her age. The men smiled as they briefly looked over the children, and after apparently deeming them acceptable by whatever metric they were using, gestured for them to climb into the back of the cargo vehicle. Twice, Delilah saw a man shake his head and point back to the orphanage after examining a child. In both cases, the child screamed and cried in protest as one of the house mothers dragged them back into the orphanage. "Off to live a better life," Delilah whispered as she watched. She could only imagine the life they would be living when they got to their destination. An island somewhere with palm trees and blue skies, or somewhere in the mountains with white snow covering everything. They would be somewhere clean and safe, somewhere with love and delicious food. They wouldn't spend the rest of their youth in a concrete prison, living with the rest of the unwanted, the thrown away. Of course, this was assuming the rumors about it were even half true, which they probably weren't. Even still, just being able to live in a city that wasn't full of pollution and garbage would be a dream come true. Even being located on the outskirts of Lock Haven as they were, the sky over Open Heart's orphanage was often gray with smog. "What do you 2 ladies think you're doing?" The sound of Ms. Castellan's voice snapped Delilah back to reality. Nicole yelped and sprinted away, leaving Delilah by herself at the window. Instead of running after her friend, She slid off the bench and stood with her hands folded in front of her, calmly facing the older woman. No sense in making herself look like a fool. Besides, Delilah had some questions to ask. Ms. Castillon had worked as a house mother for more than 30 years and had a reputation for being kind, unlike many of her colleagues. She was a broad woman, handsome rather than pretty, with her steel gray hair pulled into a tight bun. She wore the traditional dress of a house mother, dark gray and plain, like some ancient relic from a previous age. Her face was barely lined, despite her age, and her dark eyes and thin lips were stern at the moment. "You're supposed to be downstairs in the cafeteria, child, not staring dreamily out the window." Her voice was strong, and her tone was that of a woman accustomed to being obeyed. "Nicole and I were watching the children leave, Ms. Castillon," Delilah explained. "And please, I'm 20, I'm not a child." She managed to keep the annoyance from her voice, but only just. The older woman's voice briefly tightened. "You know those children are no business of yours. That's orphanage business, and none of yours. You'll put it out of your mind this instant. Now come, let's go downstairs." "Yes, Miss Castillon," Delilah said. The two walked slowly down the hallway towards the stairs. "Did I detect a bit of sadness in your voice, Delilah?" Delilah sighed. "It's just—" She wasn't sure where to start. "I know you and the other house mothers do your best here, but I can't help but wish I had something better in life. I wish I had a family and a home. Seeing those children leaving for a better opportunity while the rest of us sit in here is frustrating, that's all." Ms. Castillon tisked several times. "Delilah, we've talked about this. You can't help it that your parents were taken from this world when you were so young. They were patriots, you know, heroes, even. They gave their lives for this country. We work hard here to give you a good upbringing, and you've been very fortunate. You were among the tiny percentage accepted into the new college, so you get to stay here and further your education while the other girls have to face the world out there, alone." She stopped and placed a hand on Delilah's shoulder. "We all have different hardships to overcome. Sometimes surviving all those things makes you into a stronger person. You're at the top of your class in every subject. Don't forget that. I think you have a bright future ahead of you, as long as you don't let these distractions derail you. I just wish I could catch a break sometime. I've been at the top of my class since kindergarten. Am I doing something wrong?" Delilah hated the whiny tone she was using, but she couldn't help it. The entire thing seemed incredibly unfair. Ms. Castillon's gaze grew distant. "Those children will never know pain or suffering again. They will experience lives of peace and service to the community." She blinked several times, snapping out of her reverie. Her eyes focused, and she gripped Delilah's shoulders tightly. "Listen to me, child. Things are not always what they seem on the surface. You have your health, and you are a beautiful, intelligent young woman. I will be eternally grateful that you are here with us, and not with them." She pulled Delilah into a hug, squeezing her tightly against her bosom with a warmth rarely experienced in the orphanage. "Focus on yourself, and on things you have control over. I want you to put those children out of your mind immediately, and never think on them again. Do you understand me?" Her tone left no room for argument. Delilah nodded, pulling away. At Ms. Castillon's raised eyebrow, she replied, "Yes, Ms. Castillon." "Good." The house mother pulled a small console from her belt pouch and gestured above it, navigating through menus and commands with the flick of her fingers. "I'm telling your English professor to give you some extra homework tomorrow. Perhaps writing about how you feel will help you deal with these emotions better than just letting them build up like this."
Don't frown, child. It's very unbecoming of you and causes wrinkles. This is something that will help, not hurt. Now, off to the cafeteria with you. It's lunchtime. You can't afford to skip meals daydreaming about something you don't understand.
Delilah trudged back down the stairs, grateful to be away from Ms. Castillon. She hated being talked down to and being referred to as child all the time. She had a feeling the house mothers would call her that even if she were 30 years old. She made her best effort to peek through every window she could as she descended down the empty staircase, trying to see the ship from different vantage points. Through those quick glances, she could see children still being examined by the men in white coats. She could still feel Ms. Castillon's eyes on her back, so she tried to hurry. When she got to the first floor, she went to the first place with a window that wasn't full of teachers or house mothers or administrators, the restroom. The glass in the windows was frosted, so she unlatched it and pushed, forcing the old window to squeak open several inches. Through the small opening, she saw directly into the back of the cargo ship. Inside, the children were seated in rows of 6 that ran lengthwise in the cargo bay. Regardless of what Ms. Castillon had told her, envy stabbed Delilah in the stomach like a knife. One of the men in white coats addressed the children as he slowly ascended the ramp and entered the cargo bay. Delilah strained to hear him, but managed to make out a few words. He was saying something about help keep you calm and put you to sleep during your journey. He continued talking from within the cargo bay, but she couldn't make out his words. As the ramp began to slowly rise, she caught one final glimpse of him as he paced the cargo bay. He had donned a mask, which didn't make sense until Delilah saw faint clouds of gas spraying from the ceiling of the cargo hold. A few of the children cried out in fear, but most of them looked up expectantly. Before the cargo door finished closing, some of the children had fallen asleep. "Why are they gassing children for a flight?" she whispered to herself. It made no sense. There was no need to put them to sleep. Most would be so struck by the novelty of being on such a flight that they wouldn't think to cause any trouble, especially the boys. She saw the letters C and G in bold below the Origin logo and set her mind on that. She wagered that was a reference to the corporation that owned this. The 4 engines on the ship began humming as they slowly started up, the blades within rotating faster and faster. Delilah pulled the bathroom window closed, wincing at the tortured sounds the old metal made. A toilet flushed, and she quickly moved over to the sink and began washing her hands. One of the house mothers emerged from a stall and looked around as she smoothed her dress, then fixed her beady eyes on Delilah.
What was that screech I just heard?
Delilah looked around the room briefly, as if to make sure the house mother was speaking to her. "I'm not sure, ma'am," she said, turning off the faucet and shaking water from her hands. "Someone ran out right as I walked in here to wash my hands." The old woman continued eyeing her for a moment.
You look old. Too old for the orphanage.
"I'm one of the students that was selected for the new college program," Delilah explained. "We get an extra 2 years here after high school, then we leave." The house mother harumphed, then looked to the door.
What did she look like? The girl that ran out.
Delilah grabbed a paper towel and began drying her hands. Blonde hair, light-colored eyes. About this tall." She held her hand just below her own height.
A bit on the fat side.
She was actually just describing the old house mother right back to her. The house mother turned and hurried from the bathroom with a determined stride, not even bothering to wash her hands. Delilah scrunched her nose at the woman's back. Delilah laughed and tossed the wadded-up paper towel into the trash can, then set her thoughts back on the strange cargo ship. What corporation would be taking orphans on an annual basis, and why? She also found herself wondering if they did the same with other orphanages as well. Those men in white coats looked like doctors, or at least dressed like them. Was it a medical company?
Or were they simply doctors employed by someone else? She was going to figure out who was involved in this. The explanation of these children going to some paradise reeked of bullshit to her. Something felt wrong about the whole situation, and she had a feeling it was much worse than she could imagine. Chapter 2. The night air was hot in New Belcott, and the smog and humidity added to the mugginess that made Jake Ratcliffe's palms sweaty. It certainly wasn't stress that did that. He made it a point to never get stressed about anything. Life was too short for bullshit. If something was out of his control, then he refused to let it bother him. Rat tried to live his life as carefree as a leaf floating down a stream. Wherever life took him, he wouldn't complain, as long as his stream continued to be made of money. He leaned against the black bricks that made up the front of Nadir and took another drag from his cigarette. Nadir was famous in the underground. Anyone and everyone that had ties to the black market came to this nightclub at some point in time, usually to talk biz. Rat liked standing in front of this club. He liked the air of mystery and exclusivity it granted him. Even before he had ever stepped foot inside, he used to lean against the wall here and watch the people coming and going. With all the criminal activity that originated here, sometimes Rat was surprised no one had tried to shut it down. In reality, of course, that would never happen, as the only people in the city that had the power to shut this place down were practically owned by the underground. Rat's hair was short and the color of beach sand, and his eyes were dark and piercing. Stubble covered his jaw, as it had been a few days since he last bothered shaving. He wore his usual attire tonight: leather boots, dark jeans, and a long black jacket, despite the heat. "Hey, Rat. How's your night going?" That was Alexa, who was new in this crowd. She leaned a shoulder against the wall next to Rat and smiled up at him. Her hair was blue, her eyes were green, and her lips were red, as if pixels had been the inspiration for her color palette. She was short and slender, with a figure quite pleasing to the eye. Rat found himself wondering how she looked beneath that black skirt she was wearing. It was past time he tried his moves on her. He smiled at her, ground his cigarette butt out beneath his boot, and slipped a stick of gum in his mouth. No sense having shit breath when talking to a beauty like her. He had to make sure he checked all the boxes and played his game right. "Hey, Alex." Wait. She hated being called that. "Alexa, sorry. Biz is steady, so life is good. Got a big run coming up, and I'm pretty excited for that. How about you?" Of course, he didn't have any job set up at all, but she didn't need to know the truth. "Oh, can you tell me about the job?" Any talk of biz really got her going. She was trying to wriggle her way into being a runner. Almost every night she was here, trying to convince fixers to hire her or let her tag along on a job. Rat knew none of them would, though. Why would anyone let some unknown softy potentially fuck up a job? Alexa was just a rich girl trying to dabble her fingers in the black market for a thrill. She hadn't grown up on the streets like most runners. She didn't know how to handle herself with a gun or knife, or how to hide from the cops. People like her showed up every once in a while, hoping to get a taste of the runner life and live wildly for a night. Rat didn't mind. It was usually pretty easy to calm them out of some money and send them packing. Maybe get his cock wet first if he was lucky. After another glance at Alexa's figure, he definitely wanted to be lucky. "Hey, you know I can't talk details, love. You gotta be in the game to know these things. Maybe one day soon I'll be able to convince a low-level fixer to let you tag along on a simple job. Get your foot in the door." "Oh, will you?" She breathed, excitement in her voice. Rat decided he might even keep his word, but he'd fuck her first. He put an arm around her shoulder and let her back into Nadir. She smelled even more delicious than she looked. "How about I tell you about my last big run over a drink or two?" He was tempted to reach down and smack her on the ass, but he decided to behave. For now, at least. He woke up a few hours later in her bed,
half covered with a sweat-soaked sheet. Rat had made up some story about smuggling stolen microprocessors that involved a shootout with the police, and 15 minutes later, she was practically begging him to fuck her. All these rich idiots were the same. They hear a story involving danger and they spread their legs. Rat wasn't used to sleeping at night, though, so after pulling on his clothes, he quietly left her house and went back to his car. He saw that he had 3 missed calls from Switch. Fuck. Switch was fairly easygoing, but he expected his runners to answer their phones and be ready at the drop of a hat. Alexa didn't live anywhere near New Belcott either. Rat quickly punched in Switch's number, and it was connected after 1 ring. Switch's face hovered above Rat's holophone, anger and impatience clear in his expression.
Rat, stop thinking with your dick and get your ass here now. I got a big job for your team. I know this is short notice, but it's important. Real important.
Right, boss. I'm on my way right now.
Come to Nadir. The rest of your team will be here too.
Nadir? That was odd. Switch usually only used Nadir to talk to his contacts and get the latest news on the scene. He preferred to meet with his runners elsewhere, away from the rumor mill.
Right, boss. Be there in 20.
Probably closer to 30. Rat ended the call and pulled his car out of Alexa's driveway.
Take me to Nadir,
he told his car as he released the steering wheel and it sped away down the winding road while he leaned back and relaxed. The glow of the city hid most of the stars, but the night was nearly free of smog. Rat rolled his window down and breathed in the cool air coming off the ocean. He wasn't used to clean air. It was incredible. Another reason to see Alexa again. She lived in Bernardino Hills, a coastal neighborhood with mansions set on each side of its perfectly paved roads. The view from the windows in her house, of waves crashing against the giant boulders that formed the west coast, had been simply breathtaking to watch while he had her bent over. There probably wasn't any crime out here either. Rat grabbed his holophone and sent her a message before he forgot. A cheap line about how much he had enjoyed his time with her and how he couldn't wait to see her again. Best to keep that option open. The scenery changed drastically as he drove deep into the heart of Luckhaven. As he got closer to the city, the calm cleanliness of Bernardino Hills was replaced with multi-lane freeways and towering apartment complexes stretching 70 stories and more into the sky. Heat and smog filled the air. Rat crinkled his nose and rolled his window back up. The heart of Luckhaven still amazed Rat, with its forest of skyscrapers reaching into the clouds. Some of the roads became multi-level, and others passed beneath gargantuan mega-buildings that looked the size of small mountains. Beneath them, the only sky that was visible was one of concrete, inset with lights like artificial stars to illuminate the ground beneath. Half of New Belcott was located beneath downtown. Concrete columns, as thick as a house, studded the ground here, supporting the wealthy elite and their skyscrapers above. Luckhaven, named after the survivors of an earthquake, the earthquake, that ripped the West Coast clear off the country decades ago. There were entire regions in the city that never saw sunlight down here. Nadir was on the edge of New Belcott, so it was occasionally blessed with tiny streams of sunlight through vents and utility shafts during the middle of the day. At least that's what Rat had heard. He hadn't been awake midday in years. His car finally entered the parking garage above Nadir and wound through 4 floors before finding a free space. Rat hopped out of his car and stretched, smelling himself in the process. Hopefully, his preferred cologne of tequila and sex wasn't strong enough to bother his coworkers. He almost lit a cigarette, but decided against it. Switch was waiting after all. Unwrapping a piece of gum, Rat hopped in an elevator that would take him down to the back of Nadir. Throbbing bass lines filled his ears as the elevator arrived at the back entrance of Nadir. The doors parted, and he stepped out into the flat, black room, stopping in front of one of the bouncers, a hulking brute with a perpetual frown. Rat lifted his arms and waited patiently while the large man's eye briefly flickered red, scanning him for firearms. It was a bit of a pain in the ass, not allowing any guns in Nadir, but it helped keep things peaceful. Runners and fixers were generally level-headed people, but there had been situations years ago that prompted the ban. That was generally how life worked. One or two assholes ruining the fun for everyone else. After being waved on by the bouncer, Rat continued across the nightclub, greeting several people he recognized on the way. That new guy with the piercing green eyes he had met 2 months ago, Zeke or something, was chatting up Geneva at the bar. Switch sat in a booth, flanked as always by his 2 bodyguards. Jade and Lan, Rat's partners, were there as well, talking quietly with Switch. Rat sat down on the bench next to Lan and slapped a rhythm on the table. Jade sat across from him. Lan was a tall man, taller than Rat, with broad shoulders and sharp blue eyes. His bulky form was made even larger by the bulletproof vest he often wore, and contrasted sharply with Jade's litheness. The 3 of them had worked together as a team for nearly 2 years now. It was a good partnership, with each of their strengths balancing out the other's weaknesses.
"Nice of you to show up,"
Switch said, his tone thick with sarcasm and impatience.
"Fuck, man!"
Lan laughed and clapped him on the shoulder.
"You smell like you started your night off with a bang!"
"That's actually a great way of describing it,"
Rat said with a grin. He smiled at Jade, who rolled her eyes.
"Glad you got your womanizing in, Rat, because now we've got some work to do."
Jade could be prickly at times, but Rat had never met anyone better with a pistol than her. Her aim was legendary. She was a real looker, too, with her slender face and almond-shaped eyes framed by her dark green hair. Rat had suggested once that she dye her hair an actual shade of jade green to match her name. That had earned him an elbow to the solar plexus. He kept his mouth shut about her appearance after that.
"Ladies and gentlemen,"
Switch said loudly, cutting off all chatter.
"Let's get down to business."
From his pocket, he pulled a small anti-static bag containing a red chip drive and held it so everyone could see it.
"This is a data run, and it's no different than the other ones you've done in the past, with the exception of the data itself. We have some sensitive data here that we're selling for a mountain of cash. Location is the abandoned concrete plant over in Harbor West. As for the suits that are buying it, they claim to be Chinese businessmen, but we checked them out, and they're government players."
Rat whistled between his teeth.
"Never sold anything to a foreign government before." "Don't forget that you're not supposed to know they're government agents," Switch warned. "It shows the nature of this job. Be very careful with this,"
Switch said, looking each one of them in the eye in turn.
"There is a lot of money on this run. As much as you can make in a year. This is likely the biggest deal of your entire careers."
Rat whistled again.
"Sounds like we're retiring after tonight, boys. Calm down before you shoot off in your pants."
Switch was in no mood for jokes tonight.
"Once this is done, I'll have all 3 of you stay in a safe house for 2 weeks. Just as an extra measure of safety."
Switch pressed a finger behind his ear.
"Rat, you're the team lead, so I'm sending you the meetup location now, as well as the target's phone number and the details we agreed upon. You will also be holding the goods."
He passed the drive across the table to Rat.
"Roger that, boss. Any special instructions?"
Switch fixed him with a hard look.
"Yeah. Don't fuck this up."
"Are you expecting any trouble, Switch?" Jade asked, a touch of concern in her voice. Rat looked down at the small chip drive. He had dealt with trouble plenty of times in the past. The thought of trouble didn't bother him, but he liked to be prepared. Of course, having Jade and Lan with him meant he was ready for nearly anything. Switch shook his head.
"Not with how quickly this came up, no. I received the drive only this afternoon and was able to find a buyer within an hour."
Switch always knew where to find the best buyers for stolen data. It was the reason he was so successful as a fixer. It was also why he always traveled with 2 bodyguards and changed his identity on an annual basis. Switch was just an alias, of course. He continued, "News travels fast in the underground, especially when you don't want it to. But no one else knows about this. Besides," he added with a grin, "you're my best team." "Goddamn right," responded Rat. "I want you to understand one thing, though," Switch said, the smile gone from his face. "You are to protect this data with your lives. If the wrong people get their hands on this, it could start a war. I mean that literally. Watch your backs out there." Rat avoided asking him if the buyers were the right or wrong people. To be fair, he didn't really care as long as their money was green. Chapter 3. "There's no time to go home and strap up, but I got plenty of guns in my car, so we can prepare on the way," Rat said as they rode the elevator to the parking levels above. Jade looked at him skeptically. "Don't worry, Jade. You'll like them," he said, glancing at her. She was very picky about her guns and loathed using anyone else's. Rat only used the best, so he didn't expect any complaints. He always carried a small arsenal in his car. Staying prepared was important. This run had to be quick, and they didn't have time to each run home for weapons. "All right, my friends, feast your eyes on this smorgasbord of pure awesomeness," Rat said as he opened the trunk of his car. He pushed 2 hidden buttons, and a shelf folded down from the underside of his trunk lid, revealing 5 pistols, all chambered for the same caliber round. Jade immediately grabbed the one with the longest barrel. She examined the pistol and nodded approvingly before shoving it in a holster at her hip. "That's the one thing I like about you, Rat. You always come prepared." "Oh, is that what you like about me?" Rat asked with a wink. He took a step back at the sharp look she gave him. "Shame you don't have anything bigger," Lan grumbled as he selected a pistol. He was typically fond of giant hand cannons. "Too big and the recoil becomes a hassle," Rat replied. "You can put more rounds downrange with these, and more accurately. Plus, with all of us using the same round, we can share ammo if it comes to that." He grabbed the remaining 3 pistols and holstered them about his person. "3?" Lan asked. Rat shrugged. "Hey, nothing exceeds like excess." "You wouldn't need so many if you just used a larger caliber," Lan said with a grin. Rat rolled his eyes. "Oh, get in the car, will ya?" He opened the door for Jade with a grin, ignoring the look she gave him. She was full of those looks tonight. He'd wear her down one day. Lan sat behind the driver's seat. "You smell like a cheap whorehouse, Rat," Jade said, frowning. "Next time, at least have the decency to shower before stuffing us in the car with you." "Sorry, babe. Next time I'll try to smell more like an upscale whorehouse." Rat laughed when Jade huffed and rolled down her window. "Easy, easy. Switch told me to hurry, and you know how I am. Business always comes first. Take me to the concrete plant in Harbor West on Industrial Drive," he told his car as it backed out of the parking space. "I don't think I've seen you drive this thing in at least a year," Jade said as they slowly descended the ramps in the parking lot. Rat put his hands behind his head and stretched out as much as he could. "Why would I? This way I get to relax everywhere I go. It's like my own personal chauffeur. Isn't that right, car?" The car didn't respond, of course. One day he'd have to have some responses programmed. "It allows us to plan for this data sale, too," Lan said from the back seat. "Switch was really serious about this chip drive." Rat dug in his pocket and pulled out the anti-static bag containing the drive. "What do you think is on there?" Lan asked. "Could be anything," Rat replied. "Some CEO's mistress making hidden movies, national security stuff, politicians making crooked deals. Your guess is as good as mine." Rat pulled the small chip out of the anti-static bag. It was tiny, the width of his thumb, and only a few millimeters thick, like a stick of gum. It could start a war, according to Switch. Plenty of things could start a war in the wrong hands, though. Rat pushed the chip drive into the slot at the base of his skull to keep it safe. A menu appeared in his vision, asking if he wanted to view the files. He pushed it down. "Careful there, Rat," Jade warned, seeing him slot the drive. "Don't worry," Rat replied, holding both hands up. "It's just for safekeeping. Even I'm not dumb enough to access data like this." Jade laughed. "Not quite dumb enough, eh?" The car slowed as they pulled up in front of the old concrete plant and crept through the parking lot. Large silos flanked the huge, dilapidated building, and mounds of gravel and other materials filled the otherwise empty yard. A single flickering streetlight illuminated the parking lot where they stopped. "See anything, Jade?" Rat's eyes couldn't pick anything out in the darkness. She took her time scanning before answering, her eyes briefly glowing green as her night vision engaged. "Two cars, parked along the side in the mud. Large black sedans. Footprints going from the cars to the building. I don't see any signs of movement." "Well," Rat said, "in that case, let's get to work." Rat kept his eyes sharp as they crossed the parking lot. He didn't expect to get jumped out here, but it always paid to be safe. Lan and Jade kept scanning the area as they approached the front door. The inside of the factory was mostly one enormous room, with the roof supported by crumbling pillars of concrete and rebar. Graffiti tags covered the walls, and there was a thick layer of dust on the floor. Large windows set on every wall filtered light from the full moon and nearby street lamps through broken panes, gently illuminating the interior of the building. "All right, turn on your brains and check your weapons," Rat said as he scanned the room. He reached back and removed the chip drive from the base of his skull. From behind him, he heard Jade rack the slide of her pistol, chambering around. Her black bodysuit made her one with the shadows of the room. "Cocked and locked," she said. Rat turned and glanced at Lan, who pulled out his pistol and held it low by his side. Good. His team was ready. He passed the chip drive off to Lan, who quickly pocketed it. They would probably be expecting Rat to have the drive. A bit of misdirection always helped in any situation. "Up ahead," Jade whispered. Rat squinted in the dimly lit room and saw shapes emerge from the darkness. 6 shapes, he thought. He made a mental note to really look into getting a night vision upgrade. Enough with the squinting. He signaled for his team to stop and spread out, while he took a few steps forwards. Both Jade and Lan fanned off to the sides, so that they were partially concealed by concrete pillars and ancient pieces of machinery. The 6 shapes ahead came closer, and slowly began men, 3 of whom were wearing neatly tailored suits. The rest were in black tactical clothing, with rifles held at low ready. "Check the spray, Rat," Jade said softly behind him. Rat looked closely at the guns the Chinese men held and frowned. That could spell trouble. As the men came closer, Rat smiled broadly and spread his hands in a welcoming gesture. "How are you doing tonight, gentlemen? Name's Rat. You ready to do some biz?" One of the suits, a middle-aged man wearing wire-framed glasses, took a step forwards and bowed slightly. "You may call me Mr. Hong. I am—" "Mr. Hong," Rat interjected. "I must express my deep concern for a man that thinks it's wise to conduct business with automatic plasma rifles." He turned to each side, indicating Jade and Lan. "For the record, none of us are carrying automatic weapons. Would you mind?" Mr. Hong turned and said a few quick words in Mandarin to his comrades, and they lowered their rifles to their sides. "Is that better, Mr. Rat?" he asked, with a hint of irritation in his voice. "Much." Rat held his hands up. "Please, though, you can ease up on the honorifics. Just Rat is fine." "So how would you like to proceed? Rat?" Mr. Hong added, clearly uncomfortable with the nickname.
Well, what we generally do in these situations is one guy brings the goods and another guy pays for them. I'm assuming you brought the cash?
Hong turned and spoke a few quick words to the men in suits, who each stepped forwards and lifted briefcases in both hands. Hong unlatched the lids and opened them, revealing thick stacks of cash inside each one. Rat whistled loudly and rubbed his hands together.
Now that's what I like to see.
When Switch had said this run was worth as much as an entire year's work, he hadn't exaggerated. Rat gestured towards Lan, who slowly came forwards, holding up the chip drive in one hand and the pistol held low by his side in the other. Rat turned back to the buyers.
Lock those cases up and slide them over here. We'll hand you the drive and we can all be on our way.
He couldn't stop the smile that spread across his face as they came to the end of the business deal. His mind was already devising ways to spend his cut of the pay. The men holding the briefcases snapped them shut and set them on the ground. They spoke a few quiet words to Mr. Hong, who said something equally quiet in reply. From their body language, it seemed that Mr. Hong was taking orders from one of the men holding a briefcase. He was short, with a portly build and thinning gray hair, and had a look of softness. The kind of man that had never gotten his hands dirty before. Probably the government type Switch had mentioned.
Our buyer would like to offer his thanks and appreciation.
The sound of gunshots echoed through the room as bullets punched holes in the men that had been holding the briefcases. Their blood sprayed across Mr. Hong's face before he reacted to what had happened. The room erupted into chaos. Rat immediately sprinted for the nearest concrete pillar and hid behind it alongside Lan. He peeked around the edge to see what was happening. The Chinese men raised their plasma rifles and fired in multiple directions, all of them wrong. Muzzles flashed from multiple areas around the room, and the Chinese men fell to the ground as bullets tore through their bodies.
"What the fuck is happening?"
Lan asked. He peered around the edge and jerked his head back as a bullet struck the pillar, narrowly missing his head. He wiped a spot of blood away from his eyebrow where a piece of concrete had laid open a small gash.
"Looks like someone got word of this, and they're trying to snatch our goods. I'll bet my left nut this is some corpo shit."
Rat switched the vision in his right eye over to thermal and risked a quick glance around the pillar. The heat of the night made it nearly impossible to see the heat signatures of the human bodies.
Damn it.
He switched back to standard vision and looked over at Jade. Jade was kneeling behind a large machine that had been abandoned decades ago. Only the barrel of her gun and her left eye were exposed in her position. Calmly, she waited, unmoving. Several gunshots rang out from across the room, and Jade's pistol responded with a single shot. Loud cursing echoed from the opposite side of the building. Looks like these fucks were gonna learn the hard way how lethal Jade was.
"Why would you do this? Why would you cross us?"
Mr. Hong shouted.
"We didn't do this!"
Rat yelled in reply. He risked another quick glance. Mr. Hong had not fled at all, but instead knelt out in the open with his hands raised over his head.
"Please,"
Hong shouted into the shadows.
"Just take the money and leave me alone!"
Rat scanned the room. It was too dark to see where any of the gunshots were coming from. The only thing that gave away their assailant's position was the occasional muzzle blasts.
"Lan, get that shit back to Switch!"
Rat growled over his shoulder.
"Fuck that!"
Lan fired back.
"I ain't leaving you two!"
He leaned around the edge of the pillar and fired off 2 rounds.
"Go!"
Rat shouted over the gunfire.
"Take my car, we've got this! You heard Switch. This shit is important. Get that drive back to him while we handle these clowns."
Lan glared at him and shook his head, clearly not happy with Rat's decision, but he obeyed. Rat counted to 3 and began firing around the pillar as Lan sprinted away towards the entrance. More gunshots rang out, but Rat's suppressive fire helped Lan escape unharmed. Hong cried out loudly, still kneeling in the middle of the floor, wailing for everyone to stop. Jade waited until their attackers started shooting, and then fired a single round of her own again. Several bullets struck the machinery she was behind, and she didn't even flinch. That woman had ice in her veins. For perhaps the 1,000th time, Rat was glad to have her on his team.
"Where are they at, Jade? Can you see 'em?"
"Just follow my barrel," she answered without moving. Rat looked to the dark corner across the building where she was aiming. He still couldn't see them in the shadows, but he knew the general area where they were, and that was good enough.
"All right, it's boom time,"
he said to no one in particular. Reaching into his jacket pocket, he fetched a grenade and pulled the pin with his thumb. Rat liked to think of these as a signature weapon of his, if there was such a thing. Regular military-grade grenades just weren't destructive enough for him, so he had these custom-made to produce twice the blast and shrapnel. They would tear through nearly anything within a 5-meter radius. Of course, that had the side effect of making them heavier and a bit harder to throw, but sometimes a man had to make compromises in order to get the best. Rat stood, still with his back against the concrete pillar.
5-second fuse,
he said to himself as he released the striker lever. 1, 2. He quickly turned and threw it in the direction the men had fired from. As soon as it struck the ground, it exploded, a sound that was loud even with Rat's hands pressed against his ears. Rat silently thanked the man that made the grenades for him as the sound of men screaming reached his ears. He hoped it was all of them, those fucks.
"See anything?"
he asked Jade. Hong was lying on the floor now, wailing in terror.
"Not yet,"
she said, peeking her head out slightly to get a better view. A bullet tore through her eye and the side of her head, spraying bone fragments and brain matter across the floor.
"Fuck!"
Rat shouted. Without Jade, he was going to have a hard time getting out of this. He reached back into his jacket pocket and dug around. 1 grenade left. He couldn't afford to waste it. His fingers squeezed the grip of his pistol. He was going to have to do this the hard way. He stuck his hand around the pillar and fired a few rounds just to let them know he was still in the game. If he could get to Jade's body, he would have twice the ammo. He was going to need all he could get his hands on.
"Come on out, Rat,"
a man's voice called from the darkness, calm and professional. Not many people remained that calm when bullets started flying, which gave Rat some ideas as to who he was dealing with. These corpo fuckwads always had their nasty little fingers in everyone's business. Honestly, it didn't surprise him.
"Nope, don't think I will,"
Rat replied as he fired off 3 more shots behind him. It was time to use his wits. To survive nearly a decade as a runner, one had to be sharp. He reached in his pocket for a cigarette and pulled out an empty pack. Fuck! That was the last thing he needed. He grabbed a stick of gum instead. After peeling off the foil wrapper, he stared at the red stick of gum for a moment, and a thought blossomed in his head. He was suddenly grateful for the dim lighting in this building.
"Okay, I'm coming out. Don't shoot me, okay, guys? I'll say please if you want."
Rat tossed his pistol onto the floor out of his reach. He had 2 more, and twice as many knives hidden on his body, so the loss didn't bother him. He stepped out with his hands over his head and the stick of gum in his fingers. 2 men stepped into the open, each with a gun aimed at Rat's face. One of them had deep lacerations to his face and arms. A 3rd man walked up to Hong and lowered his massive pistol at the cowering businessman. He pumped 3 rounds into Hong, ending his crying, then took a step back to join his comrades.
"Only 3 of you? Huh, I figured there would be more."
Rat loved irritating these corpo dickwads. Being annoying was one of his favorite pastimes, and he was proud of his ability to get under people's skin.
"Yeah, I'm down 2 men thanks to your bitch over there, and another one thanks to your fucking grenade. Give us the chip drive, Rat."
The man in the center addressed Rat calmly and gestured with his pistol. He was a middle-aged man with scars on his tanned face and a demeanor that suggested this wasn't anything personal, but just another day at work for him.
"Oh, this?"
Rat flicked the stick of gum through his fingers.
"Have you tried asking nicely? It's such a small drive, you know. It would be a shame if I were to accidentally snap it in half."
He pinched the gum as if he were getting ready to break it.
"Let me waste this fucker, Tobias,"
growled the man with the shrapnel wounds. His anger was getting the best of him, making him the perfect target for Rat's taunting.
"Easy, Bruce. Let's get this data first,"
replied the man in the middle. That must have been Tobias.
"Oh, that had to hurt,"
Rat said to Bruce in mock sympathy.
"If it makes you feel any better, you were already ugly, Brucey boy." "Shut your hole, Rat," Tobias said. "Where did your little buddy run off to a few minutes ago?"
"Off to fuck Bruce's mother," Rat replied with a shrug.
"Where else? I was hoping to do the same thing until you guys held me up. I even called dibs on Uranus. You guys are a bunch of cock-blocking assholes, you know that?"
Tobias raised his pistol and aimed it at Rat's head.
"You've got some fucking mouth on you, you know that?"
Hey, easy there with the hand cannon. Just relax and I'll talk. Let me grab my holophone and I can get you guys all the info you need, okay? Just don't shoot me," Rat pleaded, making his voice whiny. "See, I'm moving nice and slowly." He reached into the pocket of his jacket. When he withdrew his hand, he was holding his last grenade, with his thumb through the safety ring.
"Whoops, that's not a holophone,"
he said as he flicked his thumb, sending the safety pin flying.
"Now we've got ourselves in a situation, boys.
As much as I imagine you'd all like to shoot me, the moment I die, this thing'll blow you all to shit. It'll destroy the chip drive as well." He flexed his hand several times on the striker lever, making the metal squeak. Tobias aimed his pistol directly at Rat's hand. It was a monster of a handgun, more like a piece of field artillery, to be honest. Lan would have loved it.
"If you're dead set on being a pain in the ass, there are ways to deal with that."
A single bullet struck the grenade in Rat's hand, sending it flying across the room along with several fingers. Rat roared in pain and dropped to the ground, covering his head with his hands. The grenade exploded, but it was far enough away that only a few bits of shrapnel struck him and they were absorbed by his jacket. Things were definitely not going his way.
"Stand up and give us the chip drive, Rat,"
Tobias said impatiently as the three men assembled together.
"You fucking corpo pricks,"
Rat muttered under his breath. He jammed his ruined hand in his armpit to slow the bleeding and clambered to his feet.
"You want the data?"
He took the stick of gum and shoved it in his mouth, then chewed slowly.
"Go find it somewhere else, you sons of whores."
"Are you fucking kidding me?" Bruce asked. "Gum?" The third man began laughing in spite of the situation.
"So, do you have the chip drive or not?"
Tobias asked. His face remained calm, but irritation began cracking the mask.
"Good. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe go fuck yourself."
Rat blew a bubble and popped it loudly.
"This is some damn good gum, though. You want a piece? I have one left."
He reached into his pocket, and 3 guns aimed straight at his head.
"Hands out of your fucking pockets,"
Tobias shouted. Hey, calm down. I'm just getting a piece of fucking gum. Can a man die with some flavor? Rat slowly pulled another stick of gum from his pocket, fumbling with the wrapper.
"Sorry. It would be easier to unwrap this if someone hadn't blown my fucking fingers off."
Finally victorious against the wrapper, he slipped the gum into his mouth with a sigh. It really was his favorite flavor. Rat slowly raised his hands and placed them behind his head. With the fingers of his left hand, he gently pulled at the throwing dagger he kept just below his collar. It would be a tough throw, left-handed. Good thing he practiced this sort of thing. Tobias looked at Bruce and the third man.
"His partner that ran away likely has the data. We'll have to hunt him down. Bruce, kill this sack of shit."
"With pleasure," Bruce said, a smile forming on his face. Rat snatched the knife from his collar and threw it in one smooth motion. Blood blossomed from Bruce's throat as Rat's knife sank to the hilt. Bruce fell, spraying bullets in the air. Rat immediately dropped and rolled to one side while pulling another pistol from his jacket. A gunshot rang out, and Rat felt intense pain and an impact like being hit by a bus. Wisps of smoke rose from the tip of Tobias's barrel as he turned to the third man.
Let this be a lesson to you. Don't let people talk so much. See if Bruce is still alive.
It was no wonder Rat's side hurt so badly. That cannon in Tobias's hand had blown a hole in Rat's side large enough to drive a car through. At the rate he was bleeding, he only had a few minutes left. Rat spat out a mouthful of blood onto the concrete floor, along with the gum. The blood had ruined the flavor. Bastard.
Don't you get tired of this?
Tobias asked as he approached Rat. His pistol was aimed right at Rat's head this time. Rat sucked in breath through clenched teeth. He had always envisioned his death as something more. Legendary. Guns, explosions, maybe a building destroyed. Instead, his side hurt like hell, and he was spilling the remainder of his life in a puddle while some prick kept flapping his jaw about data.
I'm only tired from fucking your mother,
Rat managed to say before spitting out another mouthful of blood. Tobias rolled his eyes.
Come on, Rat. You already used that line.
He pulled the trigger, sending a round through Rat's head. Chapter 4. The dying evening sun filtered through towering skyscrapers and multi-layer roads, and only a few tendrils reached the cracked sidewalks on the edge of New Belcott. The darkness beneath the mega buildings overhead was broken by hundreds of small lights, but they failed to break the gloom. People crowded the sidewalks here, some heading somewhere, and some, in so many ways, heading nowhere. One particular beam of sunlight managed to penetrate the maze of buildings and shine directly into Zeke's eyes as he strode along the busy sidewalk. He pulled a hand from the pocket of his thin jacket and shielded his eyes, blinking at the sudden brightness. It had been months since he had seen the sun. Temperatures skyrocketed during the day, heating up the concrete jungle that was the city of Luckhaven until the place practically boiled. Nighttime brought a welcomed break from the heat, although the smog was a bit worse. Half of the people populating the sidewalk with Zeke wore filtration masks. Wearing one was probably a good idea, Zeke thought, as he took another drag from his cigarette. He would hate to breathe in something that would harm his lungs.
Hey, watch it, asshole!
A tall man said after shouldering into Zeke. Zeke turned and met his eyes with a hard gaze that promised violence. The man deflated under Zeke's stare and hurried away, suddenly not so eager to fight. Luckhaven was a city of many layers, all of them rotten and corrupt. At the top were the suits, the aristocracy, those that made all the decisions and looked down from their skyscrapers and saw worker ants instead of people. Their money greased palms at every level of society and pulled strings that made politicians dance to their tunes. Somewhere far below that were millions of families, hard-working average Joes, trying to make an honest buck so they could send their kids to a decent school and drink too much on the weekends. At the bottom were the typical big city degens, the addicts, the homeless, the street trash. Woven intricately through all of that was the criminal underground, a black market larger than some entire cities' economies. Anything could be bought or sold in Luckhaven. Stolen data, illegal weapons, drugs, human organs, you name it. Organs were especially valuable, although Zeke hadn't worked his way into that biz yet. With such a thriving market for illegal goods, it became necessary for people to smuggle and deliver those things, risking life, limb, and imprisonment while doing so. For the past decade or so, Zeke had been doing exactly that, running anything and everything he could. He had established his role as the middleman in the black market through countless nights of hard work. It wasn't a safe job by any means, but in the past year, he had earned more cash than all of his previous years combined. Things were looking up. Zeke stopped in front of Nadir. This was a place for connections, both high and low, but only if you knew the right people. He bypassed the line of hopeful entrants and went straight to the front door.
"Hey, Jack,"
Zeke said to the doorman. Jack's left eye glowed red as he scanned Zeke up and down, the same way he checked everyone that came in.
"No guns, don't worry," Zeke said. "Please, come in, and enjoy your evening, Ezekiel,"
Jack said as he pushed open the door with a steel-knuckled hand. His ever-present professionalism was a breath of fresh air in the urban jungle of New Belcott. Pounding kick drums and buzz-saw guitars spilled from the speakers in the club, quiet enough that one didn't have to shout to be heard, but loud enough to make eavesdropping nearly impossible. Zeke couldn't help but smile as he approached the bar. The music was always fantastic here. Being in Nadir reminded him of how far he'd come in life. A year ago, he wouldn't even have been allowed in here. He leaned an elbow on the bar and waved at Amelie, sitting at the other end. She saw the way he looked at her and gave him a warm smile. Very warm. With a jerk of her head, she motioned for him to come over. Zeke got up and approached his old fixer, then took the stool next to her.
"Hey, Amelie. How are things?"
That warm smile stayed on her face.
"Things are good, Zeke. You healing okay?"
"Yeah, Masaru knows his stuff."
Zeke patted his stomach to show it didn't hurt.
"As good as new, or at least slightly used with no warranty and maybe a faulty transmission."
She laughed at his joke. This was a side of her Zeke hadn't seen before, and he liked it. He had only seen the business side of her in the years they had worked together. She was a hard woman, but a fair boss. Of course, there was no longer a boundary of professionalism between the two of them, now that Zeke worked for Switch. Things were very different now. The shirt she wore was black and low-cut, exposing a fair amount of what Zeke judged to be incredibly nice breasts. She toyed with her midnight blue hair and smiled at him. Amelie was the kind of woman a man dreamed about. He decided to take a chance with her.
"Hey, Amelie,"
he started.
"Yes, Zeke?"
"Now that you're not my boss, I feel like it's okay for me to tell you that I think you're great. I've always enjoyed our interactions. I like your hair, too."
"Are you trying to hit on me, Zeke?"
She raised a perfectly manicured eyebrow at him.
"Yeah. Is it working?"
She gave him a look of mock sympathy.
"Well, you suck with words, so there's that. It was the thought behind it that mattered, though."
Zeke winced.
"Okay, fair enough. I'll try again.
You want to grab a bite to eat sometime and talk about something other than biz?" She smiled again. Zeke had never seen her smile this much. She was so beautiful when she was happy. Well, she was beautiful when she was angry as well, but he preferred her this way.
"I think that sounds like a great idea."
She looked past Zeke's shoulder, and her smile faded into her traditional business expression. Hard eyes, and a no-nonsense demeanor.
"My new guys are here. Talk to you soon."
With that, she leaned forwards and kissed him. It was a quick kiss, just a gentle peck on the lips, but it set Zeke's heart to racing.
"I'll call you soon,"
he said, watching her walk away. The way her toned ass moved in those tight pants was mesmerizing. Behind him, Geneva whistled. Zeke turned and saw her staring at Amelie as well. He shared a grin with her, and they both watched the fixer for a moment. Amelie turned at the sound of the whistle and saw them looking and responded with a wink. "You're getting lucky, Zeke," Geneva said without hesitation.
"Man, I hope so. Amelie's a hell of a woman, and
"Zeke, if there's one thing I know, it's women," Geneva said flatly. "And that woman over there wants you." Zeke couldn't help but grin.
"Well, that's a great way to start the evening."
"Gotta agree with you," Geneva said with a laugh. She brushed her hair out of her face. It was short and green this week, and leaned her elbows on the bar. "So what can I get you? Other than maybe a cold shower so you can focus." Zeke laughed.
"I'm feeling good today, Geneva. Give me a bourbon on the rocks. Belter, Red Label."
She let out a prolonged whistle as she grabbed the bottle from behind her. Always one for show, she spun the bottle across the back of her hand before pouring a measured dose of bourbon into a glass filled with ice. Zeke thanked her and slid some cash across the bar. Settling on the bar stool, Zeke scanned the room. Though the music played loudly, no one danced here. People packed into booths, often with their heads together as they talked. Near the rear entrance was another bouncer, nearly the size of Jack out front. Zeke was still relatively new to Nadir, but he recognized a few faces. Pascal and Sewa sat together at a corner table, like the king and queen of the underworld, keeping a close eye on their subjects. They were at the top of the hierarchy here. What they said passed for law in the underground. People sometimes passed by their table, paying their respects, which usually meant a cut of their profits. Other booths around the nightclub were filled with mid- and low-level fixers like Amelie. She had her head together with two men, probably setting up deliveries of rocket or other drugs, which was common at that level. She had specialized in drug smuggling for years, but often spoke of bigger plans for the future. A short man with a square-cut beard walked in with his own hired muscle following close behind. His clothing was in subdued tones of dark gray and black, and the expression on his face was grim and serious. He went by the name Switch, and he was a mid-level fixer. Zeke silently thanked Hidekai for whatever whispers he put in Switch's ear. Zeke caught his eye and nodded to him, but Switch gave no reply and kept walking. Zeke turned back to the bar and sipped on his bourbon, enjoying the smooth flavors that burned their way across his taste buds. Occasionally, he looked over his shoulder at Switch's table, but he knew better than to stare. Nadir was a good place to mind one's own business. "Hey, Geneva, let me get another one of these." Zeke swallowed the last of his bourbon and slid his glass across the bar to her. "That red label is really something. How have things been with you lately?" She ran a hand through her green hair and brushed it out of her face. "I should have known better than to give myself bangs," she muttered. "Things are fine, Zeke, just fine. I got that new apartment I was telling you about last week." "Oh, yeah? The one on the 40th floor?" She nodded. "My balcony faces west, so the views are incredible. Sunsets every evening. Of course, I'm usually working, so I miss most of them, but Julie loves it." "That's great, Geneva. I'm really happy for you." "Thanks," she said with a smile. "Anything big happened lately that I might have missed?" She pursed her lips in thought for a moment and twisted the bottle in her hand. "Yeah, all over the news they're talking about some Chinese officials that were killed in a shootout last night. It's got people antsy. And then there are people talking about a supply of cyberware that Otto found. Military surplus stuff. Real premium gear. Other than that, not a ton." She poured his drink into a fresh glass and slid it to him. "Some fixers were talking about a runner that had been asking the wrong kinds of questions. He probably won't be getting any more jobs." In here, the wrong kinds of questions were any that involved someone else's biz or anything about sources. "Pretty standard week, all in all. You?" Zeke took his glass and swirled it around gently. "Early meeting with Switch tonight." He chuckled. "Well, early for me anyways. Feels like the first time I've seen the sun in ages." "I heard about that. Congratulations, Zeke. You're moving up in the world." He couldn't help but smile. "Yes, I am. No more running cases of rocket for street dealers. Time to make a name for myself." He raised his glass. "To me." Geneva laughed. "Heads up, Zeke." Zeke turned as one of Switch's goons approached. The man was swollen with muscle like the rest of the bodyguards, although he wasn't as comically large as others. His stainless steel teeth reflected in the neon lights as he invited Zeke to Switch's table. One punch at that man's jaw would guarantee a broken hand. "Evening, Switch," Zeke said as he sat down at the booth across from the fixer. He lounged back on the seat, sipping his bourbon and getting comfortable. Switch regarded him the way a man looked at a tool. He was known for that. He finally nodded. "I've got work for you, Zeke." Straight to the main course with this guy. No appetizer needed. Zeke found his direct manner refreshing. There was no bullshit, no games, just work. And where there was work, there was money. Zeke set his glass down and leaned his elbows on the table.
That's what I like to hear. What's the job?
He was excited to work his first job for Switch, a real fixer. Not that Amelie wasn't, but there was a big difference between smuggling stolen data across international borders or stealing cybernetic limbs from a military facility and delivering smack to a dealer in an alley. Switch hesitated before answering.
You're new, but you came highly recommended by Amelie. I'm gonna take a chance on you based on how you handled that delivery to Hitakai.
He paused again.
3 of my runners were selling some highly sensitive data last night and got hit hard. I believe a corpse sent a hit squad after them. Is that related to what's been on the news?
Zeke asked, remembering what Geneva had said. Switch nodded.
It is. Some high-ranking Chinese officials were killed in the shootout, so things are tense. Rat and Jade are also dead. I suspect Lan is as well. All I heard from him was one quick message that he was trying to make his way back to me but was being followed.
Zeke grabbed his glass and took another sip.
Hell of a way to start the evening.
Switch continued.
Lan's a resourceful guy, so I'm hoping he made it out somehow and I'll see him again. In the end, though, he knew the deal.
Switch leaned forwards on his elbows, locking eyes with Zeke.
I need that data back. It's worth a lot of money.
Zeke took a deep breath to slow his rising heart rate. He knew the deal as well. All runners were expendable, and danger was a regular part of the job. A run-in with the police or death was always waiting around the corner. Every runner knew and accepted the risks. Those risks were why they made so much money. Dealing with a hit squad was not what he expected for his first job with Switch. It sounded like a guaranteed way to find himself in the ground, like Rat and Jade. More importantly, though, why would a corp send a hit squad after some runners? Zeke asked. Don't they usually just throw money at the problem, or have their lawyers handle it? Was someone inside leaking information? Runners tended to not ask questions beyond the delivery location and how much they were being paid. But something about this smelled off. He very pointedly avoided asking which corporation was involved and if the information belonged to them, although the circumstances screamed that they did.
I'll take care of that. I just need you to get me the data, and anything that could link me to these killings. Like Rat's holophone.
Switch smiled, but it didn't touch his eyes.
I was told you have an able mind. That's exactly what I need right now. Someone with a sharp mind that knows where to point their gun and where not to stick their nose. You healing okay? Yeah, got some new tissue grafted in and I'm good as new. That Masaru is a miracle worker.
Masaru could fix anything. Switch nodded and set a finger behind his ear.
I'm sending you the coordinates to where they were attacked, and to each of their apartments. Also, Lan's contact information, although he hasn't responded all day. I need that data.
Switch emphasized sternly.
I'll get right on it,
Zeke said, downing the last of his bourbon.
Zeke. Yes? This is not going to be an easy job. You risk getting involved in some serious shit here. This data, though, it's that valuable. Once you get it, make sure you don't start reading it and snooping around or they'll come after you as well. Of course, if you run into the people that killed my runners, I certainly won't complain if you shoot them all.
Zeke slowly twisted his glass on the table.
I guess I should thank you for the pep talk.
Switch didn't laugh.
I'm on it, Switch, don't worry. I'm more careful than Rat,
Zeke said, aiming for reassurance. Rat had a reputation of being a skilled runner, but also a bit loose at times. Jade, on the other hand, was more of an assassin. She was legendary with a pistol. If she had been killed as well, that meant Zeke was up against some heavy hitters. If he were smart, he would refuse the job and leave Nadir. But refusing a job was a guaranteed way out of the industry. Zeke slid out of the booth with a nod to the graying fixer. He waved goodbye to Geneva as he left the club. The bourbon was warming his blood and relaxing his fears. It was time to get to work. Although the sun had set while he'd been inside the club, Everything looked the same. Concrete sky, illuminated by neon lights and bright storefronts. The nighttime was his home. He pulled out his holophone and checked the addresses Switch had given him. The site where the shootout had occurred was the closest, so he decided to head there first. After jogging up 4 flights of steps and breathing more heavily than he would have liked, he went to his car in the parking garage. He pulled the door open and slid onto the synth leather seat, then backed out of the parking spot. As soon as he got onto the street, he slammed his foot onto the accelerator and sped down the road toward Harbor West, the manufacturing district of Luckhaven. He arrived quickly. A few run-down apartment buildings dotted the area, but most were empty. The pollution and noise made it a tough place to live at any price. Only the most desperate lived around here. A sea of factories was across the road, doing everything from refining raw materials to producing hollow screens and cheap furniture. Hardly anyone was on the sidewalks here. Zeke parked in front of the plant at the address he had been given and stepped out of his car. The entire area smelled faintly of dust, burned plastic, and other chemicals, and the smoggy haze in the air was thick and foul. He lit a cigarette and took a drag. Combined with the air here, it tasted like shit. When Zeke saw that the police had strung yellow caution tape across the entrance, he knew this was indeed the right place. He flicked his half-smoked cigarette across the parking lot and made his way to the entrance, pushing down and stepping over the caution tape. The inside of the plant was huge, with massive pillars supporting the high roof and several abandoned mixers littering the dust-covered floor. Looking down, he saw fresh footprints in the dust. Zeke had no skill at tracking, but it looked like at least a dozen people in total. He figured at least a handful were from the cops. Continuing on, he found a shrapnel-embedded crater blasted into the floor. The dust had been blasted clean from this area. It looked like one of Rat's beloved grenades doing its work. The man liked to brag about those things to anyone that would listen. 10 meters beyond that, behind a huge, rusted-out mixer, a large blood stain colored the concrete floor. Nothing about it told Zeke who it had been. Farther ahead, he saw another blood stain, bigger than the first, although upon closer examination, he realized it was 3 that had melded into one. Corpses didn't bleed much, so the size of the stain told him someone had suffered before their ticker finally stopped. A thick concrete pillar was nearby, with enough scuffs behind it to suggest someone had hidden behind it. If Zeke were in a shootout, he would have used that pillar as cover, so he assumed someone else had done the same. Several bullet casings littered the area, so Zeke knelt down to check them. The first one was 9mm, a common round for most runners, as it was cheap, reliable, and effective. The next one he picked up was the same, as was the third. He picked up one more, and his breath caught. "Jackpot," Zeke whispered. This bullet casing was notably larger than the others. On the back was small script, 60 SKM. The Carmenta Group 60 caliber, a high-powered and extremely rare pistol round. Carmenta Group was the only company that made these rounds and the pistols that chambered them, and only select employees got them. They weren't for sale anywhere. It was a cartridge and handgun combination that Zeke was intimately familiar with. He had one sitting on his desk back at his condo. Just then, it dawned on Zeke that he should have grabbed his pistol before coming here. If Carmenta Group was bold enough to show up and execute people like this, they surely wouldn't hesitate to treat Zeke the same way for snooping around. Zeke stood up and looked around. Another blood patch stained the concrete in front of him, and more beyond that. A slaughter had occurred here. He turned and hurried back to his car. He knew a man that might be able to offer some advice. Gears in his head turned, faster with every step. He turned his car on and hurried away from the area. Zeke passed through the bright, flashing lights and excitement of downtown and continued towards the flickering signs and filth of New Belcott. That slum was like a magnet, always drawing him back in. Not that he minded. Other parts of Luckhaven were too clean for him most days. Lan lived only a few buildings away from Zeke, so he decided that would be the next place he investigated. He pulled into a parking garage and made his way up several floors before finally finding an open spot. Parking was always problematic in a city like Luckhaven. He had heard stories about how bad the parking and traffic had been in Los Angeles, the city from which Luckhaven had grown after LA had been destroyed by an earthquake. Investigating the deaths of runners at the hands of a corp hit squad was too dangerous a task for an unarmed man, so he hurried towards his condo. He planned on living a long time, so he was going to play this one safe. He had been injured enough in life to know that he should always be packing heat. Rounding a corner, Zeke pushed his way through the throng of people and zipped his thin jacket up halfway. The night was warm, but there were pickpockets aplenty here. Muffled gunshots rang out from the building next to him, and his hand instinctively went in his jacket to his empty holster. Others on the sidewalk screamed and fled at the sound, but Zeke crouched against the building front, scanning the windows above him for signs of movement. The building was 4 stories of brick and in a state of disrepair. People still lived there, but a few of the windows had been boarded up. It wouldn't be long before some investor bought the place, slapped a cheap coat of paint on it, then relisted it at twice the price. The last thing Zeke wanted was to get involved in a shootout. They happened from time to time in New Balcott. Angry junkies, street gangs like Harangi to the south. He backed up, keeping his eyes on the windows. 2 voices shouted, and 3 more gunshots rang out. A man's body suddenly crashed through one of the windows of the 3rd floor, sending shards of broken glass raining down as his body sped towards the sidewalk. He struck the concrete face first, with a resounding thud, blood making a halo around his ruined head. The few people that had been curious enough to remain now screamed and fled, eager to be far away from this scene. Zeke looked up to the window and saw a man looking down at him. His face was tanned, with scars on each side. He locked eyes with Zeke for a moment, giving him a cold, hard stare. As quickly as he had appeared, he was gone. Zeke approached the body, intending to check for vital signs. 3 large holes in his back, guaranteed he was dead. Not many guns would make a hole that size. He flipped the body over and pulled the man's jacket open, noting that he had been wearing a thin, bulletproof vest that certainly hadn't done its job. That, or he had been shot with something seriously high-powered. Zeke rooted around in the man's pockets, looking for his wallet. Inside, he found some cash, which he quickly pocketed. The world had run on digital currencies for many years. Cash meant this guy was somehow involved in the black market, buying or selling something in the underbelly of the city. After searching some more pockets, Zeke pulled out a red chip drive, which he also quickly grabbed for himself. Information could be highly valuable as well.
"Let's see who you are,"
Zeke muttered as he pulled out the man's wallet. His ID card was flimsy and made from a sort of paper that would disintegrate if pressed between 2 sweaty palms. It was a good way to hide your identity if you suddenly found yourself in a situation where you needed to be anonymous.
"Looks like today was not your day, Lan Whitecaster."
Lan. He knew that name. Zeke pulled out his phone and dialed emergency services. They were slow to answer, as usual. Probably more budget cuts.
"I need an ambulance on 106th Street.
He looked for an address, but there were no numbers on the front of the building.
"Across the street from Calypso's Noodle House. Some guy fell out of a window."
After being shot.
"No need to rush. He's dead. No, I didn't see anyone else."
Except for that one guy in the window that probably did it. Zeke hung up and hurried down the street, putting some distance between the murder victim and himself. It came to him as he reached the entrance to his building. Lan Whitecaster.
"Lan's a resourceful guy, so I'm hoping he made it out somehow and I'll see him again."
That was Switch's 3rd runner. The chip drive in Zeke's pocket suddenly felt like it weighed 100 kilograms. Chapter 5. Delilah crept through the hallways on the 1st floor of the orphanage, her socks silent on the tile floors. This level was mostly administrative offices, recreation rooms, and similar places. The orphans all lived on the upper floors, separated by their ages. She wasn't supposed to be walking around down here, so she had a believable story ready to go just in case she ran into one of the house mothers. "I couldn't sleep, so I decided to go for a short walk to tire myself out," she would say. It was believable enough. Sometimes girls did exactly that, although usually they were much younger than Delilah. The old crones would probably believe her. The janitors at Open Hearts Orphanage generally did their work at night. Several months ago, a friend of Delilah's that made extra money at night outside the orphanage had laughed as she told Delilah about a janitor snoring in the bathroom while she was sneaking out. "Must be a great job," she had said. "I'd love to get paid for sleeping while others did all the work." She wasn't sure which of the janitors it had been, so Delilah had crept through the halls every night this week, hoping to find the same lazy bastard. She held on to the corner of a stark white wall and looked around, peering in both directions. A smile grew on her face as she finally saw exactly what she was looking for: a janitorial cart parked outside the men's restroom. She quickly approached it and looked around, gently moving the cleaning supplies out of the way until she saw a security badge stuffed into a small tray on the rear of the cart. "Bingo," Delilah whispered as she grabbed the badge. Moving silently, she went to the bathroom door and carefully pushed it open a few centimeters. She could just make out the sounds of faint snoring coming from inside. Jackpot. She closed the door as quietly as she had opened it and took a deep, relaxing breath. The administrative offices were just ahead. In there, she hoped to find some clues as to what was going on with this origin mystery. She waved the badge in front of the lock, and after 2 green lights flashed, she pushed the door open and went in. She entered a waiting room of sorts with awful green walls and outdated patterned carpet. A secretary's desk was in the center, its surface cluttered with stacks of papers. The back and side walls of the room were lined with doors that led to different administrators' offices. Delilah scanned the doors until she found Yvonne Brown, the head of admissions. With a smile, she used the janitor's badge to unlock the door and entered. Delilah's heart sank when she saw that everything was in perfect order in this office. 2 paintings were on the back wall, each precisely flanking a small window. Perfectly centered on the windowsill was a small potted plant. A desk, sleek and modern, was centered in the room, and everything on top of it was perfectly aligned. Even the chair was pushed in beneath the exact center of the desk. Delilah rolled her eyes, knowing this office was probably a waste of her time. Even still, she went behind the desk and checked the computer. It was locked, just as she expected. Yvonne certainly wasn't the type of woman to leave her password written down somewhere, but Delilah looked regardless. She opened every unlocked drawer, but found nothing. After carefully ensuring that everything was in its place, she went back to the central room. Delilah scanned the names on the doors again, grinning when she noticed the one she wanted was right next to her. Rudy Patterson, Director. If she wanted to get information, this was where she needed to look. She grabbed the door handle, intending to wave the janitor's security badge in front of it, and was surprised when the door opened. It hadn't been closed all the way. She waved the badge in front of the door lock anyways, and was met with 2 blinking red lights. Lucky break. Mr. Patterson's office was everything Delilah had hoped for. Screens were set in the walls, displaying a calendar full of appointments, statistics about the orphanage, and similar information about both the adjacent school and college. A large window on the back wall offered a view of the orphanage grounds. His desk was an oversized wooden relic, covered in stacks of papers, chip drives, and coffee stains. Delilah figured a man as busy as Mr. Patterson would be likely to forget things quite often and would therefore leave himself reminders. Delilah went to his desk and immediately began searching for anything that could help her break into his computer. She looked beneath stacks of papers, felt beneath the desk, and even looked beneath the chair. After several unproductive minutes, her eyes went back to one of the screens on the wall, the one displaying Mr. Patterson's calendar. She approached his calendar, paying special attention to the detailed notes entered on each day. She swiped her hand to the right, scrolling back several weeks. When had she seen that cargo ship? Delilah was certain it had been on a Thursday. With another swipe of her hand, that day's notes stared right back at her. 11 a.m. Ship out units for Project Origin. So children are units now, I guess, she whispered to herself. She touched the screen, expanding that day's notes in hopes that there would be more detailed information within, but there was nothing. Only a bit dismayed, she went back to his desk and immediately smiled. When Delilah had touched the screen displaying his calendar, it had woken his computer up and unlocked it. She pulled his chair back and sat in it, staring at the multitude of information projected above his desk. Where to begin? First, she tried digging through files. There was so much information in front of her that it felt like trying to drink from a waterfall. But after a few minutes, she found something that looked like a directory. I wonder what they do when the kids are gone, Delilah muttered. Several gestures in front of the screen opened new directories, and she tried searching them. She thought back to the day she had seen all those children boarding the cargo ship and tried to remember individual faces as she scrolled through a database of people in the orphanage. After sorting alphabetically, she continued scrolling, frowning. All of the names blended together. At any given time, Open Hearts Orphanage could house 500 to 1,000 children. Alice Whitford. That was the name of the little shit she had seen boarding the cargo ship. Delilah hurriedly scrolled down to the end of the list, but didn't see Alice's name in there. She searched again, but found nothing. Chewing her lip, she backed out of the database and looked for a different one. Perhaps there was a list of former orphans? She ran a detailed search, but once again came up with nothing. It was as if Alice had never existed. On a whim, she searched for her own name, Delilah Westcott. There was a small asterisk next to her name, so she tapped it. Scrolling through her record, she saw plenty of things she expected. Behavioral profiles, grades from kindergarten all the way to college, and which room she stayed in. At the bottom, there was a small note. Rebellious tendencies. Observe closely and consider possible termination. Why would they make a note like that? She exited her record and found her friend Nicole, who had been with her that day. Nicole's record had the same note attached to the bottom. Delilah's mouth suddenly went dry. They had been keeping an eye on her since that day. Was she in danger because of what she had seen? And what, exactly, had she seen? She closed out of the database and dug through Mr. Patterson's computer until she found his email. Surely there would be something in there that would clue her in. It was full of countless employee performance reviews, orphan disciplinary reports, scheduled meetings, and other drudgery. She went back to the date when she had seen the cargo ship taking the children away, and her eyes went wide as she read an email. Mr. Patterson, I would like to offer my thanks for your gracious donation of 100 units for Project Origin and for your continued support. As usual, your organization should receive payment in the agreed-upon amount by the end of the day. It was signed Davis. Delilah didn't know if that was a first name or a surname, not that it mattered. She sat back in the heavy chair, trying to take all of this in and process it. The orphanage where she had grown up was selling children to Project Origin. She wondered how many employees knew about this. Biting her lower lip, she continued scrolling through emails, certain there was more to be found. 2 months before that, she found another email, this time from a man named Tobias. She opened up the chain and her breath caught when she read it. Mr. Patterson had initially contacted Tobias on account of a house mother, Ruth Bancroft, who had recently quit. Or been fired, it wasn't entirely clear. Delilah remembered Miss Bancroft. The woman had been an insufferable nag. In this correspondence, Mr. Patterson expressed doubt that she could be trusted to maintain secrecy. A day later, Tobias had replied, informing him that she had been taken care of. Delilah shivered, realizing grimly what they were referring to. She quickly closed the email, then closed all the other programs she had opened. She suddenly felt very frightened. After ensuring everything was exactly as she had found it, she hurried from the director's office. Initially, she thought to leave the door partially closed, as she had found it, but didn't want Mr. Patterson to realize he had left his office in a vulnerable state. She pulled it shut until she heard the lock click, then hurried from the room. Delilah carefully made her way back down the hall to where she had found the janitor's cart. A wet cough echoed down the hall, followed by a harsh throat clearing. She tightened her lips, grossed out by the sound of his phlegm. After rounding a corner, she saw him. The janitor was an old man with wisps of white hair covering his head and a short beard that matched. His coveralls strained around his midsection as he bent over his cart, searching. He was clearly looking for his security badge. Suddenly noticing Delilah walking towards him, he called out, "Hey, what are you doing here?" he asked in a gravelly voice as he eyed her suspiciously. "I just couldn't sleep," Delilah explained as she approached him, badge in hand. He looked her up and down as she came closer, eyes glinting hungrily at her breasts. Instead of handing him the badge, she tossed it on his cart and quickly turned away, eager to get away from the old creep. "I found that down the hallway. I'm pretty sure it's yours," she said as she walked away. He grunted in reply, and Delilah could practically feel his eyes on her. She felt a sudden desire to bathe. As she hurried up her stairs towards her room, her thoughts churned with the things she had discovered tonight. Her orphanage was selling children, units, to whatever the fuck Project Origin was, then deleting any evidence they ever existed. Not only that, but it looked like they had, on at least one occasion, killed a former employee because they didn't trust she could stay quiet. To top it all off, they were watching both her and Nicole in case they needed to be terminated. Delilah couldn't ignore the sudden urge to escape from this concrete prison she had grown up in, and to find out what was going on. Chapter 6. Zeke fidgeted with the holophone in his pocket as he walked down a long hallway in the back of the Harbor West Division police station. He could think of few places that made him more uncomfortable than a police station. Cops strode past him, sometimes giving him a suspicious glance, sometimes completely ignoring him as they pushed handcuffed people before them. Zeke wondered how many of the handcuffed individuals were innocent and had only found themselves arrested because a cop was having a bad day. Or for that matter, how many people the pigs had simply shot instead of bringing here. That was one of the largest risks of being a runner. Since officers were legally able to find people guilty and pass their sentence on the spot, there was always a chance of receiving the death penalty mere seconds after being caught. Civilians usually weren't allowed to wander these halls, but a phone call from Switch and some cash changing hands, and suddenly Zeke was a mourning relative coming to retrieve the possessions of his recently murdered cousin. The officer at the front desk had taken his bribe of cash so quickly and casually that Zeke could tell bribes were a regular thing here. She hadn't even tried to scan him, which had been a relief. Zeke stepped up to the counter outside the evidence room and waited while a heavy-set woman busied herself with typing at the console on her desk. Her dark hair was pulled back into a tight bun, and she wore thin-rimmed glasses on her stern face. After a moment, she glanced up, the look on her face making it clear that she had better things to do than deal with him. "Can I help you?" Her words were professional, but her tone was as flat as her expression. After taking a glance at her name tag, Zeke gave her his best smile and responded, "Hello, Officer Hewitt. I need to see the personal belongings of my cousin Jake Ratcliffe, who sadly was killed yesterday afternoon." Earlier, he had explained to Switch that he would need access to Rat's possessions, and Switch had assured him that he knew someone that could make it happen. Officer Hewitt's mouth tightened. Zeke pulled some cash out of his pocket and went to slide it across the counter, but stopped at a gesture from her. She typed on her console for a few seconds, then nodded. "Had to turn the cameras off," she explained, adjusting her glasses. She took the stack of bills from Zeke, counted them, then folded them in half and slipped them in her pocket. "Our system is outdated and unstable, so it crashes sometimes." Perfect. That an officer readily accepted cash, the currency of the black market, was telling. That multiple officers in the same police station did was even more so. The only good cop was a crooked cop. She sucked at a tooth for a moment and stared at him levelly. "Wait here." Zeke waited as patiently as he could, fidgeting as he looked both ways down the hallway. He was near the back of the station, which fortunately was mostly empty this early in the morning. A shuffling noise brought him back to the window. "Here," Officer Hewitt said, as she slid a small box through the opening at the bottom of the window. "Switch called me earlier and told me you would be coming for this. You've got about 3 minutes before the cameras go back online, so make it quick." Zeke snatched up Rat's holophone, which was lying right on top of a small pile of belongings. He plugged his crypto breaker into the bottom of the phone and waited. What was probably less than a minute felt like an agonizing eternity as the small box broke the phone's encryption. 3 green lights flashed, and Zeke finally had access. Officer Hewitt continued to watch him with her flat expression while tapping her wrist, reminding him of how little time he had. Scrolling through Rat's most recent messages, Zeke sorted through all the nude photos and profanity and tried to find something of substance. Other than a message from Switch, he found nothing. He quickly stuffed the phone into the pocket of his jacket, as Switch had asked him to be sure to get it out of the hands of the police. Officer Hewitt raised a bushy eyebrow at him. Zeke pulled more cash out of his pocket and slid it to her. She nodded as she took the money, along with the evidence box. "I shouldn't even be here this late," she muttered under her breath. "Crime is so bad lately that we're open all day and night now. This used to be just a daytime job for me." She looked back up at Zeke. "You got lucky." "Thanks for your help," Zeke said with a wink. "Can I call you sometime? Your number's still 911? He made a point of looking into the top of her shirt and nodding approvingly, all the while thinking how he'd rather suck vomit through a straw than touch her. She completely ignored his faux flirtation. "You tell Switch he owes me," she replied as she waddled to the back of the room and placed the evidence box on a long metal shelf next to similar boxes. When she came back to her desk, she hit Zeke with a glare. "You tell him I'm tired of this shit. He needs to pay me more, you hear? I could lose my job or get arrested for doing this." She squeezed herself into her chair and typed for a moment before addressing him again in a more professional tone. "I'm sorry, sir, but that is evidence in an ongoing murder investigation. You'll have to wait for the investigation to be completed before submitting a written request for access to any of those items." She gave Zeke another flat look and jerked her eyes towards the exit. Zeke grinned at her and hurried away, chuckling to himself. "Time to leave the pig pen," he said under his breath as he strode down the hallway, his boots loud on the stark white tile floor. Both the number of officers and the suspicious stares increased as he exited the hallway and came back to the lobby of the building. One of the officers grabbed Zeke's arm right before he made it to the door. He was a stereotypical cop in the worst of ways. Angry blue eyes regarded Zeke from beneath thick blonde eyebrows that matched his buzz-cut hair. His mouth seemed permanently twisted into a frown, and his demeanor suggested that he thought of himself as one of the good guys, while everyone else was guilty. A cheap beer scent, the type that came from drinking too much on a nightly basis, emanated from his sweaty form. He even had a stupid little mustache. "Can I help you, sir?" he asked, his overly loud voice a forceful attempt at projecting strength and confidence. "I noticed you coming from that door over there. Do you need my assistance?" Shit. Zeke needed to leave, and now. This was not the place where he wanted people looking at him too closely. He looked back at the officer, still clutching his arm. Another cop turned, looking at both of them with an eyebrow raised. "Nah, I'm good," Zeke said, wiping an invisible tear from his cheek and avoiding eye contact with the cop. "I was just asking about my cousin who was murdered the other day. It's been hard on the whole family." He looked down at the officer's hand, still latched around Zeke's arm. "Let me scan you so I can retrieve your records and see how I can help. I'd be happy to offer my assistance." His left eye glowed red, and Zeke immediately looked away, wiping more invisible tears from his eyes.
"No, really, I'm fine. I just want to mourn my cousin's death in peace,"
Zeke said, hopefully in a convincingly upset tone. If that cop managed to scan Zeke's retinas, he would see that Zeke was nowhere in the National Identification Database and immediately slap a set of handcuffs on him, if not worse. Being anonymous was a crime here. "Please," he said, gently pulling his arm away from the cop's hand. The officer frowned but released his grip. Zeke thanked him for his service to society and hurried towards the front door, keeping his head down. When he exited the building, he released a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding. The streets were sparsely populated this early in the morning, and Zeke managed to become one with the crowd. He kept his head down and his hands stuffed in his pockets as he strode away from the building, trying to put as much distance between him and that place as possible. He didn't relax until he had walked nearly a kilometer away, close to where he had parked. "Fuck!" he shouted, drawing odd looks and several glares from people walking by. "Not you, don't worry," he said to an old woman hurrying away, complaining under her breath about how rude people were these days. Zeke needed to get his head on straight and stop being so reckless. What the hell was he doing walking through a police station like that? That could have been the end of him right there. Getting to the bottom of what was going on without attracting the attention of Carmenta Group was going to take his full concentration. As he continued down the sidewalk, he made a mental note to at least ask Switch for a bonus for retrieving Rat's phone. Zeke sat in his car for a few minutes and rubbed his eyes as he thought about the next step. The bits and pieces of knowledge he had gained in the past few hours weren't enough to truly understand what was going on, but they were enough to suck him into this mystery. Running his fingers through his hair, he grumbled about the whole situation and swiped his finger across the dash, turning his car on. Traffic made the drive home a bothersome chore, and the heat created by the sea of pavement known as Luckhaven made him sing the praises of whomever had invented air conditioning. Traffic truly was the worst part of city life, not the crime, the noise, the smog, the litter, or the urban decay. All of those things Zeke could deal with, but the traffic truly grated on his nerves, especially when it was bad at 2 a.m. When he finally pulled into the parking garage attached to his building, he felt a strong need for a cold beer. He wasn't much of a drinker, but it sounded like the perfect thing right now. Just a beer and his couch.
"Any spare change?"
A man with a tanned face asked as Zeke walked by him. He was wrapped in a filthy blanket and held his hand out. After coughing wetly, he raised his hand again. Zeke could just make out a long scar down each side of the man's face.
"Poor bastard probably had a shit life." "Yeah, sure, here you go,"
Zeke said, slipping a few bucks into the man's hand. He was surprised to see a beggar here, especially this early. The security guards at this building generally kept this place locked down and free of such people. Even still, it was only a few bucks. Zeke wouldn't even notice it. And it was enough to buy this guy a hot meal somewhere, at least somewhere that took cash.
"Thank you, sir. Oh, God bless you, sir."
The man bowed his head and tucked the money into his pocket. Zeke laughed.
"If God blessed me, I'd have a different career."
He thought he heard the man say something else, but ignored it and hurried towards the elevator. When Zeke finally opened the door to his condo, he felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He tossed his jacket on the back of his couch and slipped his holster from his shoulders, setting it on the desk along with his pistol. Temptation to grab that beer he wanted tickled at the back of his mind, but his desire to figure out what was going on turned out to be stronger. Sitting down at his desk, he tried to organize his things a bit. First things first, he needed to check Rat's holophone again, now that he had more time and privacy. Zeke pulled out the holophone and checked the most recent calls. Nothing. He checked the most recent messages. Nothing of note, just what he expected from Rat. Messages from several women, most containing nude images. He never understood how a scoundrel like Rat always seemed to have people practically lining up to fuck him. There was one message from Switch, containing an address and a phone number. Zeke recognized the meetup location and assumed it was the buyer, who was now dead. With a sigh, Zeke leaned back in his chair. He had hoped this would have proven more fruitful. This phone linked Rat to Switch, though, so at least he got it out of the police station. That had to count for something. Zeke fished the small chip drive from his pocket and stared at it for a moment. He was certain this was the data Switch had sent him to fetch. Zeke couldn't help but wonder what kind of data was worth killing over. Deaths in this biz weren't entirely uncommon, but what was worth a massacre? There weren't many players willing to take on the Chinese government, so which one was it, and for what reason? How much, Zeke had to wonder. Did he really want to be a part of this? The questions burned in his mind and refused to vacate his thoughts. One of the most important rules for being a successful runner was to not ask questions about things that weren't your business. None of the data on this chip should matter to any runner. He should only care about his fee for selling it, delivering it, or smuggling it, or in some cases, stealing it. Runners were valued for their neutrality and their willingness to run a variety of things, from data to human organs, without asking questions. The thriving black market practically depended on it. However, one of Zeke's guiding principles came from a story an old friend had told him. In this story, a runner had delivered some data to a known dangerous target who had viewed the message and immediately shot the runner. Turned out that the message was an assassination order on the runner. Hell of a way to end a career. Of course, it was also risky to gain a reputation for looking into the affairs and data of your fixer. He decided that safely viewing the data he delivered was the safest bet. His inner paranoia demanded. He just had to be smart and not get caught. Besides, it's not like he was the only one doing this. Zeke pulled out a small computer and set it on his desk. It wasn't connected to any networks, and the drives were wiped every time he used it. Perfect for viewing potentially dangerous data. He powered on the computer and slid the chip drive in the side. Tens of thousands of files were on the drive, far too many to scan through. Zeke decided to just make a copy of the drive for now, and in doing so noticed that one file name was decipherable. It was named Project Origin. The computer needed a few minutes to copy all the data on the drive. For now, he at least had a name to ponder. Project Origin. Zeke's mouth tightened, and he leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms over his head. Having only gotten the slightest taste of what was going on, Zeke's curiosity was still running strong. Call it insurance, call it a peace of mind, but if he was going to hand over information that had already resulted in the deaths of 3 skilled runners, he wanted to know what he was getting into. He pulled out his holophone and called up a man he knew he could always trust. Kedrick had been a runner as long as Zeke had been alive, so the man had a wealth of knowledge and experience to pull from. Plus, he had saved Zeke's life as a child and practically raised him as his own, teaching Zeke everything he would need to later become a runner himself. Kedrick was the closest thing Zeke had to family, and he thought of the man as his father. As usual, he answered after 2 rings. A hologram of a dark-skinned man with a shaved head hovered above Zeke's phone. "Zeke, how you doing, my boy?" "Good. And you?" "Oh, not so bad. Life could certainly be worse. I heard you moved up in the world recently." Zeke chuckled. "Yeah, a bit. Started working for Switch, so definitely an improvement in terms of income. We'll see how the job itself pans out, though. Things are different at this level." Kedrick was silent for a moment and cleared his throat before speaking. "Be careful, Zeke. Switch is involved in some deep shit. Some real deep shit. He's burned a few people in the past, too, and he won't hesitate to burn you to save his own skin. He'll keep you safe as long as you're making money. But watch your back around him." "Funny you bring up deep shit," Zeke said. "I had a question. Have you ever heard of anything called Project Origin?" Zeke avoided mentioning that it was connected to Carmenta Group or his current job. Can't say that I have. It doesn't ring any bells, at least. I know a guy that deals with this sort of thing. He can probably help you out, though he's not the cheapest." "What sort of thing?" "Knowledge. That's his gig, his shtick. If you need information, this guy seems to know something about everyone and everything.
Kind of a weird fellow, though. Trustworthy, but weird. That sounds like just what I need. What's his name? No idea, Kedrick said and barked a laugh. I don't think anyone knows, to be honest. Can you send me his number, then? No, but I can give him your number, and he'll get in touch with you later. As you can imagine, he doesn't give his contact information out. I don't even have his number. I have a process I go through in order to let him know I need his help. Then he calls me shortly after. You'll probably hear from him tomorrow. Thanks, Kedrick. You've always been a good one. If that's true, I'd hate to see one of the bad ones. Well, you raised one. They both got a good laugh out of that. All right, Pops. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Zeke hung up and leaned back in his chair. He kicked his feet up on his desk, balancing one boot on the toe of the other. An information broker would be a nice turn of events. Hopefully, finding out what was going on would put his mind at ease. Zeke leaned forwards and pressed the button on the underside of his desk that opened a hidden panel set into the wall. He set his copy of the chip drive in there for safekeeping. That would work, for now. Zeke hopped to his feet and went to his fridge. He grabbed a beer, twisted the top off, then took a long pull from the bottle. Later, he would know enough to put his mind at ease, and then he would deliver this data to Switch, along with information on exactly who had killed Switch's runners. Switch hadn't asked for the additional information, but as this was Zeke's first job for the Fixer, he wanted to impress him. High risk meant high payouts, and this job definitely had both. Zeke sat down on his sofa, running his hand mindlessly over the hand-carved wooden accents on the armrest. It was nice to be able to afford certain luxuries. He tried to imagine just how much money he would make from this job, and a smile spread across his face. Chapter 7. Xander Kinnear stood at a window, with his hands clasped behind his back, enjoying the view above the smog from his office on the 92nd floor. While not as high as the penthouse he lived in, it was still high enough to offer a pleasant feeling of disconnect with the rest of the world. Looking down, he watched people milling about on the crowded sidewalks like ants crawling on dirt. They lived in an entirely different world down there. Their lives were so simple, so pointless. Nothing they did really mattered, and one day they would all be forgotten, along with everything they had ever accomplished. He adjusted his tie, ensuring it was perfectly centered in his collar. The action was an unconscious habit, stemming from his near obsession with his appearance. Appearances were important. That was a lesson he had been taught decades ago by his father, the founder of Carmenta Group. His hand-tailored suit fit him perfectly, emphasizing his height and broad shoulders, suggesting power and wealth. Immaculately styled blonde hair and manicured nails completed the look. He turned and faced the other men in the room, whose appearances told a completely different story. They were both tall as Xander and more, but there the similarities ended. Xander had paid for surgeries to graft extra muscle tissue onto the two men. No amount of exercise or drugs could make a human body nearly that large or strong. Their clothes were utilitarian, including heavy boots and cargo pants. Jackets might protect them better in their line of work, but they opted for vests instead, so they could show off their thick arms. Perhaps most telling was their hair. Whereas Cordell was more subdued, with his short hair and dyed beard a shade of dark red, Flynn styled his in a mohawk, the color of nuclear waste. The light that reflected from Flynn's metal hand only added to the effect. Just as Xander's fine clothes were representative of his position as CEO, the choices these two men had made reflected that they used their fists as often as their heads. Some jobs required brute strength, though, and Xander always knew where to use the right tools. Sometimes the right tool was a sledgehammer. "Thank you for joining me today, gentlemen," Xander said, as if they actually had a choice. He gestured for them to sit in chairs arranged in front of his desk. Of course, the only reason he suggested they sit was so he could watch them awkwardly squirm and try to fit themselves into the chairs. "You know why you're here, correct?" Cordell nodded. "Yes, sir. Asset retrieval." "Exactly. Tobias failed to retrieve our stolen data from his target, but he did see a man going through the target's pockets after he died. Tobias later followed that man, and it turns out he's a runner as well. His name is Ezekiel Aurora, but he goes by simply Zeke. You are to go to his condo, retrieve the chip drive, and bring him to me. Alive. Any questions?"
Both men shook their heads. Flynn, trying and failing to cross one leg over the other, raised his hand like a child in school.
"You want us to rough him up, boss?"
Flynn was always eager for violence. Flynn was definitely a hammer. Everything looked like a nail to him. Xander planned on making an example of this runner, but that had to wait until after he questioned the man.
"Only a little. I need him to be able to answer questions when you bring him here."
Flynn's face was a mask of disappointment.
"James will send his address to the both of you."
Xander looked down at his watch, an antique from the 20th century.
"I expect you to have him here by tomorrow at the latest."
They both nodded, dogs eager to serve their master.
"You may leave now."
Xander turned back to his window as the two men left. He disliked using such crude tools, but sometimes a fist needed to be thrown or a trigger pulled, and few were better than Cordell at that. In the 10 years he had served Xander, Cordell had been an exemplary employee and had helped with everything from data recovery, always a problem with the money-hungry filth running the black market, to intimidation, and sometimes outright murder. Flynn was a bit of a loose cannon, but he had the potential to be equally skilled once Cordell reined him in and trained him further. Xander pulled out his holophone and dialed a number. The face that appeared was framed with thinning gray hair and lined with age, but the man's dark eyes were sharp as nails. His thin lips seemed to be permanently twisted into a frown. The frown deepened when he saw Xander.
"Mr. Kinnear, to what do I owe the pleasure?"
His tone made it clear that he didn't consider the conversation to be a pleasure.
"Good afternoon, Senator Belmont. I wanted to check on the progress of my request."
The senator's mouth worked silently for a moment before answering.
"We have it earmarked in an infrastructure funding bill. We have been met with resistance from senators and other parties, however. Not because of Project Origin, but because they're bastards that plain refuse to work together. Gathering enough votes to pass this bill won't be easy. It's going to take more time. How many more votes do we need to pass the bill?"
Senator Belmont counted silently.
5. We're set to vote on it in 3 weeks. I'm surprised we've been able to get this many to agree to vote for it so far, considering what you're trying to do."
Xander pursed his lips in thought.
"If you are not persuasive enough, then it appears I need to visit more of your colleagues and convince them that it would be in their best interest to support this bill. I'll have Tobias and Cordell pay some people visits. They can be persuasive."
Senator Belmont's frown deepened the lines on his face.
"You would spend a long time in prison if you ever got caught, Xander. Maybe even the death penalty for this."
Xander's laugh reverberated through his office.
"And who would arrest me? I own the police, just like I own you. Carmenta's shareholders are some of the most powerful and influential people in the country. Do you really think they would risk their investments?"
The senator had no answer for that. "Max, there isn't a person in this country that could put me behind bars, not even the president himself. Don't forget who the largest contributor to his campaign was, and to yours." Xander's tone hardened. "Now get back to gathering support for this bill. Every dollar I spend on it will come out of the shares you'll be given once it passes." The senator began to reply, but Xander ended the call. He didn't need to debate with the moron. He needed him to get the goddamn bill passed. With this bill, Project Origin would expand beyond Luck Haven and the state of California and gain federal backing. There was just the small matter of this chip drive with potentially damaging information. The employee that had initially leaked the information had been disposed of, and the runners that tried to sell it as well. Had the sale been successful, it would have been a disaster. Unfortunately, Xander hadn't been able to learn the identity of the fixer that had set up the job, or he would have been killed as well. His men would have this Ezekiel Aurora in front of him soon, and the situation would be firmly back in his control where it belonged. Xander went back to the window and clasped his hands behind his back as he watched the worker ants scurrying around on the sidewalk far below. Chapter 8. All I'm saying is I don't like it when they call us asset recovery, since half the time we don't even recover anything. We just fucking beat people. Flynn rolled down the window in the truck and spat. That was a nasty habit of his, though at least he didn't spit on the rubber floor mat again. Cordell had nearly broken Flynn's arm the first time he saw the bastard do that. The man just had no manners at all, it seemed. I understand, Cordell explained. However, we do fetch things for the boss pretty often when you think about it. Besides, it's nice having a title. Makes me feel more professional. Like I'm doing something respectable with my life instead of just throwing my fists around. A title like that is something my ma can be proud of. Of course, his ma had been dead for 10 years and had disowned him before that, but his point still held. Cordell slammed his hand onto the horn and held it there as a car crept out of a parking spot along the curb. These fucking people, I swear. He pulled the truck into the spot. It took several tries due to the size of the vehicle. A chorus of car horns blared from behind, but he ignored them. They would just have to wait. Come on, Flynn. Time to work. Cordell turned off the truck and checked himself. Gun, knife, holophone, keys, sack, and rope. All good to go. He swung the door open and a car screeched to a halt to avoid colliding with it. The man honked and shouted curses at him, but Cordell just ignored the idiot. He had more important things to deal with today than small men with big mouths. Hey, asshole, I'm talking to you, yelled the man as he pulled his car up next to Cordell, nearly hitting him in the process. You gonna learn how to fucking park, or do I have to? Cordell calmly pulled out his pistol and struck the passenger side window of the man's car, shattering it. He pointed his gun at the man, who screamed like a child and sped away. That's how most people were. They'd talk a big game until they found themselves on the receiving end of a real threat. Remember, we ain't killing this guy, Cordell said to Flynn. We're just bringing him to the boss for some questioning. Flynn had good potential as an enforcer, but he also had a tendency to take things a bit far at times. Cordell had to rein the big man in and keep him focused, to mold him into a proper employee. There was a time to kill, and there was a time to merely hurt, and it was important to learn that distinction. Granted, in their line of work, that distinction often became a bit fuzzy. They pushed through the front doors of the towering apartment building, ignoring the stares they got as they swaggered in. Most people weren't used to seeing men as large as Cordell and Flynn, with grafted muscle bulging from every limb, and Flynn's steel hand glinting in the lights added further menace to their appearance. Cordell suddenly jerked his head towards a woman that was staring at him and laughed out loud as she let out a sound like a stepped-on dog and ran away. They squeezed into the elevator with a few other people who fidgeted and looked away uncomfortably. Cordell pushed the button for the 20th floor and leaned against the back wall. Flynn tapped his steel knuckles against the side of the elevator, causing one elderly man to twitch each time. Cordell chuckled. The fear they created always put him in good spirits. Even the incredible slowness of the elevator wasn't enough to dampen his mood as he watched. Tap, twitch, tap, twitch. Remember, no killing today, Cordell said again as they exited the elevator and stepped into the hallways. We're just gonna rough him up a bit, get the data, and bring him in so the boss can talk to him. Yeah, I heard ya, Flynn said, clearly annoyed at being held back. He hadn't killed anyone since having his hand installed, and Cordell could tell the big man was itching to try it out. Made sense. It had been more than 2 months since Cordell had killed anyone either, and he also had an itch that needed to be scratched. There were few things that could compare to the feeling of taking a life. Once a man has done that, it was hard to stop. Cordell stopped next to a door and leaned against the wall with Flynn across from him. Flynn went to knock on the door, but Cordell halted him.
Let's wait a minute. See if we can surprise him on his way out. Tobias sent me a message saying he's still home.
Flynn nodded, annoyance clear in the set of his jaw. Cordell picked up a short length of rope and a black cloth sack, held them in his hands, and leaned back, waiting. Chapter 9. Zeke leaned his elbows on the railing of his balcony and enjoyed the last few minutes of the sunset. This was the second evening in a row he had woken before the sun went down. He had to make sure it didn't become a habit. He could still feel the tension in his stomach that had woken him early. Something about this job just wouldn't let him relax. From up here on the 20th floor, the city didn't look much different. It was steel and concrete, brick and stone, glass and plastic. But between the towering buildings that surrounded his, a tiny sliver of orange sky was visible, and that was enough. He loved the view. The end of his cigarette burned orange, glowing like the fading sunset, as he took another drag. Damn things made it hard to breathe sometimes, especially with all the smog. Coughing into his arm, he thought back to when he was 12 and lived on the streets. That was when he had picked up smoking. Smoking, fighting, drinking, stealing, and just about every other bad habit one could think of. He frowned at the cigarette in his hand. It truly was a nasty addiction, and he suddenly didn't want to deal with it any longer. He flicked the butt and watched it fall nearly 100 meters to the sidewalk below, where it landed among the throng of people. A large truck was struggling to park along the curb, and several cars around it blared their horns in frustration. This city seemed full of truly horrible drivers. Zeke turned and went back to his condo, sliding the glass door shut behind him and glancing at the hidden compartment holding his copy of the chip drive. He still hadn't looked at the files on it. The night that he made that copy, he had gotten very comfortable with his beer and his couch and hadn't felt like straining his eyes looking at files. A screen on his wall displayed an aging newscaster, his face worn and lined from delivering depressing news for so many years. He currently delivered in a monotonous voice a story about the global heat wave that had killed tens of thousands of people over the past few days. The Amazon savanna had been hit especially hard, leaving the place a graveyard. Zeke remembered reading something about great forests that used to grow down in Brazil, but they had all been cut down long before he was born. His holophone beeped, so he pulled it out and answered it. Where a man's face should have hovered above Zeke's phone, only a pale, featureless mockery appeared, like that of a mannequin. "Zeke?"
Yeah, that's me. Who's this?
Where the man's number should have been displayed on Zeke's phone, there was only a blank space. "Our mutual friend Kedrick gave me your number. He said you were in need of some information?"
Yeah, I am.
He said you deal in that sort of thing. Have you... First, I want to point out that this conversation must be kept entirely between you and me. That much should be obvious, but I want to emphasize it. Are you alone right now?"
Yeah, in my condo.
"Good." The man paused for a moment, and Zeke heard the chattering of a keyboard in the background. "The connection appears to be clean. We should be safe to continue. I'd recommend being brief, though."
Okay. Well, have you...
Before you ask your question, I must ask you how much this information is worth to you." Zeke grunted and typed in an amount on his holophone. After several seconds, it beeped at him, confirming the transaction.
Is that enough?
"That is sufficient. Now, what is your question?" Zeke had a feeling this man would charge by the word, so he decided to focus on what was most important.
Have you heard of Project Origin?
The other man was silent for so long that Zeke checked his holophone, ensuring the call hadn't dropped. When the man finally replied, his voice sounded unsteady. "Leave this alone, Zeke. You do not want to get involved." Anger tinged Zeke's voice. "I thought you dealt in information. That's what I just fucking paid you for, right?" Zeke's holophone beeped, indicating that his money had been returned. "Zeke, here's something I'll tell you for free. Stay away from this. Stay as far away as you can." With that, the man abruptly ended the call. "Damn it," Zeke said. After that, silence was the only sound in his condo. Zeke ran a hand through his hair, suddenly wondering if he had chosen a bad time to quit smoking. Stuffing his phone back into his pocket, he went to his bathroom and splashed some water onto his face. Calm. He had to stay calm. The cesspool he was swimming in was getting deeper by the minute, and the only way he would keep from drowning was to keep his calm. His reflection in the bathroom mirror caught his attention. Hard green eyes stared back at him from a slender, flushed face. Whether the color was from the heat outside or the phone call, he didn't know. Zeke splashed some more water on his face and ran his fingers through his short black hair several times, making it stand up. Maybe he'd get lucky tonight. That would certainly take his mind off of this Project Origin biz. He thought of calling Emily, but decided against it for now. He had to focus on the matter at hand. He'd take her on a date as soon as this was done. Sliding a hand beneath his desk, his finger found the tiny button and he pushed it. A small panel in his wall recessed with a hum and slid to the side, revealing a compartment set in the wall. Within that compartment was his most prized possession, his pistol. Automatically, he reached for it and had to stop himself. No guns were allowed in Nadir, at least not without strict permission from Pascal or Sewa. Even the switchblade he often kept in his pocket was frowned upon there. He had heard a story once about a runner who had approached Pascal and Sewa armed without their permission. It had been an honest mistake, but rules were rules. The guy spent a month in the hospital recovering. Next to his pistol was the small red chip drive and his copy of said drive. Zeke was surprised his hand didn't shake as he lifted it from the nook and stuffed it in his pocket. Switch would be glad to have it back, and Zeke would be glad to have it out of his possession, although he was glad to have a copy. Having a backup never hurt. He pushed the button on the underside of his desk again, and the panel retracted back into the wall, perfectly hidden. He wished he had been able to learn more about the people that had killed Switch's team other than who their employer was, but the fixer would have to be happy with learning that Carmenta Group was behind it. Who knew? Maybe he was already aware. He pulled out his holophone and sent Switch a quick message. "Be there soon. Got what you asked for." It was still warm outside, but he grabbed a light jacket anyways. It was a habit of his, as he usually needed it to conceal his holstered pistol beneath his left arm. The added style didn't hurt either. Zeke grabbed a pack of smokes and went to put them in his jacket pocket, then stopped short. They went into the trash can instead. He was done with those for good. He grabbed the door handle and twisted. The door slammed open, striking Zeke in the face and knocking him to the ground. 2 huge men sauntered in. "Hello there, Mr. Aurora," said the first man, who was so thick with grafted muscle, he had to turn sideways slightly just to fit through the doorway. "You have something that belongs to our employer. Flynn and I are here to pick it up and take you to see our boss." The second man, Flynn, was equally large but had a cruel twist to his mouth and a metal hand. He ducked so his nuclear green mohawk didn't scrape the lintel. Zeke pushed himself backwards, scrambling away from the 2 men as he spat blood onto the floor. These bastards had been waiting for him, and he was unarmed. He had to think fast. He leaped to his feet and sprinted to his kitchen where he yanked a large knife from a knife block. Zeke turned, ready to throw the knife, but Flynn was already there. "Who the fuck are you assholes?" Zeke demanded, lashing and lunging with the large knife. Flynn juked and dodged, surprisingly agile for such a huge man, and the look on his face suggested he was merely toying with Zeke. "You know who we are, Ezekiel.
And why we're here.
That was the man standing in the doorway, who looked completely at ease as he slowly unwound a length of rope in his hands. Zeke aimed for the vitals: face, neck, and crotch. But Flynn's metal hand was always there, turning away each attack. The man was incredibly fast and moved like a cobra. Zeke lunged, aiming for Flynn's throat, but the giant man caught the knife in his metal grip and twisted it out of Zeke's hand.
You're a nasty one, aren't you?
Flynn said as he slammed his flesh fist into Zeke's stomach, doubling him over and knocking the breath out of him. It felt like being hit by a car.
Going for my throat, eh? I ought to rip your cock off and force you to eat it.
Zeke's head slammed sideways against a cabinet as Flynn punched him again. His head rang like a bell, and his vision blurred, but he managed to grab the closest thing and throw it. The small frying pan bounced off of Flynn's chest with no effect other than making the brute laugh.
Easy, Flynn. Boss don't want him dead,
the other man said. Flynn held Zeke's kitchen knife high overhead, ready to stab downwards. A sour look crossed his face as he lowered the knife.
I hear ya, Cordell. I hear ya. I'm just gonna break a few things in that case.
Flynn tossed the knife across the kitchen, and it landed noisily in the sink, clattering against a few dishes stacked inside.
Come here, you little shit.
He reached down and grabbed Zeke's collar with his steel grip and hefted him into the air. Zeke's head still rang after striking the cabinet, but he struggled and fought against Flynn's vice-like grip. He brought his knee up, intending to strike the man in the crotch, but instead found himself flying through the air. Zeke crashed into the back of his couch and fell to the floor in a heap. Everything hurt, and the world spun like a top. He thought he was going to vomit. Clambering to his feet, Zeke raised his fists and spat another mouthful of blood onto the floor. He knew he was no match for these two giants, but he wasn't going down without taking one of them with him. It was time to get dirty. His head felt fuzzy, and he couldn't think straight, which was a bad sign. Probably a concussion. He had to focus. One hit from Flynn's metal fist, and he would be finished.
Why are you making this so hard on yourself?
Cordell asked. He leaned against the wall and crossed his thick arms.
Just hand over the chip drive and come with us. You don't want to make Flynn mad.
Flynn was slowly approaching with a grin on his scarred, ugly face. Zeke ignored Cordell and focused on Flynn, who seemed completely relaxed as he slowly approached. Flynn was quick, but Zeke had a feeling the huge man relied on his speed and strength more than actual technique. Zeke had been raised by the streets, so if there was one thing he knew how to do, it was fight. If he could just land a few punches, he wagered Flynn would get angry and sloppy. Then Zeke would go in for the kill. Lunging forwards, Zeke feinted with his right arm, then surprised Flynn with 2 quick jabs to the mouth. A split second later, Zeke ducked beneath a steel fist that would have decapitated him. Zeke countered with an uppercut straight to Flynn's nose, breaking it.
You fuck!
Zeke grabbed Flynn in the mouth again as the big man shouted curses. Talking during a fight was usually a stupid idea.
Come on, Flynn. You gonna let him do that to you?
Cordell still leaned against the wall as if nothing concerned him. He seemed amused by the fight, and not at all worried for the well-being of his partner. Flynn lunged towards Zeke with his arms out in an attempt to grapple him. Zeke ducked beneath Flynn's massive arms and rained blows right in his lower ribs. Any man would feel it there. Flynn quickly turned, his face contorted with rage, right as Zeke's foot connected with the side of the big man's knee. There was a horrible crunch as Flynn's leg folded sideways, and the big man topped with a scream. Zeke's boot slammed down on Flynn's temple before stomping on the big man's throat.
Hey!
Zeke turned just in time to see Cordell crash into him, and everything went black. Chapter 10. Pain permeated every aspect of Zeke's consciousness, every inch of his physical being. He heard muffled voices and struggled to open his eyes, but only one complied. The other was swollen shut. Not that it mattered with the cloth sack covering his head. He tried to speak, but all that emerged from his swollen mouth was a grunt. He felt around with his tongue. 2 of his front teeth were gone, and his lips were split and swollen. From the horrible pain and difficulty breathing, he could tell his nose was broken, and most likely a cheekbone as well. His entire body ached and throbbed. "Good. It sounds like he's finally waking up," said a voice in front of Zeke. "Let's get him ready to talk, shall we?" A set of hands grabbed Zeke roughly and pulled him up to his knees. The sudden movement sent sharp pains lancing through his side. He silently added a broken rib to his list of injuries. The sack was pulled from his head, and something shoved beneath his nose. A harsh, acrid scent attacked his nose, akin to being slapped in the face, and it brought Zeke fully awake in an instant. He breathed deeply and struggled not to cough. With some effort, he was able to pry his eyes open. He knelt in a large, carpeted room with a high ceiling and a window for the far wall. In front of that was a massive wooden desk, the kind that looked more than 100 years old and likely weighed as many kilograms. A tall man in a finely tailored suit stood between Zeke and the desk with his hands clasped behind his back. Although Zeke's vision was too blurred to make out the man's features other than the lightness of his hair. Zeke wavered and would have fallen to the side, but a strong hand grabbed the back of his neck and kept him upright, albeit with more force than necessary. Zeke swallowed some blood and carefully worked his mouth for a few seconds. "Thanks," he slurred. The hand on his neck tightened, and the person behind him grunted in a begrudging reply. The suited man stepped towards Zeke and leaned forwards, examining his broken face. "Is any part of his face not broken? I guess I should thank you for not killing him," the man said in a flat tone. The person holding Zeke shuffled a bit. "You killed Flynn, boss," came the gruff reply. That would be Cordell, then. He was clearly the reason Zeke was in so much pain at the moment. A bit of retribution for Zeke having killed his partner. Zeke probably should have expected as much. "Yes, truly a sad matter," the suited man said in a tone that held zero empathy. He leaned down further, putting himself face to face with Zeke. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. "I don't know," Zeke managed to say. Talking hurt like a son of a bitch, but he wanted to show them that he wasn't going to be intimidated. Even if they killed him, the likelihood of which was becoming more and more realistic every minute, they would never break him. "Some suit that jerks off to the thought of homeless people starving to death?" It was the best he could come up with on the spot and horribly slurred. Something crashed into the side of his head, sending him sprawling face down on the carpet. The skin of his cheek burned and stung from the impact. He twisted his head and looked back to see Cordell flexing his massive hand before he reached down and picked Zeke back up. The suit made no sign that Zeke's words had bothered him. He didn't seem like the kind of person that cared about other people's opinions. "I am Xander Kinnear, CEO of Carmenta Group." Xander met Zeke's gaze, watching his reaction as the words sank in. Shit. Carmenta Group getting involved was exactly what Zeke had been so afraid of. That fear had been small and tightly contained, but ever-present since he found the bullet casings, and now he was talking with Xander himself, one of the most ruthless men in the business. Xander was one of those businessmen that had so much money it was hard to fathom, and he had been that way since long before Zeke was born. Everyone was on his payroll, including local police chiefs, the mayor of Luckhaven, and probably half of Congress. Some said the president as well. Xander Kinnear had so much money and power that morality no longer was even a remote concern. What good was right and wrong when no one could punish him for his wrongs? "No more jokes? Smart man." Xander paced slowly in front of Zeke. "You took something of mine, Ezekiel. Something very important." "Yeah,
And you've already killed a lot of people to get it back, Zeke replied. Of course I have, Xander said, raising a hand to forestall Cordell from swinging again. You don't get to where I am in life without breaking a few eggs, and if those eggs are people, then so be it. Having those people killed was the right thing to do, and if I could do it again, I wouldn't hesitate even a heartbeat. You see, he said, facing Zeke again, you don't understand what power is, Ezekiel. Real power. He stared at Zeke for a moment, almost as if he expected a reply, but continued with a look of disdain. You and your kind run around with your guns, selling and stealing what you can, avoiding the police and thinking you're hot shit. I could have Cordell here throw you from this window with a note in your pocket where I openly admit to ordering your death, and nothing would happen to me. I have personally selected the last 5 mayors of Luckhaven and the last 2 governors of California. What? You think your vote actually counts? He scoffed at the foolishness of the idea. I have a little program on the outskirts of Luckhaven that I've been working tirelessly on for years, decades. Right now, I have things in motion that will expand this project and make me a national player and one of the most powerful men in the world. I'm already the wealthiest, though, and many say money is power. He shrugged. Cordell, the drive? Cordell released his hold on Zeke and stepped forwards, fumbling the chip drive from his vest pocket. He placed it in the hand of Xander, who smiled coldly. Did you check this drive, Ezekiel? Did you try to open any of the files on here? Zeke shook his head, painful as it was. Of course not. I know better than that. Last thing a runner wants to do is stick his nose somewhere it doesn't belong. He realized the hypocrisy of his statement, but stuck with it. They didn't need to know he made a copy of the drive. Perhaps if he lived through this, he could use it to exact a bit of revenge. Well, you have clearly failed at that because you seem to be dead set on shoving yourself balls deep in my fucking business. Xander's face briefly flushed with anger before he took a deep breath and calmed himself. You're not a stupid man, are you, Ezekiel? Well, Zeke said, my mother always said I was smart. From behind him, he heard a chuckle slip out of Cordell. You see, this guy gets it. Xander gave Cordell a flat look, and Zeke once again felt the big man's fist slam into the side of his head. Zeke remained on the floor, breath whistling through his broken nose, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the pristine white carpet. The look on Xander's face at seeing his carpet ruined was almost worth the pain. You guys gotta stop with all the headshots if you want me to keep talking. It makes it hard to think. Zeke took a few deep breaths and tried to blink away his blurring vision. Xander kneeled down next to Zeke and addressed him quietly. So what would possess a smart man like you to stick his nose into my business, knowing that I killed quite a few people for meddling in my affairs? He looked up to Cordell and nodded. Cordell reached down and clamped a hand around Zeke's right wrist like a vice. He quickly bent Zeke's pinky finger back, dislocating it. Fuck! Zeke shouted as he tried to pull away from the huge man. What the fuck is wrong with you psychos? He tried kicking at Cordell, but the huge man just stepped on Zeke's ankle, pinning him in place. Zeke's heart pounded as he struggled against his captor. Xander continued in a calm tone. I guess there's no use asking you why you decided to make my business yours, as I know you won't give me an answer. I could probably torture the information out of you if I really wanted to, but I just don't have the time. Fortunately, Cordell does. He nodded again, and Cordell bent back another finger, bringing more shouts of pain from Zeke. Xander pulled a small knife from the pocket of his suit jacket. You know, I was initially planning on just killing you and washing my hands of this whole ordeal.
killing you would certainly be the quickest way to eliminate you as a problem. He stuck the knife into Zeke's thigh, the blade penetrating only a centimeter or so. Ugh. Zeke squirmed and struggled, although breaking out of Cordell's grasp was impossible. Cordell's grip was otherworldly strong, and his hands seemed to be made of iron rather than flesh. "Sometimes it's better to make an example of someone," Xander said, as he pushed his knife into the side of Zeke's calf. Again, just a shallow stab, but it burned like fire. He followed that with a few pokes in Zeke's stomach, his chest, then his shoulder. "I'm going to leave you alive, although you'll be such a broken shell of a man that you won't be able to do much besides piss yourself." He nodded to Cordell, who dislocated another one of Zeke's fingers. "The next time someone looks at you, they'll see what I do to people that try to interfere with my plans." Xander studied him for a moment, then nodded to himself as if satisfied. Zeke yelled from the pain as Xander stuck his small knife in again and again. They were just shallow wounds, but they covered his body and seemed to keep coming. Finally, Xander stood, apparently tiring of torture, and addressed Cordell. Zeke couldn't seem to stop shaking. "Break a few more things. Cripple his arm, perhaps. Then leave him in an alley where someone will find him." He went to turn away and stopped. "Oh, have Earl use that new neurotoxin he wanted to test. Just don't kill him. Have some fun, you know?" Zeke looked on in horror as Cordell kept his grip on Zeke's wrist and moved his free hand to the back of Zeke's elbow. Cordell smiled as he pushed, bending Zeke's elbow the wrong way to the sound of ripping tendons and cartilage. "Oh yeah," Cordell said, over Zeke's screams. "I'm gonna have lots of fun." Chapter 11. Darkness. Pure, pitch-black darkness. Zeke slowly woke and struggled to stay conscious. Rotting trash was all he could smell. The scent was everywhere around him and completely inescapable. Something weighed down on his chest, and a putrid fluid slowly dripped into his mouth, causing him to cough and vomit on himself. The pain from vomiting left him gasping and grunting like a wild animal, and it took several minutes for him to calm his heart rate and still himself. What was left of his right arm still felt like it was on fire. Below the elbow, it was completely numb. It hung limply along his side, like a piece of meat cuddling him. The rest of his body wasn't in much better shape. His side twitched, then a muscle in his back cramped. He convulsed involuntarily in response, losing minutes to the sudden pain. Then, just when he thought the pain was lessening, he felt a twitch through his leg, tugging it upward as if electrified. He continued to twitch and convulse every few seconds, each twitch coming on him like a hiccup or a sneeze. He felt completely out of control and disconnected from his body, and terror slowly took over him. Taking hold of himself, he gulped air and tried to open his eyes. One of them opened. Light from a nearby street lamp seared his retina and pierced his brain, and Zeke immediately closed his eye again, shuddering with pain. After a few seconds, he slowly opened the eye again. He could see, although everything was a blur. It was nighttime, and he looked to be in an alley, lying atop several torn bags of garbage. One was on top of him, leaking pungent fluids on his face and into his mouth. His left arm seemed to work, so he used it to push the bag of trash off of him. After a careful test movement, he confirmed that his legs worked and weren't broken, although his right ankle screamed with every twitch and jerk that ran through his body. With his left hand, Zeke grabbed at whatever he could and tried to pull himself free while pushing simultaneously with his left leg. After a few excruciating moments, he managed to slide off of the trash, which resulted in him tumbling onto the filthy pavement of the alley. He lay there, his face in a puddle of grime, gasping and convulsing from the pain that racked his body, nearly sobbing. At least the trash had been soft. Zeke's neck clicked several times as he managed to lift his head enough to see and smell his right arm, or whatever was left of it. His hand was gone. All that was visible instead was slivers of wet bones sticking out of what looked like a chunk of meat. Raw red flesh was all that remained of the rest of his arm. Cordell had peeled the skin off slowly, delighting in Zeke's screams the whole time. Near the top of the arm, the entire thing was charred black, which explained the horrible smell as well as why he hadn't bled out. He also glimpsed the tiny entry site of the neurotoxin that was now twinging his neck muscles and forcing his face down into the gritty pavement. Zeke closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, or at least as deep as his broken rib would allow. With his left hand, he fumbled in his pocket and managed to grab his holophone.
"Call Masaru,"
he managed to say, and after the fourth try, his phone finally understood him. Seconds later, a man's face appeared above the holophone, although Zeke couldn't see anything but a blur.
"Mr. Aurora, are you there?"
Masaru said in his heavy accent.
"Hello? Do you need something?"
"Help," Zeke managed to say. "Come get me. In an alley." His mouth didn't work right. Probably a broken jaw.
"Can you send me the location?"
Zeke felt around with his thumb and pushed a button.
"Yeah, sending you the cords now. Don't have much time, I think. Not sure. I don't wear a watch."
He coughed with weak laughter. It was a bad attempt at a joke anyways. Chapter 12. Delilah opened the door on the side of the orphanage and walked through with a long line of other girls and young women behind her. She smiled at a house mother who was passing in the opposite direction, beaming at everyone. Some of the girls right behind Delilah were gossiping loudly, but she ignored it and moved down the long hallways with her thumbs hitched in the shoulder straps of her backpack. School was out for the day, for the lower grades as well as for the college, so a crowd of girls and young women made the short trek from the schools to the orphanage next door. The hallway was packed, and nearly everyone was heading in the same direction with the exception of one poor girl that was struggling to go against the crowd. It reminded Delilah of a fish trying to swim upstream. While Delilah had always been praised for her grades in school, as well as in college, she had found her concentration slipping over the past month. No matter what the subject was, her mind kept drifting to that night she had discovered that her orphanage was selling children, and that she was on their watch list. It had eaten at her every waking moment. She was determined to figure out what was going on. But first, she had to leave. She had spent nearly every night searching the net for any information on a company or organization called Project Origin, but so far had found nothing useful. One link mentioned several far-fetched conspiracy theories, such as aliens and cannibalism, but those were clearly written by a nutjob. However, she had found one brief mention of Carmenta Group, which would explain the CG she had seen on that Origin vehicle weeks ago. Carmenta Group was a company most people were familiar with. They had revolutionized medical technology time and time again over the past 5 decades with all their breakthroughs in anti-aging and life extension techniques. Growing old and decrepit had become a thing of the past. For people with enough money, at least. If a person came down with liver or lung cancer, they could simply have the afflicted organs replaced with fresh new ones. Heart attack? A new heart would fix that. They had even managed how to figure out full-body skin grafts as a solution to aging, wrinkled skin. Carmenta Group had the technologies and drugs to make all of this happen, and to make the healing process quick, nearly painless, and almost entirely scar-free. Delilah rounded a corner and ran her hand along the brass guardrail as she ascended the stairs with the crowd. She wanted to climb more quickly, but there were simply too many people in front of her. "Hey, Delilah." Delilah turned, slightly startled, and saw her friend Judy walking next to her. Judy was another young woman in the new college program and one of Delilah's closest friends. She was 20, like Delilah, and short, with a plump body and a button nose. "I'm sorry, Judy, what'd you say?" "I asked if you were coming over tonight. We missed you last week." Many of the college students had a habit of meeting up on Friday nights and spending time together, comparing notes and gossip while helping each other speed through their homework assignments. It had been a tradition for several years now. Delilah's wavy brown hair swung side to side as she shook her head. "No, I can't. I'm sorry. I just have too much on my mind right now." Truth be told, she wasn't sure how to answer. Her mind was somewhere else completely. "Are you okay? You've been acting weird lately." Judy looked genuinely concerned. "Yeah, I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit. I'll be there next week," Delilah lied, hoping Judy would stop asking her questions. She had no intention of being there next week. "Okay, I'll see you then." Judy reached out and squeezed Delilah's arm, and Delilah smiled back. Delilah began pushing her way more forcefully up the stairs so she wouldn't have to talk any further. She didn't feel like talking to anyone right now. She just wanted to get to her room and shut the door. Like iron filings to a magnet, her mind went back to what she had learned about Carmenta Group, or more specifically, their CEO, Xander Kinnear. While he was more than 80 years old, he looked only 30 thanks to the technologies and procedures his company had created. Being the wealthiest man in the world, there was an ocean of news articles about him to swim through. Most focused on his wealth and how he built Carmenta Group over the years, or were typical celebrity gossip trash. But after digging a bit, she had uncovered a darker side. Accusations of extortion, intellectual property theft, and even murder were commonplace, although nothing ever stuck. Anytime charges were brought against him or Carmenta Group, witnesses had a habit of either disappearing or suddenly changing their stories and refusing to testify. On top of that, several laws had been passed over the years that directly benefited Carmenta Group, which gave weight to all the claims that Xander had a number of politicians on his payroll. He was known for being a large campaign donor as well, which further supported those rumors. After years of Carmenta buying out its competitors, the Federal Trade Commission had sought to enforce several antitrust laws, until all the involved lawyers died within a week of each other from suspiciously timed natural causes. The case was dropped after that. Delilah finally arrived at her room on the 4th floor and pushed the door open, thankful to be free from the throng of bodies in the hallway. Nicole, her roommate, was absent as usual. Nicole didn't spend much time in their room. She was a social butterfly that preferred to be around as many people as possible at all times. Delilah was often with her, but not today. She had more important things in mind. For a while now, she had entertained thoughts of leaving. But after learning she was being watched, she felt more urgently that she needed to escape. Staying here would likely lead to no future, like most of the orphans in this city. Half of the girls weren't even in the federal identification database, as the staff at the orphanage were just too busy taking care of other things to worry about that. No one really tried to enforce the requirement, so many girls just slipped through the cracks. She knew a few places where she could probably get some work, and she had looked around online and found some women's shelters where she could sleep until she had saved up enough money to get a small place of her own. This pilot program with the new college was a big help. Not only did she get the benefit of additional education, but she had been able to stay here an additional 2 years. By age 20, most orphans had already found themselves living on the streets. With a bit of luck, she was hoping to somehow discover more about what was going on with Project Origin and why they were buying children, then sell the information to some news outlets. She was certain that whatever they were doing, it was highly illegal and deserved to be exposed. It wasn't the best plan, but it was better than nothing. Plus, the money would be nice. After emptying her backpack on her bed, Delilah began grabbing clothes from her small dresser. Those went into her backpack, along with her toothbrush and other toiletries. She wasn't entirely sure what she would need, so she just tried to focus on the basics. Hard to go wrong that way. She reached beneath her mattress and pulled out a thin stack of cash, folded it, and slipped it into her back pocket. Paper money wasn't hard to find in the orphanage, and she would need it when she left, especially considering she wasn't in the ID database. She had a physical ID card, but anyone scanning her retinas would find nothing. Most girls had a few bills of the illegal money hidden somewhere that they had acquired to satisfy some inner rebellious need. Delilah had simply convinced as many girls as possible to give up their cash, and when necessary, had exchanged digital currency for it. Digital currency, or real money as some would call it, wasn't that hard to get in the orphanage either. She was routinely paid for answers to tests and had built up a decent amount over the years. She felt confident that she would be fine as long as she was careful with her money. She took a moment to check her reflection in the mirror. At the moment, she wore the same uniform all the girls did, khaki pants and a buttoned white shirt. That, along with her backpack, made it painfully obvious she was a student, albeit one in college. Her first purchase would have to be some clothes, even just a shirt or two. Her dark wavy hair was pulled back into a ponytail to keep it out of her face. Lately, hours spent scouring the net about Carmenta Group, instead of sleeping, had given her faint, dark circles beneath her green eyes. She would have to get some sleep, so she didn't look so haggard. After one last glance at the room she had lived in for more than a decade, she opened her door and left. She pushed against the crowd of girls still filling the hallway, struggling to make her way down the crowded stairs. Now she knew how that other girl had felt in the hallway earlier. It seemed to take hours, but after several minutes, she finally found herself passing through the front doors of the orphanage. She tried not to look suspicious as she walked past the cracked fountain that had stood dry in front of the orphanage for as long as she had lived there.
"And where are you headed, dear?" one of the house mothers said as she approached Delilah.
She was an old woman with her white hair cut unfashionably short. Her beady eyes peered suspiciously, and her lips were pursed in a sour frown.
"I just wanted to run to the corner store and grab some snacks for our study group tonight," Delilah said, hoping the old crone would buy her story, although she cared less with every step she took. "And you feel it's necessary to take all your books there with you?" asked the old woman as she transferred her frown to Delilah's backpack. "I haven't been to my room yet to drop things off. I wanted to hurry there before it got crowded with other girls buying stuff."
The house mother's eyes went to Delilah's chest, and Delilah silently cursed herself for undoing a few buttons due to the heat.
"You're not going to see any boys, are you? We've had 10 pregnancies this year already, and I won't deal with any more of them."
Delilah took a step back as the old woman reached for her. It dawned on her that there was no need to explain herself to these old crows anymore, much less be polite. "Get the fuck away from me!" Delilah shouted. The old woman's face went from wide-eyed shock to red-faced anger by the time Delilah had finished shouting. She reached out for Delilah again. "You get back here right this instant, you little bitch!" Delilah picked up her pace and jogged away from the orphanage, not even bothering to take a final look back as she left. Chapter 13. Zeke woke with a shout and found himself tangled in sweat-soaked sheets. He lay there for a moment, breathing deeply, and letting his heart slow down as he tried to clear his mind. A cramping sensation filled his hand, and he realized he was gripping his bedsheet as hard as possible. With another deep breath, he forced himself to relax. His hand twitched several times afterwards. His entire body ached. Nightmares again. They had filled every moment of sleep since he had come home from Asaru's clinic a bit over a week ago. Again and again, he relived being tortured and beaten. He saw Cordell's twisted smile as his massive fist slammed repeatedly into Zeke's face. He felt the knife go into his arm, sawing through tendons like poorly butchered meat and rendering it useless. He heard Cordell's laugh as he peeled the skin from Zeke's arm. He felt them throw his body in an alley, closer to death than life. Sometimes he still felt he could taste the trash leaking into his mouth from the bag that had been placed on top of him. Just the memory of it made him want to vomit. He swung his legs over the side of his bed and rubbed his eyes with the palms of his hands. He had only been asleep a few hours, but he was fully awake now. There was no going back to sleep after that nightmare. He stood and grabbed a bottle of pills next to his bed and popped 2 in his mouth, swallowing them dry. Zeke had been injected with something that had wreaked havoc on his central nervous system. A neurotoxin, Masaru had called it, and probably sourced from the Chinese military. It had turned Zeke into a twitching mess, completely unable to function, but these pills counteracted it. Another few days and he'd be back to normal, according to Masaru. Zeke made his way to the balcony where he leaned his elbows awkwardly against the railing. His new arm was still taking some getting used to. Synth skin covered his right arm with the exception of the polished metal knuckles that caught the sunlight and glinted. Other than the knuckles, the entire arm looked perfectly normal. Masaru had done a fantastic job, really. Russian military surplus, he had called it, and worth every dollar. Granted, it had wiped out most of the money Zeke had saved over the past several years. These things weren't cheap. He lowered his hand and gently tapped his knuckles against the steel railing, hearing the ting as they struck. It was a design meant for combat, which was the reason for the thick titanium plates on his knuckles and the lack of synth skin there. It functioned just like a flesh arm in most ways. His grip was a lot stronger now, of course, and he could probably punch through a brick wall. It was even the same color as the rest of the skin and easily changeable in case he ever decided to get a tan. Sensations were different, though. He didn't feel pain in this arm, but he could tell if something was touching it or hurting it. He knew there was pain there, it just didn't hurt. It was an odd sensation indeed. Suddenly irritated, he punched the steel guardrail, denting the polished metal. The impact didn't bother his new arm, but his shoulder suddenly ached. Masaru said it would take some time for his body to strengthen enough to properly support the arm. His mood soured, Zeke turned and went back inside his condo, seeking something to take his mind off of what had happened to him. Some news might be good. Dwelling on the past was something he had to learn to avoid. He had been in a medically induced coma for nearly a month, according to Masaru, so that all the healing drugs he had been pumped full of could work their magic. A lot could happen in that much time. He switched on the screen set into his wall and flipped through some news channels. Congress had finally passed a massive infrastructure funding bill, although, unsurprisingly, it was wrought with controversy. Meat 2.0 stocks were soaring as the product continued to increase in popularity. Several restaurants on the East Coast were now starting to offer it too. Zeke wished he had bought a handful of shares when it first came out. Heat waves were still the norm, and record-high temperatures were being set almost daily. Another war was breaking out in the Middle East. W shortages were causing thousands of deaths per day in Eastern Africa. Gun violence was up in Lockhaven. Looks like nothing had changed, really. He turned the screen off and went to his bathroom. After splashing some cold water on his face, he hesitantly looked at himself in the mirror. He still expected to see his face swollen and bruised, his nose flattened to one side, and an eye ruined from being pierced by a broken orbital bone. Instead, his face looked perfectly normal. A few faint scars along his jaw hadn't fully healed yet, but they would fade with time. All those drugs Masaru had used truly worked wonders. Made him hungry as hell, though. Shame he couldn't have done the same thing to all the scars on Zeke's body, but cost became a limiting factor at that point. Maybe one day he'd take care of it. For now, he'd just wear a shirt. His right eye looked a little dull, but was otherwise indistinguishable from his left. With a bit of focus, he was able to zoom in, just like a camera lens with his new eye. He had quickly learned to close his left eye when doing that. Otherwise, it was very disorienting. He needed a break from all this constant thinking on what had happened, something to clear his mind. Food would probably help, and he knew a good noodle joint downtown that had dinner specials on Wednesdays. He pulled a t-shirt on and his light jacket over that. Standard attire. Beneath the jacket went his pistol, stuffed into a holster under his arm. He grabbed his holophone, noting all the missed calls and messages over the past few weeks. One tugged at him. It was from Amelie, and the message was as simple as could be. She just hoped it was okay. and ended the message with a heart. A good woman would go a long way towards making him feel better. Hell, 2 or 3 women might be better, considering the shape he was in. While physical intimacy was the last thing on Zeke's mind, he reminded himself that he couldn't pass up an opportunity with a woman like Amelie. She was 1 in a million, if not a billion. He dialed her number and she answered a few rings later. "Zeke, what happened? I've been worried sick about you, and there have been some rumors." "Well, you're on the phone now, so those rumors were clearly false." "Hey, Amelie. It's good to hear your voice," Zeke said, and meant it. "I hope you have a lot more to say than that," she said. Her voice was filled with emotion. "Yeah, I do, but not over the phone. You still up for that date? I'd like to see you soon." "Of course I am, Zeke. When can you pick me up?" Zeke thought for a moment. He wanted some time by himself before he went after Amelie. Some time to find his center, get his head on straight. "I'll pick you up tomorrow night for a late dinner. Or, breakfast for people like us." They shared a laugh, and the hologram of Amelie smiled. "That sounds great, Zeke. I can't wait." "All right, beautiful. I'll see you tomorrow." With that, he ended the call and stuffed the phone in his pocket. As he reached for the door handle, his hand stopped and hovered over it for a moment, twitching. Zeke doubted he would ever again be able to open that damn door without it bringing back some kind of bad memory. With a sigh, he grabbed the door handle and pulled it open. A few people walked down the hallway, but there were no hired goons waiting for him. Zeke shook his head and came to his senses. Everything was fine. No one was after him. And even if they were, he had a pistol large enough to make them think twice. He knew this would take a long time to recover from, but he refused to let it consume him. This was the first time he'd left his condo since Masaru had brought him home a week ago, and the last time he would let those memories control his emotions. He took the elevator down to the parking garage, fidgeting with a holster beneath his jacket. One of these days, he was going to have to find a smaller gun, or a better way to hide it. The damn thing was uncomfortable. It was like carrying a brick beneath his arm all the time. As it was late in the afternoon, the roads were crowded with people on their commute home. Zeke found himself sitting in his car for nearly an hour just to drive the few miles necessary. He could have taken the subway instead, but he disliked being stuffed into those trains so closely to countless strangers. Zeke briefly considered calling Switch, but decided against it for the moment. All he wanted right now was some peace and quiet. And a bowl of ramen. Unfortunately, Hamari Ramen was located right down the street from Carmenta Group's corporate headquarters. Zeke could have parked somewhere else, so he didn't have to pass by the skyscraper, but he refused to let his fears control him. Head held high, he strode down the busy sidewalk in front of the giant building. A sinking feeling formed in his gut as memories of his torture tried to consume his thoughts, but he pushed them down and focused on other things to keep his mind busy. The Carmenta Group building towered above him and many other structures in downtown Luckhaven. A gray concrete monolith. It stood like a monument to power and corruption as it cast deep shadows on the crowd below. Somewhere up there was the wealthiest man in the world. The man that had ordered Zeke's torture. Zeke suddenly craved a cigarette. He shook the thoughts from his head and continued down the sidewalk. To his left, a woman that looked in her early 20s stood near the curb with her arms crossed, facing the entrance of the building. She was, in a word, beautiful. Dark, wavy hair framed a delicately featured face with bright green eyes. Her crossed arms drew attention to her breasts, large for a woman so slender. Her face was at once tired and determined, yet Zeke detected fear and uncertainty as well. Her eyes occasionally snapped to passerby when they walked too closely. Zeke sensed that something was wrong. "Hey," Zeke said as he approached her. "Everything okay?" "Move along, creep," she snapped. "My brother will be here any minute, and he'll break your arm if you mess with me." Zeke suppressed a laugh. No, he won't. He saw right through the lie. She met his eyes with a defiant gaze. "What do you want, old man?" This time Zeke did laugh. "Since when is 26 old?" "Look, I don't mean you any harm," I just wanted to check and see if you were okay, if you needed any help."
What makes you think I need help? Especially from some random guy approaching me on this sidewalk.
"Well," Zeke said, rubbing his jaw. "First, there's your shirt. Open Hearts runs probably 4 orphanages in the city. I grew up in one myself, for a time at least, so I know their emblem when I see it. Then there's the question of why an orphan girl is staring at the headquarters of one of the most powerful corporations in the world like she wants to tear it down. And, of course, the additional question of why you're here, looking like you haven't slept in 3 days. Besides, not to be rude, but aren't you a bit old for an orphanage?"
"Yeah, I'm 20, she said after a pause. "I'm part of a pilot program, so I got to stay there for an extra 2 years to attend their new college." Her mouth tightened. "What do you want?"
"Like I said, I'm just checking to see if you need some help. Look, there's a noodle joint right down there." He pointed down the sidewalk in the direction he had been walking. "I was just going to grab some dinner. You hungry?" After a moment, she nodded, embarrassment or shame staining her cheeks red. "I'll get us something to eat," Zeke said gently. "It's a public place, so you'll be safe." He held his hands up. "No pressure or anything. I'm just offering some help." He turned and continued down the sidewalk towards the restaurant. After a few seconds, she appeared at his side, her thumbs hitched in the shoulder straps of her backpack as she walked.
"Thank you,"
she said quietly. "Don't mention it," he said in return. Zeke had a bit of a soft spot for orphans, being one himself, especially when they found themselves on the streets. Just surviving day to day in Lockhaven could be tough at times. Doing that without any sort of family to come home to made it even more challenging. Zeke didn't consider himself a particularly kind person, or even a good one for that matter, but whenever possible, he tried to help keep kids away from the kind of things he had experienced as a child growing up on the streets. Granted, this woman was far from being a child, but still.
"My name is Delilah,"
she said, still keeping her eyes down as she walked. Zeke got the feeling she had never wandered around the city before. She seemed completely out of her element. "Nice to meet you, Delilah. Name's Zeke." He held open the front door to the restaurant and waved her through. Rich aromas washed over him as he entered. The hostess was a small Japanese woman in a garish approximation of traditional clothing that greeted them both with a bow. Zeke bowed back and followed her to a booth near the window with Delilah in tow. After a few minutes, a waitress brought them glasses of water and informed them she'd be back soon to take their order. Delilah sat with her backpack next to her, guarding it as if it were the most important thing she owned. It probably was. She finally released it and picked up the menu, her eyes scanning across it as she flipped through the pages. Zeke could tell by the way she looked at the menu that she had never eaten anything like this before. His faint memories of orphanage food were not pleasant. "So, what are you in the mood for? What kind of food do you like?" She looked at him just as uncertainly as she had looked at the menu.
"I guess I don't really know."
"You can get their signature dish, the Himari ramen, with meat 2.0 or synth pork. It's pretty good." She continued staring wide-eyed at the menu, obviously unfamiliar with the food listed upon it. She was most likely used to the cheapest vat-grown food available, overcooked by an old woman with no culinary talents. Zeke figured he would recommend one of his favorites. "The udon bowl is really good with meat 2.0. It's spicy. You like spicy?"
"No."
"It's not that spicy. Get the egg with it. They use real eggs here." Her eyebrows rose at that. She had probably never even seen a real egg before, much less eaten one. "2 udon bowls, with the egg on each. Meat 2.0 on one of them," he said to the waitress when she came back to their table. She nodded as she wrote down their order. "So, you feel like talking any?" Zeke asked. Delilah gave him a guarded look.
"About what?"
"About your situation."
"What about my situation?" she asked in a defensive tone.
"Easy," Zeke said. "I'm not here to hurt you, Delilah. Take a deep breath."
Surprisingly, she did. How long ago did you leave?
A little over a week ago,
She muttered, sounding disappointed.
10 days, I think.
Things aren't what you thought they'd be out here, are they?
Her eyes went down and she didn't answer.
Zeke decided he should lighten his tone a bit. No sense in making her feel any worse than she already did. Hey, you ever eaten with these? He picked up the chopsticks and put them in his hand, showing her how they fit along his fingers. With his new arm, he expected it to be more difficult. It was as easy as it had been with real fingers. Give it a try. She studied his hand intently and grabbed the thin metal chopsticks, trying to mimic the way he held them. After several tries, she managed to hold on to them and practiced picking up her napkin.
Why would someone purposely make eating more difficult? She asked.
At least you picked it up quickly, Zeke said. You'll get used to them after a few times. Her mood seemed to have improved a bit, so Zeke decided to ask some more questions. Do you have a safe place to sleep? She dropped the chopsticks, cursing softly under her breath. The look she shot him was one of anger, probably for slipping in that question when she wasn't expecting it.
Sometimes. There's a shelter for women in New Belcott that usually has room.
This woman wouldn't last another week in New Belcott, not with her looks. He needed to take her somewhere safe. Hell, a jail would probably be safer than some parts of New Belcott. Let me take you somewhere safer, even back to the orphanage, just for the time being. At least you'll have a roof over your head.
No.
Some customers stared after her loud response. She lowered her voice and continued.
You said you grew up in one as well, so you know how it is. Once we turn 18 and graduate high school, we're out on the street. I got lucky and made it into their new college, so I got an extra 2 years. But I was due to be homeless in a few months at best. The world forgets about us, and most end up as addicts or prostitutes. I have no future if I stay there. I thought... She suddenly looked embarrassed. I figured I would have a better chance just learning how to make it on my own. And there were some things I had hoped to do, although now that seems impossible. Most people would probably have chastised her for making such foolish decisions, but Zeke knew that wouldn't have helped. She hadn't experienced the outside world much, and was clearly clueless as to how things really worked and just how slimy the city was. For that matter, years ago, Zeke had done practically the same thing, so he was in no place to chastise her. She needed to be helped and be set on a better path if she was going to have any chance at a decent future. Yeah, I know what you mean. Growing up in those places isn't any fun, and no matter what effort you put in, you can't escape the feeling that it's wasted as long as you're there. I remember those days. I ran away when I was younger than you, you know. You did?
She looked up at him. Zeke nodded. Yeah, I didn't have any plans, though, like you do. I was angry and afraid, and just ran one day with nothing but the clothes on my back.
So what happened?
Those memories were not ones Zeke was fond of revisiting. Nothing good, he said. Surviving on the streets when you're 11 is next to impossible. I ran away with a good friend of mine. Brian had been his name. He died a week after we left. I survived. That's about the only word for it. She stared at him wide-eyed. I made it for about a year, and then I ran into a guy named Kedrick, who saw something in me. He brought me in off the street, fed me, and taught me as best as he could. Saved my life, really. He was still close with Kedrick. Always would be.
What did you do before that?
Zeke paused. It was an unpleasant story, but hearing the harsh truth might snap her back to reality and keep her from making the mistakes he had. There's not much a young boy can do to make a living at that age. And there's really only one thing he can sell.
You mean...
Zeke nodded. I refused to sell myself, so I starved. I had to constantly hide from people. Fortunately, I found a piece of metal in the trash, so I ground it against the sidewalk for a week, shaping it and sharpening it into a functional knife. Kept it hidden in my pocket. Not long after that, some old pervert kidnapped me. Brought me back to his place, intending to use me for… well, I probably don't have to say. I went along with it, acted cool, and waited patiently for him to take his pants off. Then pulled out my knife and rammed it into his stomach until he stopped moving. Delilah's chopsticks fell from her hand. She stared at Zeke, wide-eyed. Zeke took a sip of water and continued. I dumped his body in his backyard, then cleaned myself up in his bathroom, raided his fridge, and got my first good night of sleep in months. I figured people would probably come looking for him after a couple days, so I took some food, stole everything of value I could carry, and took his car. Sold it to a guy later that day, made enough to buy a gun, and keep myself fed for 6 months. Oh, hey, food is here. The waitress brought 2 bowls and set them on the table. Steam rose from the bowls, bringing with it delicious aromas. Zeke grabbed his bowl and chopsticks and dug right in. Delilah was still staring at him, horrified. Look, Zeke said around a mouthful of noodles. I don't want anyone to have to grow up the way I did. No one needs to have their head messed up that badly. He chewed on a tender piece of meat 2.0 that practically melted in his mouth. Man, this lab-grown meat is better every time I have it. Look, I certainly don't like reliving those old memories, but I want you to know what the reality of this situation is, what your choices are. Life in an orphanage sucks, but it's better than what I had to do. Have you looked in a mirror lately? Delilah suddenly tucked her hair behind her ear and squirmed, self-conscious. Am I okay? What's wrong? She wiped her face with both hands as if something were on it. I'm sorry, I don't mean that, Zeke continued. You're beautiful, Delilah, really. One of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, to be honest. I offer that as a genuine compliment, but also to emphasize that you wouldn't last another week out there. Honestly, I'm surprised you made it this far. She looked over at her backpack. I'm a fast runner. It's come in handy. She looked back at Zeke, finally meeting his eyes. Thanks. You're pretty handsome yourself. Zeke gave her a smile. I try. Hey, try the meat 2.0. That fake meat stuff grosses me out. Delilah fumbled with her chopsticks and was finally rewarded with a mouthful of noodles and vegetables. Her expression changed to one of amazement, and she looked up at Zeke while chewing. It's incredible, she said after swallowing. She stared down at the bowl of noodles like it was the best thing she had ever eaten. Zeke realized it probably was. So, why did you run away then? She asked as she struggled to get a second bite into her mouth. I was just a stupid kid. There were a lot of issues at my orphanage. Most of the kids were bullies. There was a lot of abuse, and I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I might be remembering things wrong, but I swear there were times when a bunch of kids would just disappear. Every year, like 100 of them were just gone. No one knew where they were. The people in charge acted like nothing happened and just ignored it. I thought I was gonna be next if I stayed, so I ran away. Delilah stared at him with her chopsticks halfway to her mouth. The thick noodles slipped off and fell into her bowl, splashing broth onto the table and startling her. Children disappearing? Yeah. She set her chopsticks down next to her bowl and took a deep breath. I saw kids boarding a huge cargo ship a few months ago, she told him quietly. It was a flying one, though not really a plane or anything like that. It had Origin written on the side. Later, I got onto the director's computer and saw that the orphanage had received payment for the kids. They were selling them to something called Project Origin, which is linked to Carmenta Group. I wasn't able to learn much beyond that. What? Now it was Zeke's turn to drop his chopsticks. He gestured for her to keep her voice low. Yeah, she whispered. I still don't know exactly what's going on, but whatever it is, I'll wager it's bad. Project Origin. Zeke had hoped to leave this alone,
but it appeared to be following him, daring him into action. Carmenta Group and this Project Origin business were like magnets that continually pulled him back. "Hey, Delilah, do you believe in fate?"
Fate? No. I believe in the scientific method.
Good to hear. Things like this almost make me wonder, though. It suddenly dawned on Zeke that this restaurant was in very close proximity to Carmenta Group's headquarters. There were probably several Carmenta employees eating here at this very moment. "Let's not talk about this anymore while we're here," he said quietly. He caught their waitress's eye and waved her over. "In fact, let's get far away from here if we're going to continue this conversation."
You mean about
Yes, about that," Zeke said as he paid for the meal. "I'm sorry, Delilah, I'm not trying to rush you, but hurry up and finish that." She fumbled with the chopsticks and shoved noodles into her mouth. "I know a bit about what we were just talking about," Zeke continued. "If we put our heads together, we might be able to figure something out." His desire to piece together this information and learn more about Project Origin was making him impatient. Delilah still struggled with the chopsticks. "Oh, come on, I'll buy you more later. Let's just hurry and get out of here." He slid out from the booth and beckoned her to follow. They left the restaurant and hurried down the sidewalk. Delilah muttered about her noodles. As they passed the Carmenta Group headquarters again, Zeke couldn't help but feel as if the weight of the massive building pressed down upon him, like the building itself sought vengeance for its secrets being spilled. "Let's head to my car," Zeke said as he grabbed her elbow and pulled her along behind him. "Maybe we can figure out what's going on here. Then we can figure out what to do next." "Okay," Delilah muttered in agreement while clutching her backpack protectively in front of her. They wove their way through the rush hour crowd on the sidewalks, Zeke doing his best to create a path through which she could follow. He hurried up the stairs in the parking garage, taking them two at a time. She was slower, so he waited for her to catch up. "Right over there," Zeke said as he pointed towards his car that sat low and sleek in the shadows of the parking garage. "Hop in." Zeke pulled on the door latch, and the driver's side door slowly rose. After settling in his seat, he pressed a button, and her door opened as well. "You coming?" Zeke called through the opening. Delilah slowly stepped into the car, still clutching her backpack to her chest, and eyeing him suspiciously. Zeke swiped his finger across the dashboard, and the car hummed to life, and the doors closed. "Okay, now let's get far away from Carmenta fucking Group." Zeke backed out of the parking spot and spun his wheel around as he pulled onto the exit ramp. Delilah still held her backpack against her chest and alternated between shooting him wary glances and gawking at the city around them. "You doing okay there, Del?" Zeke tapped a few buttons on his dashboard. Take me to Clinton Park. Is that okay?" he asked, turning to Delilah. She held an old, snub-nosed revolver, pointed directly at him. It was an old thing, with much of the bluing worn off and handle scales chipped and cracked. But at this range, it would kill just as well as anything else. The pistol shook in her hands. She probably thought he was some creep that had lured her in with a hot meal. "Easy there," Zeke said softly.
What are you planning on doing with me?
She demanded. Zeke sighed. "Look, Del, I know you're jumpy and scared, but I've told you plenty of times that I'm not going to hurt you, and I meant it every time. My only plan was to buy you something to eat and find somewhere for you to sleep tonight. But then you mentioned Project Origin. I know something about that, enough to know that it's dangerous. I was hoping we could compare what we knew. I'm just trying to take us somewhere we can talk safely. That's all. I swear."
Don't you get any ideas? You hear?
Jesus, kid, put the pistol down before you shoot yourself. Or worse, me.
I'm not a kid. I'm 20. In fact, I'll be 21 in a month.
Okay, Delilah, fine. Just put the pistol away. We're going somewhere public to talk. Now, would you put that thing down before someone sees you and calls the cops? "Look," Zeke said, pointing across the car at the vehicle in the lane next to them. Delilah slowly lowered her pistol and looked out her window. An elderly woman sat in her car next to them, with her mouth hanging open as she stared. Delilah stuck her tongue out at the old woman, who quickly looked away. Still clutching her pistol, Delilah turned back to Zeke. "So what do you know about Project Origin?" "Put the gun down and we'll talk. Keep it close if you're still scared. I don't care. Just put it down." "Fine," she said stubbornly, as she shoved the gun into her backpack. "Will you tell me now?" Zeke finally relaxed some, but still wasn't sure how to share the information with her. He didn't want to tell her anything that might lead to her becoming a target. "Project Origin is associated with Carmenta Group. On that, you're correct." "I had that much figured out," she said. "Do you know what it is?" "No," Zeke said, shaking his head. "But I know that Carmenta Group will kill to keep certain information about Project Origin from leaking to the public. And I know that whatever it is, they're expanding to a national level." They sat at a red light now, but cars from the perpendicular lane began filling the intersection. "Bastards." "How do you know that?" she asked. Zeke paused, trying to select the best way to word his answer. "They killed some work associates of mine about 2 months ago, give or take. I started snooping around, and Carmenta wasn't too happy about that either." "And we also know they've been taking children from orphanages for more than a decade," she added. "Yeah, and that. I feel like we could figure this out if we just knew a bit more." Zeke avoided telling her that he had access to more data. He didn't want some sheltered innocent mixed up in this. The light turned green, but too many cars blocked the intersection for them to go anywhere. Cars blared their horns, which certainly didn't help. "You're a runner, aren't you?" Delilah was studying him intently. "That's how you got involved in this. Your friends that got killed. They were trying to sell data that belonged to Carmenta Group, weren't they?" She was smart. Zeke gave her a quizzical look. "And what do you know about runners?" "I watch the news a lot. There wasn't much else to do at the orphanage." She blushed faintly. "I used to dream about being a runner. It seems so exciting, and you're in control of your own life." "So you are one then, right? That explains your friends getting killed. Sorry to hear, by the way. It also explains your nice car and that huge gun you have under your left arm. I mean, no one else wears a jacket in this weather. It's kind of obvious you're hiding something." Zeke sighed. "Yeah, you got me. Or at least I used to be one. Haven't done anything in a bit, and not sure if I want to get back into it. I do need to pay some bills, though." He pulled the side of his jacket open, revealing his 60 SKM. He really had to do something about that one day. "Why haven't you done anything? What happened?" "Delilah, you're going to get yourself involved in something very dangerous if you keep this up." "What happened?" she repeated, a hint of impatience in her voice. Zeke shook his head. She was persistent. "Carmenta Group happened. They gave me this." He lifted his hands, showing the metal of his knuckles. "They also gave me this," he said as he tapped directly on his right eyeball, loudly enough to be heard. Her expression changed from fascination to shock. "I saw your hand, but I thought that was an elective surgery. I've seen people with modifications like that walking around. So they hurt you?" Zeke barked a laugh. "They tortured me for a day and a half and left me for dead in an alley. Made a mess of my whole arm, broke it and cut it and made it completely useless. They also pumped me full of a neurotoxin that would have slowly burned through my central nervous system and left me mostly paralyzed. I lucked out. I know a guy, a doctor, and he was able to fix me in time." She looked like she was going to be sick. After swallowing heavily, she turned back to him. "Can you teach me how to survive out there?" "Oh, come on now," Zeke said, his voice thick with frustration. The light had cycled all the way to green again, but more cars had moved forwards to block the intersection. It looked like they were stuck there for a while.
After what I just told you? He asked. Are you sure that's the kind of life you want to get involved in?
Of course it is, she said matter-of-factly. I know I can do it. She pulled a folded stack of cash from her pocket and showed it to Zeke. Plus, I have this.
That shit's illegal. Where the hell did you even get it? Zeke asked. Do I even want to know?
It's nothing like that, she said in a rush. Lots of girls had a bill or two in the orphanage. I guess they got a thrill from owning something illegal. I just convinced them to give it to me, or bought it when I had to.
Bought it with what?
With real money, of course. Digital.
But you're all in an orphanage. Where did you get that money?
She smiled. I charged for the answers to tests, sometimes. I was an assistant to a professor, due to my grades, which gave me access to some of the exams before everyone else. I never gave all the answers away, so it wouldn't be so obvious. If too many people got perfect scores, the teachers would have been suspicious.
I admire your guile, Zeke said with a chuckle. But I think you're missing what I'm getting at. Those girls that bought stuff, where did they get the money?
Ah, now I get it. She slipped the cash back into her pocket before continuing. Some girls sold themselves on the side. Men will pay a lot for a teenage body, you know, especially if she claims to be a virgin. Some of the girls started as young as 15 and made a lot of money doing it. But it's not safe. Sometimes things happened.
Things happened?
Zeke knew all too well what she meant. He just hoped his suspicions were wrong. Yeah, like a girl comes back one night covered in bruises. Sometimes they don't come back at all.
Fuck, Zeke said, shaking his head. It wasn't the most pleasant topic. But not, he gestured awkwardly to her.
No, I didn't do it, Delilah said, catching on. There are better, smarter, and safer ways to make money. She reached into her backpack again and pulled out the small pistol. This was one of the first things I bought when I ran away.
Can you put that thing away? I'm afraid you're going to blow your hand off. If you get bloodstains on my seats, I'll be pissed.
She frowned, missing the joke, but stuffed the gun back into her backpack.
What are you doing with a gun anyways? Don't you know how dangerous those things are?
This gun is probably the only reason I'm still alive. Some creep kept following me my first day in the city, and I suddenly found myself glad I'm a fast runner. After that, I went to a pawn shop and bought this. She pulled it out for a moment, looked at it, then put it back in the backpack. I don't even know how to shoot it. Oh, the light's green again.
Finally, they were starting to move. Crossing the intersection felt like a notable achievement after waiting so long. You be careful with that thing, Zeke said. You hear me? Never point it at anyone you don't intend to shoot.
Can you show me how to use it?
Zeke suppressed a groan. The last thing he wanted was her following him around like a lost puppy, no matter how attractive she was. He didn't have the heart to just turn her loose in the city, though. Lockhaven would eat her alive. Knowing that she had a gun and no clue how to use it would keep him awake at night, especially since she seemed so smart and well-intentioned. What was he supposed to do? Ask her about Project Origin and then throw her away? No. Do you even have ammo for that thing? Zeke asked, rubbing his temples.
Delilah nodded. I bought a dozen bullets.
A dozen rounds. Great. I'm guessing you'll pester me until I teach you how to shoot, right? She smiled and nodded, a bit of color staining her cheeks. Fine. I know a place outside of town where we can go. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, or at least the closest to desolation you can get near Lockhaven. We can set up a bucket or a rock or something for you to shoot at. It'll help you get used to it. Save one bullet for me, though.
What for?
To put me out of my misery when all this is done.
Chapter 14.
For once, Zeke seemed to move with traffic instead of against it. It felt like a personal blessing from some mysterious deity. He flowed with the rest of the cars across the city,
passing beneath the densely packed downtown until he came to a neighborhood just north of there. Apartment buildings were smaller here, many with neatly trimmed hedges out front, which stood in stark contrast to the endless gray concrete of Zeke's neighborhood. Zeke pulled up in front of a building, looking for a number. 2135, in square brass digits out front, marked this as the correct one. Always nice when places posted their addresses plainly. He stifled a yawn with the back of his hand. His schedule hadn't been the same since picking up Delilah. After Zeke took her to the desert to fire her gun a few times, she had managed to convince Zeke to let her stay at his place. Their sleep schedules weren't the same, so when Zeke woke in the mid-afternoon to loud clanging in his kitchen, he went to investigate. He found her standing there in one of his old shirts that struggled to contain her curves, trying to make him breakfast. She had burned everything, but the gesture was nice. After that, she hugged him tightly. A few tears leaked from her eyes, and she explained that she was grateful for his hospitality. When it had finally dawned on her just how bad things were on the streets, she became overwhelmed. So Zeke agreed to let her stay on the couch a while. Having another person to talk with was nice, and other than the burned food, she was incredibly neat and tidy. Zeke pushed his car door open and stepped out, eyeing the building. It was a nice, upscale apartment building with a brick facade and large windows. Looks like Amelie was doing well for herself. He sent his car to find a parking spot and went to the front door. Next to the front door was a list of names and an intercom. She had told Zeke to press 304. Finding the number, he saw A. Rogers next to that number. So her last name was Rogers. He idly wondered if Amelie was her real name. Doubtful, considering their line of work. He pressed the button and waited. "Good timing, Zeke," came Amelie's voice. "I guess I should have expected as much." "If you'd like, I can wait a while so I'm half an hour late," he replied. Amelie laughed. "Get up here." The door buzzed loudly, and Zeke pulled it open. He hurried up the steps, feeling excitement in his heart like a kid at a candy store. Relationships were something he had largely avoided over the years. Working as a runner wasn't very conducive to a healthy love life. Odd hours, the constant risk of getting shot, having to leave for a week at a time with no prior warning. This sort of career didn't exactly nurture warm and caring personalities either. He walked down the hallway until he found a door marked 304. His initial plan had been to take her somewhere nice. But when he called Amelie earlier to finalize things, she insisted that she cook dinner for them. Zeke took a deep breath and knocked 3 times. After a few seconds, the door opened, and Amelie stood there. Her shoulder-length midnight blue hair was tucked behind one ear, and she watched him with a smile curving her full lips. An oversized shirt hung off one shoulder and showed the lack of a bra beneath, in case her nipples peeking through the thin cotton wasn't enough. A set of leggings covered her to her ankles, showing off her shapely legs. "Has anyone ever told you that you knock like a cop?" Amelie asked, one side of her mouth curving into a grin. Zeke ran his fingers through his hair and shrugged. "Just wanted to make sure you could hear me." Amelie laughed and pulled the door open the rest of the way. "Come on in." Zeke stepped inside and took a look around. Elaborate crown molding and arched windows gave the place an antique feel, as did the dark wood floor. Her furniture was simple and stylish, just like Zeke's. A couch, a coffee table in front, and a single chair. No excess. "I'm just finishing up dinner," Amelie said as she closed the door. "Grab a seat at the bar." She walked past him to the open kitchen. The bottom edge of her shirt stopped a millimeter below her ass, giving him just the barest peek at her round bottom as she walked by. "Smells good," Zeke said as he approached the L-shaped bar and grabbed a stool. "What's on the menu?" "Just a little something simple," she replied. "Cassoulet. Hope you like French." "I don't think I've ever had French food, to be honest," Zeke replied. "You're missing out," Amelie replied. "French culture revolves around good food and wine. Speaking of which," she turned and opened a kitchen cabinet, then stretched on her toes to grab 2 large-bodied wide glasses from a top shelf. Her shirt raised as she reached, finally giving Zeke a view of her magnificent ass. When she turned back to face Zeke, she caught his eye momentarily, and the look she gave him more than suggested she had done that on purpose. "You're in for a treat," she said as she uncorked the bottle. Waving the cork beneath her nose, she breathed in deeply, eyes closed, and smiled. Côte du Rhône, one of my favorites. She looked at Zeke for a moment, noticing the complete lack of comprehension. "Please tell me you like wine, Zeke," she said flatly. Zeke ran his fingers through his hair. "Okay, you like wine, Zeke." "Dickhead," she said as she poured the ruby-red fluid into each glass, but she smiled. "Try this," she said, setting a glass in front of him. Zeke grabbed the glass and stopped short at a motion from her. "Swirl it in the glass first, like this." She swirled hers. "That releases the flavors and aromas. Then sip it." Zeke swirled his glass, feeling a bit silly, then gave the wine a sip. Rich, warm flavors danced across his tongue, almost surprising him with their accessibility. "Oh, wow," he said, looking at the wine. "This is fantastic." "I'm glad you like it," Emily said, sipping her glass. "If you didn't, I'd probably ask you to leave." Zeke chuckled, but she continued staring at him flatly. He cleared his throat and took another sip. "So, where should we start?" "Where do you want to start?" Emily fired back. Zeke thought for a moment. His entire life revolved around work, so talking about other things wasn't something he did often. Emily was a real gem, though, so he couldn't fuck things up. "Where are you from?" he asked, and immediately wished he hadn't. In the biz, asking about a person's history wasn't often encouraged. Emily recognized this, but smiled. "France," she said, taking another sip of her wine. Well, he hadn't expected that. "France?" "France," she said again. "I grew up just south of Toulouse, and then my family moved here when I was 12. "I get the feeling the more I learn about you, the more I'm going to like about you," Zeke said. "France, eh? Why would your parents move here?" "The usual," she replied. "The company my father worked for offered him a promotion, but it involved relocating. He decided to accept, and shortly afterwards, I became an American." "I wasn't expecting that," Zeke said. "How did you wind up as a fixer, then?" "Sorry if I'm asking too many questions or too personal. It's just nice to learn about Emily the woman versus Emily my boss." She smiled and leaned on the bar, her chin in her hand. Zeke very pointedly did not look down the front of her shirt, although it was a real struggle. "It's fine, Zeke. I think it was a pretty natural move for me. I didn't want to be stuck behind a desk like my father, or in a hospital like my mother." "Hospital?" "She was a doctor," Emily said. "I wanted to control my own life, to answer to myself. Plus, a regular life just never appealed to me, to be honest. I mean, sure, cuddling in front of a fireplace with some snow outside sounds great, but the jobs are just horrible. Working for corrupt companies that don't pay you what you're worth, or in my case, having a boss always hitting on me. Nope, not for me." "So you became one of the top drug dealers in the city," Zeke laughed. "Funny how life works that way," she said, raising a brow. "Technically, I'm more of a drug smuggler, though. Or, I don't know. I don't really deal them, you know? This is only temporary, too. I've been building my contacts over the years, and I'm moving on from street drugs to medical supplies. That delivery you did for Hidekai? You helped me prove that I could get life-saving drugs to people for 1/10 of what they would pay a doctor. Speaking of which..." She set her glass down and walked around the bar until she stood in front of Zeke. Zeke set his glass on the bar, and she leaned forwards, taking his face in her hands, and kissed him softly. "Thank you, Zeke." "I owe you one," she said, her lips only a millimeter away from his. Her eyes focused on his, sapphire on emerald, and she leaned forwards and kissed him again. Zeke wanted to take her right there on the floor, but she straightened up with a sly smile and walked back to her side of the bar. Zeke cleared his throat and tried to ignore the tightening in his pants.
From drug dealer to medical hero. That's quite the change, Zeke said.
I definitely sleep better at night now, Emily said. She turned to the stove and pulled the lid from a pan, then smelled it. This should be done now. She twisted the knob to off and brought the steaming pan to the bar. So tell me about yourself. She scooped it into 2 bowls. Zeke chuckled.
Are you sure you want to go there? My story isn't as nice as yours.
Try me, Emily said. Zeke took a deep breath.
My mother gave me up when I was born. I think she was a prostitute. From day one, I grew up in an orphanage. Looking back, it wasn't too bad in there. Just the typical things you'd expect in an all-boys school.
Emily raised her eyebrow.
No, they didn't do that. Well, some did, but I didn't. It was mostly just fights and bullying. I ran away when I was young, thinking I could take care of myself.
Did you have somewhere better to go? She asked as she grabbed her glass of wine. Zeke shook his head.
Nope. So I lived on the street, often literally for years. Ate there, slept there, fought there, killed there, ran away from things there.
Killed there? How old were you?
11,
Zeke replied, and Emily's mouth fell open.
Yeah, like I said, our stories are very different. I didn't enjoy it, but I killed to survive more than once. By the age of 13, I already knew some great places to hide bodies.
What the hell, Zeke?
A guy named Kedrick found me sometime later and saw something in me. Some potential. He cleaned me up and took me off the streets. Gave me a place to live, an education. Taught me all that I know.
Kedrick? I knew you guys were good friends, but I didn't know that.
Yeah, Zeke nodded. He's kind of like my dad. I like to think of him as such, seeing as he treated me like a son.
Emily thought for a moment. So how about recently? You disappeared for a month. People started saying you were dead. And even worse, you didn't call me. Zeke looked down at his metal knuckles.
I stuck my nose somewhere I shouldn't have and got hurt really bad as a result.
He raised his arm and showed her his hand. She nodded slowly, understanding. I'm sorry you've had such a hard life, Zeke, Emily said.
Yeah, me too. But things are looking up. Speaking of which,
Zeke stood up and walked around the bar. Emily's eyes followed him as he came near. She set her glass down and straightened up. Zeke took her slender face in both hands and pressed his lips against hers, gently at first, then with increasing passion. Thanks, Emily, Zeke said.
I owe you what?
She slammed back into him, her lips on his, her tongue pressing into his mouth. Zeke's hands slid down her back, holding her close to him as they kissed. Emily broke their kiss suddenly and pushed him back. Zeke's eyes went to their food for a brief second. It still sat there, 2 bowls of steaming casserole. Fuck the food, Emily said as she grabbed Zeke by the waistband. She walked backwards to her bedroom, pulling Zeke behind her. As soon as they got there, she practically threw him on her bed. It was a massive thing with 4 wooden posts. She tore off her shirt and flung it across the room, exposing her toned body and perky breasts. After rolling onto her back, she raised her butt off the bed and pushed her leggings down to her feet, then kicked them off. Zeke hurriedly undid his belt and slid his jeans off. Emily was there in an instant, throwing her jeans on the floor and pushing him back on the bed. Zeke's shirt came off next. Emily moved up until she straddled his waist and looked down at his shoulder. Her finger traced over the thick scars where his upgraded arm began. So much pain, Emily said, smiled at him, and moved her hand to his chest. Zeke was rock hard, his prick lying against his stomach. Emily placed her wet slit right on top of it and rubbed it back and forth, coating Zeke with her juices. She leaned down and kissed him softly. I'm gonna take good care of you, Zeke. she said as she reached between her legs and grabbed onto his shaft. She rubbed it against her, getting the tip soaking wet, and finally slid down on it with her eyes closed. She placed both hands on Zeke's chest as she worked her pussy down an inch at a time until she was sitting on his lap with all of him inside her. Zeke's hands slid up her toned thighs and grabbed onto her hips. Emily looked like a work of art. She closed her eyes and squeezed her breasts while Zeke thrust inside her gently at first. She moved with him, sliding her tight pussy along his full length. "I've been wanting this for so long," Emily said as she leaned down until she was lying on his chest. Zeke kissed her passionately and let his hands go to her ass, round and firm. He held on tightly and began thrusting harder and faster into her, bringing regular moans from her. She reached up and grabbed onto the headboard for support, which put her perky breasts right above Zeke's face. He reached up and grabbed onto them, noting how perfectly they filled his hands. She worked her hips up and down, aggressively slamming her ass against him. Zeke stretched his head up and brought one of her pink nipples to his mouth. Emily moaned as he sucked and nibbled on it. "Fuck, Zeke," she breathed. "It's been too long." She released the headboard and moved back down to his face, kissing him deeply. Her tongue invaded his mouth and pressed against. Zeke gripped her ass firmly and drove himself into her like a jackhammer. "Don't stop," she said against his lips as she moved with his thrusts. Let me slow down for a minute," Zeke said with a laugh. "Don't you dare. Give it to me, Zeke." He rammed his cock into her like a piston, fucking her so hard he half expected her to have bruises later. With thrusts like that, it wasn't too long until a familiar tingle ran through him and his muscles tightened up. He moaned loudly, almost a roar, as he fired his load deep inside her. Emily moaned with him, working her hips up and down, milking every drop from him. She smothered his mouth with hers and gyrated her hips on his lap. When Zeke was finally spent, Emily practically collapsed on top of him, breathing hard against his chest. Sweat slicked both of their bodies. Zeke brushed her dark hair out of her face. "I was planning on more of a marathon, not a sprint," Zeke chuckled. "No apology needed. That's exactly how I wanted it. Besides," she said, straightening up and kissing him, "we have the rest of the night to do things however we want." One of her fingers traced across the scars on his shoulder, and she leaned down and kissed it. Emily rolled off of his chest and lay next to him, snuggling against his shoulder. Zeke slid his arm beneath her head and pulled her close, then planted a kiss on her temple. "I've always wondered," Zeke began. "Is Emily your real name?" "It's Emily," she replied in a content voice. "Emily was my grandmother's name. I prefer it to my own." "Is Ezekiel your real name?" "As far as I know, yeah," Zeke said. "Guess I lucked out and got a cool name, eh?" Emily laughed. "Next time we'll have to do this at your place, especially since you have that view from your balcony you always talk about." Without thinking, Zeke tensed up. "Why so tense, Zeke? Are you going to tell me there's another woman?" She laughed. Zeke wasn't sure how to start. "Well," Emily slid away from him and pushed herself onto her elbows. "There's another woman, and you're just now bringing it up." Zeke laughed. "Not like that, no. But yeah, there's another woman. Kind of." Emily gave him a flat look. "Look, it's a long story, but she just ran away from an orphanage." "An orphanage?" Emily asked. "How old is she? 16? No, she's about to turn 21, Zeke explained. "There's a new college at her orphanage, so they let her and some others stay an extra 2 years. Anyways, long story short, I kind of saved her from the street and she latched onto me like a koala. There's an innocence about her that's refreshing. She didn't grow up in this cesspool of a city like I did. She's not tainted by it." Emily stared at him for a moment with an unreadable expression. "What's she look like? Is she pretty?" "She's gorgeous," Zeke replied.
Long brown hair, wavy, bright green eyes. A little shorter than you. She wants me to train her to be a runner. She sounds cute.
I'll have to meet her sometime, Emily said, her expression softening as she lay back on Zeke's shoulder.
That is, if you don't mind making this a regular thing. I'll clear my schedule, Zeke replied. Does she like you? Zeke shrugged. I don't know. She might have some feelings like that since I'm helping her out and all. She tried to make me breakfast yesterday. Was she wearing an old shirt of yours or something? Zeke laughed. You sure you haven't installed a camera in my house? I'm too lazy for that. Sure sounds like she's got a little crush on you, though.
Emily rolled onto her side so that her face was right next to Zeke's.
You think she's into women? Are you? Hot ones, yeah.
Zeke smiled.
I'll make sure I ask her. Maybe we can set up a date for all of us. He meant it as a joke, but Emily seemed to like the idea. Do it. I'd like to meet her. Hell, maybe if she turns out to be any good, I can give her a job. I don't want her running drugs, Emily. She's too, pure for that. I don't want her to swim in the sewer of humanity that I do every day. But you're okay with me doing it. That's because I know you can throw a knife and hit a man in the eye from 30 feet.
Fair enough. Emily rolled over onto her back and stretched her arms overhead. So, ready for round 2? The food grew cold on the bar, and neither one of them thought twice about it. Chapter 15.
Zeke, come on, Delilah pleaded. I'm in good shape, I'm smart, and I'm a fast learner.
That had been Delilah for the past 3 days. Zeke raked his fingers through his hair and tried not to tear it out as he thought of it. She had started her begging as soon as they woke up this evening to train her to be a runner, as she put it. She hadn't let off since she learned of his career. True, she was a quick study, but he wasn't so keen on the idea of teaching her how to live a life of crime. He would rather see her follow a different path, preferably something peaceful. He had kept his word and taken her shooting a few days ago and taught her how to fire her pistol. She learned quickly, and after only a few shots, her form had greatly improved, but the pistol itself was garbage. Throwing it would probably be more accurate. He fired off a few rounds from his own pistol and briefly thought of letting her try it after she kept giving it curious glances, but decided against it. The recoil was massive and would probably sprain her wrist. It was a beast to handle. Zeke was grateful that he was better able to control the pistol with his new arm. Before, it had been a bit of a nightmare. After that, he had picked up more food for her, as he promised he would. His intention had been to drop her off at a women's shelter in a better part of town, but with sly words, she had convinced him to let her crash on his couch. She fell asleep the second she laid down and slept for 12 hours straight. She had been at Zeke's condo since then. After her failed attempt at making breakfast that first day, she had gone to the bathroom to clean up. When she emerged, she was like a different person. Her eyes were no longer haggard with dark circles underneath, but instead were bright green and alert. Her haunted gaze had turned into a smile. One of the first things out of her mouth had been questions about becoming a runner. I don't think there's really a set path to becoming one, he had told her. I mean, there's no school you can attend to learn all these things you gotta know. You don't go to college to learn how to shoot people or smuggle drugs across the border. There aren't online classes to teach you how to break into a house. Kedrick taught me, since that's what he knew. I was in a bad place at the time, and learning that stuff gave me something to work towards.
Don't you see? Had been her reply as she munched on an apple. You can do the same with me, Zeke. Show me all of those things. Teach me like Kedrick taught you. Only instead of an adopted child, I'm your... I can just be your girlfriend since you're letting me crash on your couch.
She had said it like it was nothing out of the ordinary. Man, why do I always find myself mixed up in these weird situations?
Zeke muttered to himself as he watched the city from his balcony. Thinking back on the past few days, Everything seemed to be a blur. Delilah had twirled into his life like an inadvertent whirlwind. Delilah did make good points, and mostly just asked for the same chance Zeke had gotten. Looking down at his hand, made of titanium and covered in synth skin, all he thought of were the risks she would be taking. He didn't want the guilt on his head, and he told her so. She was an incredibly sweet woman. The thought of any harm coming to her just felt wrong. She swore she could take it. He still didn't like it. Tonight had been a quiet one. Delilah was reclining on the couch, reading a book. Zeke had mostly relaxed himself and filled the small hours by sending messages to Emily. She was really something. "How did your date go last night?" Delilah said, stepping onto the balcony next to him. Zeke gave her a sidelong glance. Where was she going with this? "It went well," he said. "Really well. Emily is a woman I've respected for a long time, but couldn't touch since she was kind of my boss." "What's she like?" Zeke thought for a moment. "Strong-willed, a tough woman. She started from the very bottom and worked her way up to being a well-respected fixer, and now she's making the change from smuggling drugs to smuggling medicine." "What's she look like?" Delilah asked, as she leaned an elbow on the guardrail. "She's tall, with a body like a dancer. Her hair is black, with a blue sheen in the light. Shoulder length. The blue in her hair brings out the blue in her eyes. And, as I learned last night, she's French." Delilah nodded slowly, as if thinking to herself. "She sounds pretty amazing. And she's single?" "Yeah. Well, I guess she and I are seeing each other now." "Got room for one more? Sounds like the kind of person I need in my life." Delilah's tone was casual, but definitely not joking. "So hey, back to Project Origin. Let's see if we can figure anything else out," Zeke said, changing the subject. "Okay, is there anything else you remember about it?" Zeke searched his memories, but couldn't think of anything without bringing up the chip drive he had copied. He didn't quite feel safe sharing that information with her, so he kept his mouth shut and just focused on the rest. "Nah, it's pretty much like I said. Project Origin is something Carmenta Group is running, and Xander Kinnear mentioned that they're going nationwide with it. And we know they've been taking kids for a while." He thought for a moment. "I'll bet it has something to do with child labor. Carmenta makes a lot of stuff. Having kids man their machines would save millions, maybe even billions of dollars per year." "That's a solid point," Delilah said, as she pulled her dark waves into a ponytail. "Hey, why did they kill your friends?" she asked suddenly. "Also, you need to buy a better brush. But I've been thinking, Carmenta wouldn't have done that unless there was a good reason. Your friends had some stolen data or something, didn't they?" Zeke had to hand it to her. She was sharp. There was no use lying to her. She would see right through it. "Yeah," he said. "Carmenta wanted it back, so they shot the lot of them." "That just leaves you," she said, turning to focus on him. "You mentioned you were snooping around and they didn't like it. What did you find? You never said Carmenta Group actually retrieved the data." "Jesus, Del. You're determined to get yourself involved in this, aren't you?" He tried not to let his irritation get the best of him, but it was tough at times. Zeke knew she didn't mean to be a pest, but sometimes on this topic, she was like a fingernail picking at a scab. Zeke didn't want to see her involved in something this dark, but she just wouldn't let up. He turned and left the balcony, heading for his couch. He just wanted to relax. Delilah followed, unbothered by his irritation. "I saw children getting gassed and taken away. I told myself I would find out what's going on." Zeke cursed under his breath as he walked towards his desk instead of his couch. Sometimes he thought she had a death wish. Zeke was sure he could teach her to take care of herself, but guiding her into a life of crime was not what he was trying to do. If he were smart, he would drop her off somewhere safe with a bunch of money in her pocket and maybe make a phone call to help her get a job somewhere. That's what he needed to do. Instead, He reached beneath his desk and pushed the small button that opened the hidden panel set into the wall. Still grumbling, he pulled out the copy drive and inserted it into his disposable computer. Typing was still a bit awkward at times, but his new arm was getting better every day. "Come here," Zeke said, waving her over. She hurried over to his desk and stood behind him with her hand on his shoulder. "What's all this?" Zeke scrolled through the countless files on the chip drive. "It's a copy of the data stolen from Carmenta Group. You want to be a runner? Here's lesson number 1. Never do this. And if you do it anyways, make sure you never show the data to anyone else like I'm doing right now." "Noted," she said, studying the screen. "What are all these files?" "I don't know," said Zeke, as he continued looking. "I'm not familiar with any of these file types. I don't have a program that can open them either." He finally found the one file that had given him a clue. "This is the only thing I could make sense of." While the file names were mostly cryptic bunches of letters and numbers, or words that offered no clues, one of the files was named Project Origin. "That's how I knew this was linked to Carmenta Group," Zeke said. "Well, that and some bullet casings I found." "Keep going. Maybe we'll find something else," Delilah said as her eyes scanned the screen. Zeke continued scrolling through the files. Maybe 2 sets of eyes would eventually catch something. Almost 20 minutes of tedium had passed before she saw something that caught her eye. "There, click on that one." She pointed to a file, one with an extension Zeke wasn't familiar with and wasn't able to open. "I was studying some architecture in school, and we use that format sometimes. I can probably find you a free program that will open it, at least somewhat." Zeke stood and let her take the chair. Within a few minutes, she had located appropriate software with a free trial period. Once it was installed, she opened the file. Zeke could feel his heart beating in his chest as he leaned over to look. "What the hell is that?" Zeke asked. On the screen was an image, looking somewhat like a poorly rendered warehouse. "It looks like a 3-dimensional blueprint for a building. A really, really big building. Look at this," she said, rotating the image around so that they could see inside. "It has a few dimensions listed here. If I'm reading correctly, this main room is more than 50 meters tall and extends an additional 300 meters below ground." "Fuck, that's huge," Zeke exclaimed. "And look how wide it is. What are these?" She pointed to what looked like massive columns inside the building. "There are too many of these columns to be structural." She counted silently, her lips mouthing the numbers. 15 rows of 25. 375 of these columns. Jesus, this building must be enormous. "Did you say Project Origin is here in Luckhaven?" She turned toward Zeke. "I think so. At least that's the impression I got." Zeke thought back to what Xander had said about it during their brief encounter. Xander mentioned a project near Luckhaven that was going to be expanding nationally in the near future. Where could they fit a building this size? I know Luckhaven is big, but this thing would take up several city blocks. It's far larger than anything else in the city, and Luckhaven is known for massive buildings. That's just how Californians like to build. She searched the net for a moment and pulled up a satellite map of the city. After scanning around for a few minutes, she threw her hands up, exasperated. "I don't even know where to begin." "Not west," Zeke said, his eyes on the screen. "That's too close to the old fault line. I wouldn't think they'd build something that big over there, especially since this seems to be a long-term project. Plus, there are too many people. Go east. Maybe outside the city limits or past the suburbs. Somewhere people wouldn't go snooping around." Delilah kept moving the map around, and the two of them looked for anything that resembled an enormous building. They found nothing, not even a trace. "Something this big would need a lot of power," Zeke said as he touched the screen and dragged the map around. He pinched his fingers, zooming out, then whipped his hand to the side. The image transferred to the screen on his wall in front of his couch. "We can see better here." They both moved in front of the screen, and Zeke continued searching. I feel like whatever it is, it would probably be somewhat self-sufficient. Maybe have its own power, especially if they're manufacturing things there. If they're willing to kill to keep details of this project out of the public eye, they wouldn't be pulling megawatts of electricity from the public grid. That would leave them more vulnerable to cyber attacks as well. Zeke carefully traced the roads heading east out of the city. Most of them eventually connected to I-10, but he found one that wound like a snake through some low hills and ended in a large facility surrounded by solar panels and windmills. Next to that, a section of the map was blurred, but the slight color changes gave a hint at something incredibly massive being there. Bingo. Zeke leaned back and tapped his lips with a finger. Delilah made exploding noises with her mouth and spread her hands apart. I feel like we should have some fireworks to celebrate, or a bottle of champagne or something. Despite her words, her tone, as well as her facial expression, was full of concern. Zeke grunted in reply. I'm not so sure what there is to celebrate. It does look like we found the place, but the obvious question is what do we do now? And the more obvious question is, do I really feel like doing it?
Of course you do, Delilah said, but she still sounded concerned.
Gee, thanks, Zeke said dryly. They've already tried to kill me and damn near succeeded, so I figure the best revenge would be to figure out exactly what's going on and expose the bastards. Switch did tell me that the data on the drive could start a war.
Now you're talking, Delilah said.
Zeke thought for a moment. I know their CEO has a lot of political ties, and Congress just passed some major bill that was wrought with controversy. He snapped his fingers as it came to him. I'll bet the federal government is somehow involved in this child labor scheme. That would explain a lot. Yeah, we're definitely going to blow this wide open.
Delilah smiled up at him. That's what I wanted to do. But of course, it wound up being a bit more difficult than I anticipated. And now it's right here in my face, and I can't help but feel concern for you. Do you think they'll hunt you down and torture you again, or just kill you this time?
The casual way she asked the question was incredibly unsettling. Zeke wasn't sure how to answer. Going after Carmenta Group was more than a bit reckless, especially since his whole desire to do so was based on revenge. If things didn't go perfectly, he would find himself never able to work as a runner in Luckhaven again, if he wasn't simply shot on sight. When he thought back to Cordell beating him, or Xander sticking that small knife in him, though, his desire for revenge grew until it outweighed caution. He looked down at his arm, at the shiny metal of his knuckles, and felt anger weaving its way through other emotions. No, he said finally. He studied the screen for a moment, making a mental note of the exact location of the building and the roads he would need to take to get there.
How do you figure? Asked Delilah. I really appreciate you letting me stay here, you know. It was very kind of you, and you very well may have saved my life in doing so. As much as I want to see this through to the end, I'd kind of like to repay the favor and keep you from dying as well. Do you think there's another option? A better one where we can figure out what's going on without getting caught?
I'm not going to get caught, Zeke said firmly. You were pretty set on blowing this wide open 5 minutes ago, weren't you? What happened to that? Cold feet, all of a sudden?
Delilah chewed on her bottom lip in thought. Not really. More like reality setting in. They tortured you, Zeke. They could have killed you. You're the only person that's been nice to me since I left.
She looked back at the computer.
I really want to know what's going on with this whole Project Origin deal, but I also don't want you to die.
I'm not going to die, Del, Zeke assured her.
Damn right you aren't, she said, studying him for a moment.
Delilah took another step towards him until she was standing close. Very close. Her eyes focused on his for a moment, then went to his lips. Zeke was going to say something, but Delilah suddenly rose up onto her toes and kissed him. It was a soft kiss, a gentle one, filled with desire and warmth.
I just found you, Zeke.
I don't want to lose you, she said quietly. Zeke looked into her big green eyes and realized the last thing he wanted to do was let her down, ever. You don't have to worry about that, he said, kissing her back. Only briefly, but enough to ensure she knew the desire went both ways. Why not? Delilah asked, as Zeke stepped away and walked to his bedroom. Because, like I said, they'll never catch me, Zeke said over his shoulder. Everything he needed was in this room, most of it at least. The rest of the stuff, well, he knew exactly who to go to for that. Can I have your car if you die? She called out. No. Zeke went to his safe and typed in his passcode. It beeped, and he pulled the door open, revealing what was left of his savings. He stuffed the bills in his pocket and went back to the living room where Delilah was waiting. Throw some better clothes on, Zeke told her. Delilah stood there for a moment and looked down at her clothes. I don't have any better clothes. Can you take me to get some? Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. Hold on. Zeke went back to his room and grabbed a tank top, perfect for the hot weather. After going back to the living room, he tossed her the shirt. She caught it and immediately began unbuttoning her shirt. Zeke turned around to give her some privacy. Sorry, I don't have anything better. Well, this should be... I guess it'll work for now. Zeke glanced over his shoulder at her. The tank top struggled to cover her large breasts. So, where are we going? Delilah asked, hands on her hips. Shopping. Chapter 16. Zeke set his holophone on the dashboard of his car. Call Switch, he said. And seconds later, the man's face appeared above the holophone. God damn, Zeke, there you are. I've been trying to get in touch with you for nearly 2 months now. I even sent people to your place for 3 weeks straight with no answer. I figured you were dead. What the fuck happened? Where's my data? Good to hear from you too, Switch. Just wanted to let you know that I'll see you soon. I just need to take care of something first. What did you get yourself into, Zeke? Where's my fucking data? I even sent another runner after you and no one could find you. Zeke found himself grateful that Masaru was incredibly secretive. Not to point fingers, but it was you that got me involved in this business. I'm just going to finish it. So what happened to the data? Do you know how many millions? Switch, listen to me, Zeke said. Switch was not a man to cut off, but Zeke had too much on his mind to care at the moment. You'll get that, your money or something. You're just gonna have to trust me. Trust is something built over time. You haven't earned my trust yet. You're really gonna try to fucking lecture me on trust? The first job you sent me on got me tortured for a day and a half and nearly killed. You should be glad I even called you, you fucking asshole. With that, Zeke hung up. Switch immediately called back, but Zeke ignored it. Lesson number 1, Zeke said to Delilah as he changed lanes on the highway. No one cares about runners, fixers least of all. You should understand that you are completely expendable, and if shit ever hits the fan, someone will try to either blame you or kill you. If that happens, your best options are usually to either leave town or kill them first. He expected a look of shock on her face, but instead, all he saw was her nodding as she took it in. Got it. Always look out for myself and assume others will screw me over. Zeke nodded. Very good. Another thing to know is that Switch is not the kind of man that likes being hung up on, ignored, and told what to do. So if I ever want to find work in this city as a runner again, I'm going to have to show up with something. Like money? Zeke shrugged. Money, or the data he originally wanted me to get. Or something worth as much, like a serious business deal. One thing you should never forget is that most fixers are not good people, and they don't care if they hurt others to make a buck. Even Emily? Good catch. No, Emily is good. She's tough, but she looks out for her people. Probably the only honest fixer in town. You think she'll like me? Delilah asked. Zeke couldn't help but laugh. He glanced over at Delilah, and she looked back with those big green eyes. Del,
I can't see anyone not liking you.
So you like me?
Well, sure, I guess. I mean,
Zeke took a deep breath.
I didn't realize you were into women.
Now it was Delilah's turn to laugh.
Zeke, I grew up at an all-girl orphanage. All my schools were the same. I'll wager I've eaten more pussy than you have.
Zeke wasn't sure how to respond to that.
Sorry, Zeke. You were busy talking biz and I kinda interrupted you.
You're fine, Zeke said. Like I was saying, most fixers will generally take care of you, but only because you make them money. Money is all they really care about.
Except Amelie?
Except Amelie.
Okay, so if fixers are so bad, then why do you work for them?
A couple of reasons, Zeke explained. First and foremost, it's all I really know how to do. Also, you see this car?
Delilah looked around the interior, from the hand-stitched leather seats to the holographic displays on the dashboard. It's very nice.
That it is. I found a guy that added a bulletproof windshield, too. I paid for it in less than 3 years doing runs for Amelie. You've seen my condo, too. I'm not rich by any means, but I'm doing pretty well for myself for a guy with no formal education. Things will only go up from here, as long as tonight goes smoothly. This is a very lucrative field to work in, and as long as you keep your head on your shoulders, you can make a killing. You'll have to learn to avoid the pigs as well.
Pigs?
From her expression, Delilah was probably wondering what livestock had to do with the black market. Ah, innocence. Yeah, pigs. Cops. Police officers. They're your #1 enemy, and if they know you're a runner, they'll probably find you guilty on the spot and sentence you without any hesitation. In their eyes, the punishment for just being a runner is usually death. The only time they'll stop shooting is when they're reloading.
But aren't they supposed to protect people? As in catching murderers and thieves and all that?
Zeke laughed as he turned a corner. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you, he said to the wounded look on her face. You just have a lot to learn. I'll do my best to teach you, Del. If the cops really fought crime, don't you think our crime rates would be lower? Do you know how many people are murdered in this city on a daily basis?
Every day?
I don't know. 3? She really had no clue. A dozen or more. That's every day, remember. Go ahead and do the math on that. I'm sure there are some cops that have good intentions and truly want to make Lock Haven a better place, but the majority of them are your enemy. I've always felt that the notion of good and evil was laughable, but if it was in fact real, then the local police definitely wouldn't be the good guys, not even remotely.
I see, Delilah said.
Her entire understanding of how things worked in the world was going to be turned inside out.
So you'll teach me to avoid them?
Zeke laughed. This was going to happen whether he liked it or not. You'll never let me sleep unless I do, I'm guessing.
Yep, she said with a smile.
Then I guess I'll teach you. She was going to be the death of him. At least she was determined. Much better than being lazy. Zeke couldn't stand lazy. Giant concrete pilings lined each side of the road as they drove beneath a massive building, plunging them into darkness. Zeke turned down several side streets and made his way toward a crowded area. Delilah stared out the window at the sea of bodies and neon lights as they slowly drove down the cracked street. It took a while, but Zeke finally found an open spot in a nearby parking garage. As was the norm in New Belcott, a motley crowd filled the sidewalks. People dealing drugs or flesh in alleys. Businessmen in suits casting nervous glances around them while heading to a restaurant. Locals wandering through stores and more. Bright storefronts and flashing signs illuminated the entire neighborhood, painting the area in various shades of neon. Rich aromas wafted to them as they passed several restaurants, one with a large sign in the window advertising Meat 2.0, but they continued on. A sign above them flashed the word guns in flickering red neon against a rusted background. Zeke cut across the crowd and reached for the door. He pulled it open and held it for Delilah.
Why are you taking me here? We both already have guns.
Delilah frowned at an old man that stared at her hungrily as he limped by. Simple. I have a gun. You have a gun-shaped piece of garbage. If you really want to do this, I'll get you something nice. Something that's accurate and reliable, with a holster so you can wear it regularly. Packing heat goes a long way toward feeling safe, especially at night in places like New Belcott. Zeke avoided mentioning that he wanted her to be safe and protected in case he died tonight. The store wasn't very large, but every square meter of space was put to good use. Delilah stared wide-eyed around the room. Rifles and shotguns lined the walls, and a large glass-topped counter filled with pistols and knives formed a U-shape inside the store. Rows of shelves and stands in the center held everything from knives to body armor to holsters. A graying man with an oily smile rested both hands on the counter and greeted them as they came closer. "Good evening, folks, and welcome to Diamond Guns. My name's Chuck. How can I help you today? You in the market for a new piece?" He wore a pistol holstered on his hip, as if the dozens of guns on display weren't quite enough, and smoothed a strip of brown hair over the top of his head with a hand in a vain attempt to hide a large bald spot. Zeke's eyes scanned across the rows of rifles hanging on the wall and nodded to himself, satisfied with the selection. He looked down through the glass counter at the pistols and pursed his lips in thought. "I need something smaller. Preferably a 9mm with a long enough barrel to tame the recoil, but a grip size for smaller hands. Black." "Is this for your, Chuck paused. "I'm his girlfriend," Delilah said, looping her arm through Zeke's. "Couples that shoot together stay together," she said in a serious tone. Zeke pulled a thin stack of bills from his pocket and slid them across the counter. "She's also gonna need concealed carry added to her ID. You can do that, I'm assuming?" Chuck made the money disappear in one fluid motion, so quickly that it may as well never have passed across the counter. "Of course I can," he said with a smile, turning to Delilah. "ID card, please." He held his hand out. She fumbled through her pockets and finally produced a small card, which she handed to him. "I think you're making the right decision," Chuck said as he limped to a computer at the back of the store. "You can't be too safe these days, with crime as high as it is. I think if everyone carried a firearm, crime would be a lot lower." He paused. "Of course, that would require training everyone how to properly use one. Not so sure how we'd make that happen." Zeke looked at Delilah, and they both rolled their eyes. "That should do it," Chuck said after a few minutes. He handed the ID card back to Delilah. "Give it about 30 minutes or so, and the update should take. You'll be good in any state." "Let me see this one," Zeke said as he pointed at a pistol in the display case. "An excellent choice," Chuck said as he unlocked the case and removed the pistol. He offered it to Zeke, but Zeke jerked his head toward Delilah. She reached out and carefully accepted the pistol, keeping it aimed away from both of them. "How does it feel?" Zeke asked, as she pointed it at the far wall and stared down the sights. "You won't find much better than that," Chuck said. "Italian-made, 10-round magazine, fully adjustable rear sight. It's made for concealed carry, so there are no sharp edges to catch on anything. It's a fine weapon indeed." "It definitely feels better than the pistol-shaped garbage I currently have," Delilah said, grinning over her shoulder at Zeke. Zeke turned back to Chuck. "All right, we'll take that and 100 rounds. Hollow points. Let's get you a holster, Del. Chuck, you got any under-the-arm deals?" Chuck nodded enthusiastically, his eyes seeing nothing but dollar signs as he produced a black leather holster and handed it across the counter to Delilah. She slipped her arms through it and shrugged it on, shifting awkwardly as Zeke adjusted the straps. She slipped the pistol in the holster and stood there with her arm awkwardly out to the side, then gave Zeke a look that spoke of thorough dissatisfaction. "How do you wear this? It's right here in my way. My arm keeps hitting it, and my hair got caught in the straps. This is horrible," she said, shrugging out of it. Zeke couldn't help but laugh. He had worn his for long enough that he didn't even notice it anymore except to make sure it was covered. "We do have other options if comfort is a concern," Chuck said as he limped from behind the counter and rummaged through his inventory on the shelves. He beamed a triumphant smile as he finally produced a small black designer purse and handed it to Delilah. She slipped the strap over her shoulder and looked down at it, turning it over in her hands. "I love it," she said, her cheeks coloring faintly as she smiled. "I've never owned a purse before." "There won't be much room inside when you're carrying, but there's enough for a few basics," Chuck explained. "We have larger purses if you need more room." Delilah lifted the pistol from the counter and pushed it in the front of the purse. As Chuck said, there wasn't much room left after that. Enough for a holophone, her ID, and a small fold of cash. That was all she really needed, though. "We'll take it then," Zeke said. "You'll have to carry all your makeup and poetry books and something else," he said to Delilah. She snapped her fingers. "Whatever shall I do? How will I survive?" "And something for you today, sir. I can get you a matching pistol if you'd like and give you 20% off on the pair." Zeke pulled his jacket open so the grip of his .60 SKM was plainly visible, as were the letters CG stamped on the bottom. The ever-present smile on the man's face faltered for a moment as he recognized the logo. "I've got all the firepower I'll ever need, thanks," Zeke said. "I do need something, though. I could use something quiet." "I don't believe I have any silencers that'll fit that, sir." Chuck looked nervous after seeing Zeke's gun. Probably felt he was dealing with a member of a hit squad. Zeke wondered if there was a discount for that. "That's fine. Silencers don't work worth a damn anyways. I need something completely silent." Zeke rubbed his chin as he browsed the shelves. Chuck frowned and tapped his lip in thought for a while, then brightened and raised a finger. "I think I have just the thing," he said, shuffling towards a door at the back of the room. "Wait right there," he called out over his shoulder. "So, you like your purse?" Zeke asked. "I love it," Delilah said with a smile. She went up on her toes and kissed him gently. "Thank you, Zeke, for taking care of me, for being nice to me, for giving me a future, even if it is one in a world of crime. Thank you." "Don't mention it," Zeke said. After a few minutes, Chuck hurried back in from the back room, holding a large box in both hands. "I ordered this for $100 last year, but he never came to pick it up. The scope is zeroed at 50 meters. Chuck opened the box and lifted out a large crossbow. The entire thing was flat black, and it was topped with a scope. Zeke whistled. "That'll do it. How many arrows does it come with? Or wait. Bolts, I believe they're called when it's a crossbow. I don't know, I'm no expert on these things." Chuck fished through the box, counting under his breath. 4 arrows, looks like. Bolts, sorry. He lifted one and removed a piece of foam covering the tip. The point was flanked by 3 wicked-looking blades. "Careful with these. They're about as sharp as something can be." "Does it come with a—" Zeke tried to motion with his hands. "Quiver?" "Quiver. No, unfortunately it doesn't," Chuck said. "That's fine." Zeke gestured at the crossbow and towards Delilah. "I'll take all this." "Sounds great, sir." Chuck began typing on a small console. "Wait, I need a knife. 2 knives. Zeke looked around and crossed the store, looking at the knives displayed under the glass on the other side. Chuck hurried over to assist him, eager to sell more. "What kind are you looking for? We got skinners, camp choppers." "Something I can throw. And then... Wait, did you say camp chopper?" "Yep." Chuck reached beneath the counter and withdrew a huge knife. With a thick-spined blade, over a foot long, the thing was practically a short sword. Zeke thought he was in love. Chuck continued explaining about the knife. "Camp choppers go back hundreds of years to the plains of the Wild West and have a reputation as being heavy-duty knives designed for chopping wood, skinning big game, and just about anything else you can think of." That all sounded great, but what Zeke saw was a huge knife that looked like it could take off an arm. "Pack it up with everything else. I'll take it." He was sure it would come in handy, even if it didn't. Well, he just liked it. "Also, get me a throwing knife." "Yes, sir, right away." There was a spring in Chuck's step now, probably due to how much Zeke was set to spend. Chuck produced a slender knife, both hand and blade black as night, and held it out to Zeke. Zeke accepted the knife and bounced it on his palm, feeling the weight of it. It felt perfect, and the balance was spot on. He handed it back to Chuck. "Ring it all up." Zeke turned to Delilah. "You be careful with that thing, you hear?" He set his hand on Delilah's shoulder and spoke quietly. "Mistakes with a gun can't be undone. I'll do my best to train you, but you'll need a cool head."
"Yeah, I know," Delilah said, clutching her purse and shuffling her feet awkwardly.
"Oh, none of that,"
Zeke said, ruffling her hair. Delilah yelped and tried to straighten her hair as Zeke accepted a large bag from Chuck.
"Nice doing business with you, Chuck."
Zeke set a stack of bills on the counter.
"Keep the change."
"Thank you, sir. You too, sir." Chuck barely looked up from counting through the pile of cash. "Gee, thanks," Delilah said as they walked out of the store. "No clothes, but I have a gun. That's a step up." Zeke laughed.
"If I make it through tonight, I'll get you a dress."
Chapter 17. "But I want to come along and help," Delilah complained. Zeke would describe it as whining, but she probably wouldn't appreciate that. "What if Amelie tagged along?" Her voice was too calm for a question like that.
"I don't think you get it, Del. This has nothing to do with you as a person or how we feel about each other. There is nothing you can do to help. Nothing. Amelie wouldn't be able to help either."
Zeke said the words gently, trying to avoid hurting her feelings while essentially telling her she was useless in this situation. For someone excited about a new turn in her life, that could be difficult to hear, especially when it was the truth.
"Look, I'm sure you would try your best and do great, but this is a one-person job. And if you got caught, they'd just shoot you on the spot. I can't put you in that kind of situation with a clear conscience. I've barely even started training you."
Delilah crossed her arms beneath her breasts. "I get it, Zeke, I do. I just want to be useful." Zeke's holophone chimed, and he pulled it out of his pants pocket.
"Well, I have a feeling Amelie will find a use for you," he said.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Well," Zeke explained, "when I told her what I was doing tonight, she insisted I let her come over. She wants to spend some time with me before I head out, and she mentioned wanting to meet you. So put on your best smile because she just parked."
"What?" Delilah exclaimed. "Damn it, Zeke, you should have warned me. My hair isn't done, and I'm not wearing—" Her complaints faded into whispered curses as she hurried into Zeke's bedroom and shut the door. A few drawers slammed open and closed, and Zeke burst out into laughter.
She was cute.
Seconds later, a knock came at the door. Zeke raked his fingers through his hair and pulled the door open. Amelie stood there, surprisingly enough, in a short black dress. It looked to be only a step above lingerie and offered a spectacular view of her perky breasts and toned thighs. Her dark blue eyes lit up when she saw him.
"Amelie, come in," Zeke said as he stepped back.
"Hey, Zeke," she said as she stepped into his arms. They held each other tightly for a moment, then Amelie leaned up and kissed him. Zeke kicked the door shut without letting her go.
"So, are you ready to tell me what craziness you're getting into tonight?" she asked after breaking their kiss. Zeke winced. "I can't, Amelie. It's just too dangerous. Depending on how tonight goes, when I get back, I'll tell you what I can, but it won't be much."
"It's okay. I understand," she said, leaning up to kiss him again. She looked around suddenly. "Where's Delilah?" Zeke opened his mouth to answer, but his bedroom door opened and Delilah came out. "I'm here," she said, slowly walking towards them. A pair of Zeke's boxers struggled to cover her hips. She wore one of his tank tops again, but this time braless and with the bottom half tied in a knot, exposing her slender stomach. Zeke felt his mouth water at the sight of her. Delilah strutted up to them, her eyes mostly on Amelie, and stopped with her hands on her hips. After an awkward pause, she cocked her hips to one side. Amelie looked at Zeke,
and raised an eyebrow, then looked back at Delilah. She made no effort to hide that she was checking her out. She walked in a slow circle around the shorter woman, very obviously eyeing her large breasts and round bottom. "You did say she was pretty," Emily said quietly to Zeke. Delilah's eyes flickered to Zeke, and she blushed. Emily stopped in front of her and put her hands on her hips, mimicking Delilah's pose. She looked her in the eye, and Delilah met that sapphire gaze unblinking. Emily slowly leaned toward Delilah's face, and Delilah leaned in. Emily kissed her, softly, just briefly, then took a step back. "He wasn't kidding," Emily said, still looking at Delilah. "You are truly beautiful." "So are you," Delilah said, a bit of shyness in her smile. "Well," said Emily, "hopefully we can avoid any awkwardness since you live with my boyfriend. I was thinking—" Delilah moved forward and cut her off by pulling her face down into another kiss. Emily was startled at first, but recovered quickly and wrapped her arms around the shorter woman. They stood there for a moment, lips interlocked and tongues exploring. Delilah's hand went down to Emily's firm ass and gave it a squeeze, while Emily's hand did the same to one of Delilah's breasts. Zeke stood there for a moment, enjoying the show but feeling slightly left out. Emily's hand went right down the back of the shorts Delilah was wearing and grabbed a handful of ass. Zeke decided it was time to make his move. There couldn't possibly be a better time than now. "How about we take this to the bedroom?" he said smoothly. They stopped kissing momentarily, blue and green eyes focused on him. Then Delilah turned and ran to the bedroom. Emily hurried behind her. Zeke smiled to himself as he followed them. As soon as he entered the room, they were upon him. Emily tore at his belt, while Delilah grabbed the bottom hem of his shirt and tried to pull it off. Zeke stumbled and fell onto the bed as Emily yanked his pants down. With a laugh, Zeke rolled over. His shirt was still on, but his pants were around his ankles. Emily crawled onto the bed, kneeling next to Zeke. She grabbed the bottom of her dress and pulled it off over her head. Beneath it, she was fully nude. Delilah was only a few seconds slower. She tore at the knot in the bottom of her tank top, then yanked the shirt off. After rolling onto her back, she grabbed the boxers and pushed them off. "I used your razor. Hope you don't mind," Delilah said as she rolled over and gave Zeke a view of her smooth, hairless nether regions. No problem at all," Zeke said, at a loss for words as his eyes drank in her beauty. Emily grabbed onto his stiff member while Zeke kicked his pants off. She tucked her hair behind an ear and took him into her mouth, first sucking on the tip, then working her way down lower. Zeke rested his head on his hands as Delilah crawled up next to Emily. Her beautiful round bottom was right next to him. He reached out and placed a hand on it, squeezing it. "Here, let me try," Delilah said. "Have you done this before?" Emily asked. "No," Delilah said after a pause. "I grew up in an all-girl orphanage, remember?" "Oh, honey." Emily quietly explained to the younger woman how to perform fellatio, and the two took turns on Zeke, driving him wild. With Delilah's perfect backside facing him, Zeke just couldn't resist any longer. His hand slid down from her bottom to her pink lips, and he slid a finger inside of her. As wet as she was, it went in easily. Delilah moaned around Zeke's finger, which just made Zeke want her even more. "Come here," he said as he reached out and grabbed her by the waist. Delilah yelped as she was lifted into the air. Zeke pulled Delilah to him, and she lowered herself right on his face. Zeke licked around for a few seconds until he found her clitoris, then began licking and sucking on it. Emily's mouth worked on his cock for only a few more seconds before she too wanted more. She straddled Zeke's hips and lowered herself onto his shaft 1 millimeter at a time, working her hips up and down with tiny motions as she took more of him. Zeke reached both hands up and grabbed onto Delilah's round bottom, then gave it a squeeze as he continued pleasing her. Her firm body trembled with pleasure. Once Emily was fully impaled upon Zeke's member, she began riding up and down. Delilah reached out and grabbed her, and the two women kissed each other and caressed nipples and necks, while Zeke pleased the other ends of them. It was heaven. There was no other word for it. Emily rode him hard and fast, like a woman eager for the prize. Zeke licked at Delilah's clit like a man on a mission. He felt something scrape his lower abdomen, and realized Delilah had reached down and was rubbing Emily. It was a love triangle of the absolute best kind. Delilah's supple thighs suddenly tensed and clamped onto the sides of Zeke's head. She was strong enough that he was afraid she would pop an eyeball out of his head, but he kept licking her and was rewarded with intense moans. Her entire body trembled as she orgasmed. Emily was only a few seconds behind, then she moaned against Delilah's lips in orgasmic bliss. Both women done, Delilah finally climbed off of Zeke's face. He had to admit, he missed the view immediately, but it was replaced with Delilah's beautiful face. She leaned down and kissed him deeply, almost sloppily. Zeke grabbed onto Emily's hips and rammed his cock into her repeatedly with full-length strokes. A wave of pleasure crashed through him as he squirted his cum deep inside Emily. "I get your cum next time," Delilah said with a wink, then flopped back on the bed. Thoroughly exhausted, Emily rolled off of Zeke and lay next to the shorter, curvier woman. The three of them lay there for a moment, all catching their breath. Delilah's fingers slipped into Zeke's hand, and he held them tightly. Zeke sighed heavily. "Everything okay, babe?" Delilah asked, propping herself up on an elbow. Zeke turned his head and looked at her. Sweat slicked a few wavy hairs to Delilah's forehead and dampened the skin between her full breasts. She looked like a goddess. "I was just thinking that leaving this bed is going to be the saddest moment of my life." "Well," Emily said as she sat up. Her eyes traced across the curve of Delilah's hip, then went to Zeke. "Now you know what you have to come back to." "Go on," she said, jerking her head towards the door. "We'll keep the bed warm for you." Chapter 18. Zeke went into the kitchen and began looking through the cabinets. His bolt cutters were somewhere around here. Or were they back in the bedroom? That made more sense, but he couldn't remember. "Lesson number 1, Zeke said as he went back into the bedroom. Delilah was lying in Emily's arms, with the taller woman's lips around one of her nipples. They both looked up when Zeke entered. "Keep all of your gear organized, even the stuff you don't use very often. It makes situations like this a lot easier." "Noted," Delilah said with a grin, then turned back to Emily. Zeke finally found his bolt cutters, along with a few small explosive charges and a detonator linked to his holophone. He arranged them carefully in a duffel bag, then padded them with a coil of rope and a few other things he might need. When he stood up, he was greeted once again by Delilah's beautiful backside. Temptation got the better of him, and he leaned forward and planted a kiss right on one of those perfect cheeks. Delilah giggled and shook her rear at him, then went back to kissing Emily. Those two looked like they'd be busy all night. After taking another glance at their bodies, Zeke couldn't blame them. "All right, that's everything," Zeke said, patting his pockets to double-check himself. "Be careful, Zeke," Emily said, taking a momentary break from kissing Delilah. "Come back to us in one piece," Delilah added. "Don't worry, ladies, I plan on it." With one last, longing glance at Delilah's ass, that thing really was a work of art, he went into the living room. He shrugged into his holster and shoved his pistol in place, then covered it all with a thin jacket. Most importantly, he grabbed the crossbow, then slung the duffel bag across his shoulder. That was it. He grabbed the door, pulled it open, and left. Zeke ran through a mental checklist as he strode down the hall, preparing himself for the work ahead. One of his neighbors watched him curiously while they were on the elevator, and Zeke realized he was mumbling to himself. Thankfully, traffic wasn't too heavy at this hour. Well, it was still heavy downtown, but not in the direction Zeke was going. The drive out of town didn't take nearly as long as he had anticipated. An hour after the sunset, Zeke passed through the farthest suburbs surrounding Luckhaven. He set his car to auto drive so he could focus on the upcoming task. He checked through his supplies one more time to calm his nerves. Another hour of desert road went by, and his holophone beeped. A message from Delilah flashed on his dashboard screen. "Hey, are you there yet?" Zeke pulled off to the right when he saw the small access road exiting the highway. He quickly shut his headlights off. At the entrance to the small road were signs warning any trespassers that deadly force was authorized. Zeke pushed a few buttons on his dash, and his car's suspension raised, increasing his ground clearance, which would help greatly with the bumpy road. Another 2 buttons, and he activated the night vision camera on his car. His screen displayed the road in front of him in shades of green and black as he moved silently down the road. He grabbed his holophone and quickly replied before he forgot. "Just arrived. Lots of security. Talk to you later." Ahead, in the distance, a guard post blocked the road, with a tall chain-link fence extending far on each side. Atop the fence sat coils of razor or concertina wire. He couldn't tell at this distance, but both were bad news, and the fence looked to surround the entire compound. He had been expecting this. Whatever Project Origin was, it was likely to be crawling with security guards and other measures. Like most of the desert, the terrain in this area was largely flat and desolate. On occasion, a hill or plateau soared in the far distance, but the immediate area was like a flat panel of dirt. Zeke focused on the screen on his dash as he slowly drove off the road. He moved a small joystick with his thumb, and the camera at the front of his car turned, allowing him to scan the area. Dead scrub bush scraped loudly against the undercarriage of his car and popped against the rear diffuser. Zeke winced, but he was still far enough away that no one would hear. The gentle hills and bushes would also help hide him from any prying eyes. He paralleled the fence until he came to a corner, then looked for a place to stash his car. Hiding a sports car in the desert wasn't an easy task, but Zeke found a boulder and some tumbleweed that provided sufficient concealment. Anyone watching a security camera would see nothing out of the ordinary. Zeke grabbed his night vision glasses and slipped them on his face, then slung the duffel back over his shoulder. He hurried toward the corner of the fence, staying low to the ground. Zeke turned up the gain on his night vision glasses as he approached the corner of the fence. A camera sat on top, slowly scanning back and forth. He moved to the side and sprinted for the fence as the camera turned back toward him. He arrived at the fence and dropped into a crouch, ensuring that he was beneath the field of view of the camera, then pulled out his set of bolt cutters. The hardened steel jaws easily sliced through the links of the fence, and within seconds, Zeke was done. He shoved the bolt cutters back into the duffel and slipped through the opening. Dim, scattered lights illuminated the area inside the fence line, so Zeke removed his night vision glasses and tossed them into his duffel. While it was open, he pulled out his crossbow and snapped the limbs into place. With his foot through the cocking stirrup, he pulled back on the string until it locked in place, then slid a bolt into the flight groove. Time to see what this thing could do. After carefully scanning the area, Zeke rushed forwards and knelt beneath an angled row of solar panels. The panels extended far to his left, back towards the entrance road. Guards would certainly be around, so Zeke kept to the outside edge and moved one row at a time. He scanned every direction each time he paused. A small vehicle, open-topped, and not quite a car, drove up the road and veered off to the side. Its patrol route likely followed the fence line. Time to think fast. Zeke rushed back several rows so that he was close to where he had entered the compound. He waited with his crossbow held ready. After a few minutes, the small vehicle turned the corner and continued along the fence. It stopped at the point where Zeke had cut the links, and the driver stepped out. He walked towards the fence, giving it a suspicious glance. Zeke raised his crossbow and centered the crosshairs on the man's head. The chest would have been an easier target, but he couldn't risk the man crying out. As the man knelt down to check the fence, Zeke squeezed the trigger. There was minimal recoil as the bolt left the crossbow, and it flew true to its target, striking the man in the back of his head. He immediately crumpled to the ground. Disposing of bodies was always something to take into consideration in situations like this. Zeke had dwelled on this for a bit before arriving here. After looking around, a convenient solution blossomed in his mind. He had to work quickly, though. Zeke set his crossbow down and grabbed the bolt cutters from his duffel. Those in hand, he hurried over to the guard. After skirting around the man's body, he quickly cut a larger opening in the links, nearly as tall as he was. Zeke pulled the man's body through the hole in the fence, then hurried back to the small vehicle and drove it through the hole as well. Once the parking brake was set, he dragged the man's body onto the vehicle and placed it in the driver's seat. It took some effort, but eventually he got the dead man's foot on the accelerator. Zeke released the brake, and the vehicle sped away into the night, taking the dead guard with it. A giant hole in the fence would certainly draw attention, but not as much as a corpse with a bolt through its head. The amount of effort it would take for them to recover that vehicle made Zeke laugh as well. Satisfied with his handiwork, Zeke sauntered back to where he had left his duffel and retrieved his crossbow. Delilah and Amelie would laugh when he told them about this. Zeke smiled as he continued scurrying down the rows of solar panels. Thick electrical cables ran from each row of panels, so he followed them, figuring they would eventually lead to the main building. The rows of solar panels seemed endless, and Zeke lost track of how long he followed them in the dim light provided by the sparsely placed security lights. He thought he was near the end when he saw boots from beneath the panels. A guard was walking towards him. The guard would certainly have a gun, so Zeke had to be quick. He aimed his crossbow to roughly where the man's head would emerge when he exited the row of solar panels and waited. The guard stopped at the end of the row and looked around, first away from Zeke and then towards him with a surprised expression. He reached for his gun. Zeke had just enough time to adjust his aim, then pulled the trigger. A bolt shot out from the crossbow and struck the man in the center of his face. He fell backward, a twitching mess, and Zeke hurried toward the body. He was dead by the time Zeke got there. With nowhere convenient to stash this body, Zeke simply grabbed the man and dragged him beneath a group of solar panels. It wasn't perfect, but with the faint light outside, it would be good enough. Zeke finally reached the end of the solar panels. He looked back, trying to see exactly how far he had come, but the lighting made it difficult to determine the distance. With a shrug, he followed the cabling coming from the panels, which was now wrist-thick. He kept his head on a swivel, ensuring no people or cameras could see him. After a few minutes, a giant rise loomed in the distance. At first, Zeke thought it might have been a hill or plateau, but he soon realized that it was the building he had been looking for. It was huge, stretching as far as he could see to each side and towering above the desert ground. There was nothing to provide concealment, so Zeke focused on staying low to the ground as he hurried toward the massive building with his crossbow held ready. Luckily, he was now away from the lights illuminating the solar field, and the utility lights near the buildings were few. The electrical cable eventually led to a large utility building, which contained several massive generators that hummed away noisily. It was hard on the side of the main building, with a set of gauges on the wall. They showed power delivery from the solar panels, which was of course currently at 0, from the forest of windmills on a nearby hill, and from the generators. "Well, aren't you the perfect place for a bit of sabotage?" Zeke whispered to himself as he retrieved a pair of explosive charges from his duffel bag. They stuck to the side of the building with integrated magnets, and Zeke typed in a few commands to arm them. Cutting off a building's power supply was a good way to shut down operations. These 2 charges were powerful, so they would be sufficient to wreck the supply. Zeke checked his crossbow and hugged the side of the main building as he approached the corner. Peeking around, he couldn't see any more guards, so he crept forwards. His boots were silent on the cracked desert ground as he crept toward where he believed the entrance was located. The faintest bit of movement ahead caught his eye, and Zeke stopped in his tracks. Zooming in with his right eye, he was just able to make out an armed security guard pacing slowly in front of a door. Zeke moved forward ever so slowly, closing in on his target. The man touched a finger to his ear and answered a call. "Yeah, Jones here. Wait, a hole in the fence?" Zeke cursed silently and crept a few meters closer, then raised his crossbow. The man wasn't far away, but the crossbow didn't have the flat trajectory of a bullet. Zeke moved a bit closer through the darkness, trying to get within decent range before getting spotted. He gently squeezed the trigger.
What? Go check it out, then. I'll tell Tobias.
The guard lowered his hand. While Zeke's aim was better than most, a combination of nerves and the poor light caused the bolt to veer to the left. It flew directly in front of the guard's face, instead of through his head.
What the fuck?
The guard looked around and raised his rifle, scanning for the source. Fortunately, Zeke's black clothing kept him invisible in the dark of night. Moving quickly, he shoved his boot into the stirrup of the crossbow and pulled the string back until it clicked into place.
Show yourself, fuckface!
The man called out as he began slowly approaching Zeke. The way he looked around told Zeke he hadn't been seen yet. Almost scrambling, Zeke slid his last bolt into the flight groove and brought the weapon to his shoulder. He aimed more carefully this time, keeping the crosshairs on the man's head and waiting to pull the trigger until the man was either closer or had stopped moving. He couldn't miss again. This was his last bolt.
Hey!
The man stopped and raised his rifle when he finally spotted Zeke. The bolt struck the guard in the nose, piercing through cartilage and bone, and knocked him flat on his back. Zeke sprinted forward as the man thrashed and twitched in the dirt. The guard made sucking and choking noises as blood flooded his sinus cavity and throat. Zeke pulled out the huge knife he had bought, the one Chuck had called a camp chopper, and raised it high overhead. With the strength of his military surplus arm, he drove the thick blade through the man's armored vest, straight into his heart. The man's twitching stopped after a few seconds, and he went limp. Pulling the knife out proved to be more difficult, but Zeke managed. After wiping the blade clean on the guard's clothing, he returned it to its sheath beneath his jacket, where it balanced out his pistol on the other side. He grabbed the guard's boots and dragged the corpse farther away from the door to keep it from being detected. Zeke wanted to drag the body around a corner, but didn't have the time to spare. The hole in the fence had already been discovered, so it was only a matter of time until the place was swarming with armed guards. He dropped the body and hastily searched it, grabbing a security badge from the man's pocket in the process. Within seconds, he was back at the door. Zeke pulled the door open as quietly as possible and slipped inside, immediately squinting at the bright lights. A long hallway extended to his right, with smooth concrete floors and walls painted white. He reached down and pulled his pants leg up, snatching his throwing knife from the top of his boot. Carefully, he moved forward, keeping his eyes on the end of the hallway. Zeke spun at a faint rustling noise and pulled his hand back, intending to throw his knife. A man had entered the hallway behind Zeke. Zeke took 2 quick steps toward him and abruptly stopped as the man raised a gun.
"Not so fast, Zeke,"
said the black-clad man. Scars on each side of his tanned face twisted his smile into a grimace as he raised his massive pistol at Zeke. From this distance, it looked to be a .60 SKM, same as Zeke's. The man wore an armored vest and helmet as well. The Carmenta Group logo was printed in small letters on each.
"You've made quite a mess here tonight, Zeke. I must commend you on your efforts, although you might want to be careful with that knife. I'd hate to blow your arm off."
He shifted his aim slightly and pointed his gun at Zeke's shoulder.
"Who the fuck are you?"
Zeke firmed his grip on the knife, ready to throw it in an instant. The man laughed softly and gave Zeke a knowing look as he shook his head.
"Me? My name is Tobias. I suppose we haven't been formally introduced yet. Although I'm a bit surprised you've already forgotten me."
He held out a hand and made his voice thin and weak.
"Any spare change, good sir?" "You've got to be fucking kidding me."
The memory came crashing back to Zeke like a bullet to the head. The beggar in the parking garage.
"You remember now?"
Tobias's tone was surprisingly light, as if he were joking with an old friend.
"Of course, playing the role of a homeless man isn't generally on my list of daily duties, but it made it easy to keep an eye on you. I usually prefer to just hunt people down for my boss and kill them."
Zeke's hatred for this man grew with every foul word that spewed from his mouth.
"You killed Rat and Jade, didn't you?" Yes, I did," Tobias said with a smile. "And later their friend Lan, although he ruined things a bit by falling out of that window. And those stupid officials for trying to buy our data for the Chinese government. I killed them all and many more, and I would do it again in a heartbeat."
He spread his hands as he shrugged, momentarily shifting his aim away from Zeke.
"Some people just—"
Zeke's hand snapped forward and his knife struck Tobias in the shoulder, although the blade bounced harmlessly off his vest. Tobias grunted in surprise and brought his pistol back, but by then Zeke had already closed the distance between them. Zeke grabbed the man's wrist. 3 shots rang out from Tobias's gun, narrowly missing Zeke's face. His ears rang, and the scent of gunpowder burned his nostrils as he struggled against Tobias. The man didn't look particularly imposing, but he was incredibly strong. Tobias slowly overpowered Zeke and twisted the barrel of his pistol toward Zeke's face.
"Not today, asshole,"
Zeke said, laughing at the brief confusion on Tobias's face. Confusion quickly turned to horror as Zeke squeezed, his robotic hand crushing the bones in Tobias's wrist. Tobias shrieked in agony and fumbled for his knife with his other hand, but Zeke released the man's wrist and rammed his titanium fingers under Tobias's jaw, penetrating easily through the soft flesh. Tobias gurgled and beat at Zeke as he tried to escape. Zeke closed his grip and crushed Tobias's lower jaw, tearing half of it from the man's face with a spray of red. Zeke let the man fall to the floor and watched coldly as Tobias thrashed around, clutching at his ruined mouth. Tobias wept and blathered as a stream of blood and saliva poured from his face. It made a long red streak on the concrete floor as he struggled to crawl away. Zeke took a step forward and straddled him. "You guys tried to make an example of me, so I guess it's only appropriate that I return the favor." Zeke drew his large knife and leaned down, cutting the straps on Tobias's arm. He resheathed his knife and tossed the back panel of the vest aside, then drew his right arm back. He slammed his hand down, driving his stiffened metal fingers into the center of Tobias's back, shattering the man's spine. Tobias immediately went limp from the neck down, and his blubbering turned to open weeping and cries of helplessness. Zeke stood and took a step away, but the noises coming from the man were like picking at a wound.
"Ah, fuck,"
Zeke mumbled as he tried to shut out the man's howling. He really didn't have what it took to torture people. Probably a good thing. Zeke pulled out his pistol and sent a round through Tobias's head, spraying brains and bone fragments across the floor. Better to just be done with that sort of thing quickly and move on. After those gunshots, along with the 3 from Tobias a moment earlier, Zeke knew there was no need to be quiet any longer. He continued down the hallway, pistol held in front of him. After all that noise, he expected a small army to show up, but none did. The hallways turned to the left, and Zeke continued, noticing there was only one door at the end. He hurried to the door. It was a huge thing of heavy steel. He doubted even the sound of gunshots penetrated it. Upon reaching the door, he swiped the guard's security badge in front of the lock, but it flashed red. Zeke groaned as he shoved his pistol back into its holster. Of course, these things always had to be difficult. He walked back around the corner to Tobias's messy corpse. Digging through the man's pockets produced nothing of use, although at least Zeke remembered to pocket the man's spare ammunition. Zeke finally saw the man's security badge. It was on a lanyard around his neck, but it had twisted down underneath him. Zeke tried not to retch as he pulled the lanyard over what was left of Tobias's head. The cord caught on a skull fragment, and Tobias's head lolled to the side, slopping brains onto the floor. Zeke felt his gorge rise and stopped for a moment, taking a deep breath as he looked away. Finally wising up, he pulled his knife out and just cut the lanyard. He should have thought of that in the first place. C'est la vie, Emily would have said. Security badge in hand, he hurried back to the door. He swiped it in front of the door lock. 2 beeps and a flashing red light. "Fuck!" Zeke shouted, throwing his hands in the air in frustration. Both the door and the frame were steel and far too heavy to kick. He idly considered seeing if his cybernetic hand was strong enough to simply tear the door off the hinges, but that was doubtful. It appeared that after all this work, he had come to a dead end. Chapter 19. The door lock beeped suddenly, interrupting his dark thoughts. The door opened a few inches, and a middle-aged man with glasses poked his head through. "Hey, did you need—" Zeke punched the man square in the jaw, rocking his head back solidly into the door frame. The man collapsed to the floor in a heap, blood leaking from his mouth. Zeke reached down and grabbed the man, pulling him into the room as he entered. After depositing the man on the floor, Zeke looked around. It was a large room, and the back wall was covered in racks filled with computing equipment humming away. Along the front was a full-width window that offered a view into the massive chamber beyond, and below that window was a massive console filled with switches, knobs, and displays. Zeke slowly approached the computer and tried to make sense of the data on the display. It consisted of temperatures and other parameters for selected units. Zeke tapped the screen and selected the next unit. Some of the information was different, but the temperatures were the same, 37 degrees Celsius. Wasn't that the temperature of... Zeke leaned forward and looked through the wide window and into the giant room on the other side. Towering pillars of steel and concrete extended from the high ceiling down to the subterranean floor, so far down that Zeke couldn't even see the bottom in the darkness. Large pods of metal and glass connected to each pillar every few meters along their entire height, like leaves on a branch. Robotic arms traveled up and down on tracks set into the side of each pillar and checked on several of the pods, like a mechanical farmer inspecting its crop. From the vantage point of the control room, Zeke could see through the glass lids on many of them. His breath caught. Bodies. Human bodies. Each pod contained a person lying in a clear fluid within, with hoses and wires covering their faces. Zeke tried to count, but almost immediately gave up. He couldn't even see the bottom of the pillars, and they numbered too many to count. He hurried back to the display and scrolled through. The unit he was currently viewing was number 42 out of... Zeke tapped the screen several more times in disbelief, trying to verify what he was seeing. "Shit," he said, though it came out as more of a gasp. There were more than 50,000 of them. 50,000 of those pods, and as far as he could see, each one contained a person, hooking up to this giant network of machines and computers. Chapter 20. Zeke stared at the consoles, trying to make sense of the buttons, dials, and screens. There had to be some way to turn off this monstrosity, this nightmare he was looking at, some way to save all these people. Movement caught his eye, and he looked through the window at one of the pods nearest him. Inside the pod, a person began spasming, their limbs splashing in the clear fluid they were partially submerged in. Seconds later, a long mechanical arm raced up the side of the pillar and stopped near the pod. The arm connected to the pod, and the fluid within became turbulent, as if the arm were pumping something into it. After only a few seconds, the body inside the pod stopped its thrashing and lay calmly once again. Feeling sick from the sight, Zeke looked back down at the console in front of him. Tapping several commands on the screen, he tried to work his way through menus and settings. He struggled to find something on the screen that would give him the option of shutting the machine down. Every time he thought he made progress or found an option that might prove to be fruitful, he was stopped by the requirement for a password or a fingerprint or an iris scan. He looked down at the technician passed out on the floor, wondering about the most efficient way to get his fingerprints on the console. He did have that massive knife if he had to. Just then, the technician began to stir. Zeke reached down and grabbed the back of the man's collar, then yanked him into a kneeling position, facing away. The man shook his head as he tried to wake. Zeke leaned him forward to the point where he would fall without Zeke's grip on his collar. After a few seconds, the man twitched and jerked as he woke up. He immediately thrashed around until Zeke placed the barrel of his pistol against the back of the man's head. "Hey, what's going—" "I'm not sure how sensitive the back of your head is, but that's a gun barrel you're feeling right now. This pistol has a hair trigger, so if I sneeze, your brains will be sprayed on the floor." Zeke pressed the barrel good and hard against his head, making his point clear. "Do I have your attention?" "Yes," the man said as he nodded frantically. "Good. Now, how do I shut this fucking mess down?" "What?" Zeke struck him in the back of the head with his pistol, opening a gash in his scalp. "I said, how do I shut this down? This whole fucking thing." The man whined about the pain in his head and stammered for a moment, searching for the right words. "It's not set up that way. I don't think there's any way someone could just shut all this down, even if they wanted to." Zeke aimed his pistol at the racks of computers along the back wall. "How about if I pumped a few rounds into your computers over there? I have a feeling that would get me a step closer to my goal." "What?" the man asked incredulously. "Say what one more time. I fucking dare you," Zeke growled. "What does it take to shut all this down, genius?" The man shook his head, trying to think. "I don't even know where you would start. I barely have enough access to change a few parameters, much less turn anything off." "Fine," Zeke said. "Give me your password." "What?" Zeke shot the man through the forearm, spraying blood across the room. The man screamed and would have fallen without Zeke's grip on his collar. He cried and whimpered, holding his ruined arm close to his chest and trying to stop the flow of blood that soaked his clothing. Zeke twisted his grip on the man's collar, pulling the cloth tightly around the man's neck and pulled him up to his feet. Rage filled him. "Give me your fucking password!" Zeke shouted in his ear as he pressed his pistol against the man's temple. "It's either that, or I'm cutting your finger off or your eye out. So what'll it be?" "He's right, Ezekiel." Zeke spun to face the man that had just entered the room and aimed his pistol at the man's face. "Who the fuck are you?" "Well, I'm Davis." "Mind if I sit down?" he asked casually, as if there wasn't a gun pointed directly at his head. He pulled a chair over to him and sat in it with a relaxed sigh. "That's much better. The man you're choking won't be able to help you, you know. You might as well let him go." Zeke released his grip on the technician's collar and pushed him to the floor. The man gulped in ragged breaths while clutching at his bleeding arm. Zeke leaned down and pushed his pistol to the back of the man's head while addressing Davis, who was still far too calm for a situation as tense as this. "How about I just decorate the floor with his brains instead? You've already told me he can't help, and right now I can't think of anything better than killing all of you sick fucks." Davis steepled his fingers and crossed his legs. "You could if you really wanted to. I certainly can't stop you. My apologies, Mr. Johnson," he said to the man on the ground, who was blubbering and quietly begging for his life. Davis turned back to Zeke. "But that simply won't help you. In fact, it would likely lead to a much more negative outcome. I am here to negotiate with you, and I would be much less apt to do so in the presence of a corpse. Especially the corpse of one of my employees." "One of your employees, huh?" Zeke looked around the room. "So you run this place, then?" He pointed to the window where all the pods were visible. "And that?" Davis nodded. "I do." Zeke lowered his gun and booted the technician in the ribs. "Get the fuck out of my sight," he snarled. The man scrambled to his feet and ran for the door. "Don't go too far.
I want to talk with you afterwards, Davis called out after him.
He turned back to Zeke, still unnervingly calm.
I like to keep a close eye on my staff. Some have even taken to calling me father, if you can believe that. You may simply call me Davis, though.
I'd rather call you a bastard, Zeke said as he raised his pistol and pointed it at the odd man.
Doesn't have the same ring to it. I much prefer my name. Okay, so how about Tobias out there? Is he one of your precious employees that you care so much about?
Davis pursed his lips.
Tobias was a tool. Perhaps a useful tool in certain situations, but he often did things in a way I found distasteful. No, he was not my employee. We merely work for the same company. Okay, Davis. So what is there to negotiate about?
Zeke gestured towards the window.
It looks to me like you're enslaving people here, or doing some kind of sick medical experiment. I'm not entirely sure what you're up to, but I know having 50,000 people here is wrong, and I plan on doing something about it.
Davis shook his head as if disappointed.
And what do you plan on doing, Ezekiel? Shutting everything down? You're goddamn right. And how will that help anything? Do you really think the best answer is to murder 50,000 people?
Those words hit Zeke like a hammer. The gears in his mind ground to a halt. Still, though, the overall foulness of the whole situation sickened him. Something had to be done.
There's no way I'm going to let you keep this up. I'm shutting this down.
Davis groaned in annoyance.
And around we go. Is that really a solution, Ezekiel? Killing 50,000 people? Do you want that on your conscience? I want you to really think about that for a moment.
Zeke ground his teeth in anger, but felt helplessly conflicted. The man had a point. He lowered his pistol slightly.
Look around you, Ezekiel, Davis continued. No, not here in this room, but at the world around you. Unless you're rich, this world is a festering cesspool of crime, poverty, sickness, and filth. Honestly, even if you are rich, it's only a little better. Think of how many people suffer on a daily basis. Think of how many people with good intentions fall on hard times due to situations outside their control. How many children with unlimited potential and bright futures wind up selling themselves on the streets? And you've all practically ruined the planet, so who knows how many years you even have left before no one here has a future, regardless of socioeconomic status. What's all that got to do with your human farm here? They have lives inside there, Zeke. Incredible, wonderful lives. I'm sure you would argue that it's not real, but they will never know the difference. From the day we hook them up to Origin's mainframe, they experience the kind of life most people only dream about. They never suffer or struggle. They're successful. They have healthy relationships and fulfilling careers. Their children love them, and their parents are proud of them. They change the world in there. They experience a happiness and contentedness with life you and I will never know.
Zeke shook his head in disgust.
None of it's real, though. So what does it even matter? It's real to them. Would you like to see for yourself?
Davis stood, keeping his hands up and his eyes on Zeke's pistol.
Let me show you what their lives are like.
He went over to the console and began typing. Within seconds, he was scrolling through a list of people hooked up to the machine.
Number 1004. Here,
he said, gesturing toward the screen. Zeke lowered his gun and watched the screen. On it, a middle-aged woman with long blonde hair and perfect skin walked through a lush green field full of wildflowers. A young girl that looked just like her held one hand, and a tall, handsome man held the other. It was a sunny day, with a blue sky, clearer than Zeke had ever seen before, and the flowers moved in gentle waves as the wind blew. There was no smoke, no trash anywhere. Davis tapped on the screen a few more times, and the scene changed to a large boardroom in a towering skyscraper, the wide windows showing fluffy clouds and clear skies as they overlooked a clean city. Powerful-looking men in hand-tailored suits stood around a massive wooden table, applauding the young man standing at its head. His face beamed with satisfaction and pride as he was appointed as CEO, the youngest in the company's history. Davis tapped on the screen again, and Zeke saw a young man wearing a hospital gown. Tears streamed down his face as he smiled down at a newborn baby in his arms. The mother of the child held out her hands, and the man passed the infant to her. They both wept tears of joy. "Number 14,003 is usually interesting," Davis said as he tapped on the screen again. A man around Zeke's age lay back on a bed while a dozen naked women, each as beautiful and voluptuous as Delilah, swarmed him and did their best to please him. The look on his face said nothing could possibly top that moment. Davis showed him scene after scene of the wonderful lives these people experienced. Zeke saw women being awarded Nobel Prizes, men discovering new medical breakthroughs, and orphans finding homes with new, loving parents. He saw clear blue skies, clean oceans, and cities without crime or pollution. He saw a world infinitely better than the real one. "Do you see it now? Every single one of them is living in paradise, just as I showed you. When their organs are needed, a surgery is performed while they sleep. They never even know when it happens." Organs? Zeke reached up and scratched his head with his pistol. He suddenly felt faint. Yes, organs. Transplants are increasingly popular these days for both medical and life-extending reasons. Where do you think they all come from? Willing donors? The deceased? Davis laughed softly and shook his head. Zeke felt a weakness in his knees and pulled a nearby chair over so he could sit down. He thought briefly, almost wistfully, of the pain of his own childhood compared to the peace that these people had. Something occurred to him. What if you need something like a heart or lung? Something they can't live without? In that instance, we generally select between two options based on the unit's personality. Option 1, we give them a heroic death. They might rush into a burning building and save the lives of a dozen children, for example. We make the death as painless as possible for them, and when they die, they know they were to be heralded as a hero by their community. Option 2, they simply die in their sleep, usually after some monumental event in their lives, like the birth of their grandchild. Either way, they exit their lives fully satisfied. From Davis's tone, he could have been talking about the weather instead of people's lives. The whole thing was maddening. Zeke wanted to argue. He wanted to beat his pistol against the bastard's face until he couldn't lift his arm anymore. This entire gruesome system they ran was a nightmare. They had stolen and enslaved tens of thousands of children and turned them into just another commodity. These people's lives were owned by Carmenta Group, and they existed solely for the purpose of providing organs to others, mostly the rich. And yet, their lives may just be a simulation run by a supercomputer, but they experienced better lives than Zeke had ever known or would ever know. Their lives were likely better than anyone would ever experience in reality. Was that something Zeke could take away? Who was he to decide that these people, these children, deserved to suffer in the real world along with him? Was a real life filled with pain and suffering better than a perfect simulation simply because it was real? No, it wasn't. Zeke sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. He looked down at his pistol and frowned. There was no need for that anymore. He returned it to its holster and looked at Davis, who stood next to the console, waiting patiently. "So what happens now?" Zeke asked. "I'll tell you exactly what happens now," Davis said, still as calm as could be.
You leave here and forget about everything you saw, while I work to clean up this little mess you've made and ensure nothing leaks to the outside world." Zeke scoffed. "Davis, come on, I'm not stupid. Do you really expect me to believe that you would let me walk out of here alive?" Davis smiled, just faintly. "I will admit that 2 men are waiting outside this door right now with orders to shoot you on sight." "Then I might as well kill you first," Zeke said as he drew his pistol. "So, it appears we have arrived at a stalemate." Davis tapped his lips thoughtfully with a fingertip. "Is there something that would satisfy you and guarantee your silence that would also give me a reason to let you live?" From his tone, Zeke could tell the man already had something in mind but was waiting on Zeke's thoughts. "Here, as a sign of my willingness to negotiate." Davis touched a finger behind his ear. "Cancel my order to shoot Ezekiel Aurora on sight. Let him pass unharmed." "Guess I should thank you," Zeke muttered as he turned away from Davis. He shoved his pistol back in the holster as he walked back towards the wide window. Leaning both hands on the edge of the console, he tried to think of a possible solution. The thought of all these people, these human beings living their lives hooked up to a machine, sickened him beyond words. It felt fundamentally wrong at every level. And yet for the past 10 years, he had taken lives. He had moved shipments of cybernetic limbs, sometimes stolen from living people, and had done a number of things that would have made his soul completely unredeemable, if he even believed in such a notion. Why the sudden feelings of morality? He didn't have an answer. Perhaps he could find one. He turned back to Davis. "So let me ask you something, Davis. How do you get started in something like this?" "I'm not sure I'm following you," Davis replied. "This." Zeke gestured all around him. "Project Origin, buying kids, raising them in vats and harvesting their organs, all while giving them a better life that either you or I will ever know. How does that happen? What kind of a person even thinks of that?" Davis smiled faintly. "Walk with me, Ezekiel." Zeke followed, and the two of them slowly left the control room. "Project Origin was born out of necessity. Overpopulation is one of the most critical issues facing the planet, Ezekiel. Your politicians outlawed abortion decades ago, and half of them are against sexual education in schools. They twist their archaic religions and use them as an excuse and claim it's sinful. Birth rates are unacceptably high and continue to rise. Many of those children are simply abandoned, and orphanages are practically overflowing. Feeding this growing population exacerbates the problem. When people cut down all the forests to make room for pastures, the global climate was thrown into even greater turmoil. Project Origin helps all of these, while additionally boosting the economy and providing healthy human components for both medical emergencies and elective life-extending procedures." "You sound like a commercial," Zeke said. "Wait a minute. How does it help with feeding people?" Zeke had a sneaking suspicion, and he hoped he was wrong. "What do you think happens to all of the bodies after they've been harvested for organs?" Davis asked as if it were obvious. "We don't just throw away the rest. That would be incredibly wasteful and irresponsible. We turn the muscle tissue and fat into meat 2.0. It is a nutritious food product that is FDA approved and creates less than 1/10 the waste when compared to raising and processing livestock." Zeke swallowed heavily. He thought he was going to be sick. He had been eating people, children, for nearly 2 years now. He could still remember the first time he had tasted meat 2.0. He covered his mouth with his hand and struggled not to vomit. The FDA approved this? Well, Davis leaned his head to one side. That took some encouragement. Mostly the monetary kind, but men like Tobias here can help as well. Cordell, if Tobias proves insufficient. Davis looked down at Tobias's bloodied corpse and shook his head. But yes, it is FDA approved. You see, Ezekiel, Profits from Meat 2.0 are being used to regrow the rainforest down in South America. Within the next 5 years, we expect to see a measurable impact on global carbon levels. And now that Project Origin will be expanding on a national level, more funds will be diverted to similar projects. We could help bring global temperatures back down and eliminate the possibility of a runaway greenhouse effect. Yeah, Zeke said, still trying not to be sick. But humans have wreaked havoc on this planet for hundreds of years, thousands even. Most people focus on their day-to-day lives and have little ability to truly see things on a scale that extends beyond their own tiny bubbles of existence. Project Origin is the perfect solution to many of the world's greatest problems. Oh, come on, Zeke said. Look at this. I mean, yeah, you're doing things for the good of the planet, but doesn't it make you feel... I don't know, doesn't it just seem wrong to you? That's one of the problems with humans, Davis said, again with that faint smile. You're often too emotionally invested in things to see them rationally. You make decisions based on how they make you feel, instead of what will bring about the best possible outcome. Problems with humans? Zeke stopped walking. Davis turned to face him. Yes, that is what I said. His lips twitched into that faint smile again as he reached up towards his face. He placed a fingertip beneath his left eye and pulled the skin down. Beneath his eyeball was the edge of a metal eye socket and tiny electrical components. You're a synth. Of course I am. I was built by Carmanta Group specifically for the oversight and management of Project Origin nearly 20 years ago, and I've been upgraded every few years to stay on the cutting edge. Does that bother you? Zeke shook his head. No, I get it. Best tool for the job. Humans are a flawed species. We tend to destroy things instead of fixing them. Let me ask you this, though. Why? Why fix the planet with human livestock? For some clarification, the idea of human livestock, as you call it, came from my employer, Xander Kinnear. But really, it was the most logical solution. It's actually quite simple, Davis explained. Humans wouldn't do something like this. Well, with the exception of my aforementioned creator. Even in the face of global catastrophe, humans are not willing to make any sacrifices to fix their planet. You want to continue living your lives in a reckless manner while someone else fixes things for you. So when I was created to oversee this, one of the first things I proposed were the upgrades that you see. Upgrades? Zeke ran his fingers through his hair. This was all too much. All of this? Davis gestured around him. Everything you see that makes this better, more efficient. Investing in supercomputers to give our units fulfilling life simulations. It makes the product healthier and reduces critical failures. Using the waste as Meat 2.0, which is now proving to be a solution to both the global food shortage as well as deforestation. Initially, this project was only for harvesting organs, but I turned it into something more. They were my ideas and mine alone. Now, humans can continue to live their reckless lives without worrying about the global ecosystem collapsing. I will simply clean up after them, however I must. My next project is trash. Trash? Zeke had no clue where this one was going and wasn't sure he wanted to know. Yes, trash. Humans have produced an unsustainable amount of trash for countless decades, and the world is overflowing with it. Literally in some areas. How are you going to fix that? Zeke asked with a grim laugh. By eating more children? Davis was silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. I cannot foresee any way that consuming more people would realistically help with trash. I will find a way to tackle this problem, though. I find the challenge fun. Fun? Zeke felt as if he had taken too many drugs and was stuck in a nightmare. Yes, fun. Does that seem strange to you? That a synth can experience fun?"
Zeke shook his head.
"Buddy, I've experienced some serious fun with pleasure synths in the past. I know your kind is capable of it. I'm just not sure if that's the word I would use for, well, this."
They had reached the end of the hallway, and Davis placed his hand on the door handle.
"So what happens now, Mr. Aurora? How are we going to handle this problem? I would like to find a solution before opening this door."
Zeke took a deep breath and blew it out.
He knew what the only real solution was, and he had a feeling Davis knew it as well and was just waiting on Zeke to say it. The smug expression on the synth's face confirmed Zeke's suspicions. Zeke shook his head at the audacity of the situation. "It's barely been 2 months since I was stitched up by a black market doctor because of your boss."
Zeke flexed his right hand and examined it, remembering the events that led to him receiving it.
"His goons did a real number on me. Left me for dead. Aside from this arm," he showed Davis his metal knuckles, "I got a new liver and kidneys, as mine were wrecked from the shit they pumped into me. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess that Project Origin not only supplies hospitals and the like, but the black market as well." "Your guess is correct," Davis said patiently. "I figured as much. I wonder what kind of life that person lived. The one my new guts came from. That would be impossible to trace, even for me." "Nah, I don't think I could really watch if you showed me," Zeke said, shaking his head. "That would just make it weird."
He looked toward the door to the control room and thought for a moment, then turned back to Davis.
"I want in," he said finally. "What exactly do you mean?" "You know what I mean, Davis. How's that old saying go? If you can't beat 'em, join 'em. I'm gonna link you up with a fixer I work for. He's got some serious contacts in the area, and to other cities and states as well. Hell, even other countries. Plus, if I bring him in on this, then I get to keep my job as a runner."
Davis tisked and wagged a finger at Zeke.
"Only minutes ago, you were ready to kill me, my employees, and 50,000 innocent people in order to shut this down. Now you want to work for me. I have an old saying for you, too. How the tables have turned."
Zeke nodded.
"Yeah, I still don't like it, I'm not gonna lie. If I can't stop it, though, I might as well pay my bills with it. I have to be realistic."
He pulled out his holophone, typed a few things, then swiped his thumb towards Davis, sending him Switch's contact information.
"Tell him I sent you."
Davis touched a fingertip behind his ear for a moment, then nodded.
"I accept your offer, Ezekiel. Adding additional outlets to Project Origin will be a great financial help to us." "Oh, and one more thing," Zeke said as he typed in something else on his holophone. "Yes?" "I planted some explosives on the power couplings outside, right where the power comes into the building. I just disarmed them, but you'll probably want to have some of your guys remove those."
Davis nodded thoughtfully.
"I guess I should thank you for not blowing us up."
He looked at Zeke for a moment before continuing.
"You know I'll have you killed if you ever betray me or this cause, right?"
Zeke grinned and clapped Davis on the shoulder.
"Yep, and I'll do the same to you,"
he added with a wink.
"I'm glad that's settled. I'd rather focus on pleasantries. I look forward to our future, Ezekiel. Together, perhaps, we will clean this planet up."
He twisted the knob and opened the door. Could a synth be insane? It was never a thought that had occurred to Zeke until that very moment. Chapter 21. Zeke's hand hovered above the doorknob. The entire drive home, he had tried to figure out exactly how to explain all of this to Amelie and Delilah. He couldn't think of any way to tell them all the details without upsetting them, not to mention that he was now going to be working for Carmenta Group, the very organization that had caused him so much pain. It was a shit situation, but there weren't any better options. All three of them, Zeke included, would have to learn to adjust to their new normal. Delilah ran up and hugged him as soon as he walked through the door. Amelie was right behind her and embraced the both of them. They both wore old shirts of Zeke's, loosely covering them to the tops of their thighs.
I'm so glad you're okay,
Delilah said, leaning her head against his shoulder.
You certainly took your time, Amelie said as she leaned forward and kissed him. We were worried.
Zeke didn't answer. He had no words that could sum up his current mixture of emotions. He settled for hugging them tightly again.
What's wrong, Zeke?
Delilah pulled away and searched his face for clues.
What happened?
Amelie asked, her voice bordering on demanding.
I need you ladies to sit down,
Zeke said calmly.
In fact, let's all go sit down on the couch and get comfortable.
Delilah's face brightened.
You found out what was going on down there, didn't you?
The excitement in her voice made Zeke's heart sink. How would she accept that instead of defeating the so-called bad guys, he had joined with them because it was financially lucrative? Amelie, on the other hand, had worked long enough in the underground that she was probably immune to such things. Still, it would be a lot to take in.
Just sit down, Del. You too, Amelie. Del, we'll call this lesson number 2 of being a runner.
It's about time, Delilah said as she walked towards the couch. Her round bottom peeked out from beneath the bottom hem of Zeke's old shirt with each step. The last 3 lessons you've taught me have all been lesson 1.
The joke couldn't mask the concern in her tone. Zeke sat down on the couch with them and took a deep breath.
Well, lesson 3 is a simple one. Money always wins. In nearly every situation, no matter what is going on, money will always win. Profit is the single greatest motivator in our world today. I'm going to tell you both some difficult things, and you're not going to like them. I need you two to just listen until I'm done.
Zeke glanced up at them, expecting that preface to worry them, but both women watched him calmly. He told them the entire story of Project Origin, including the glimpses he had seen of people's lives on screen. Their expressions changed from shock to fascination to disgust as he told them about Meat 2.0 and how Project Origin was actually repairing the planet. Amelie ran into the kitchen to vomit when she realized she'd been eating children for several years. After washing her face, she came back and Zeke continued. Tears ran down Delilah's face as Zeke laid the entire thing out in front of them. She wept silently for some time after Zeke was done. He and Amelie held her tightly until she had shed her last tear. Finally, Delilah straightened up and wiped her face on her sleeve. Now came the part Zeke was truly dreading.
So what happened after all that?
Delilah asked, her eyes searching his face.
What do you mean, what happened?
With you,
Delilah said, exasperation touching her voice.
With Project Origin, with everything. They clearly let you go since you're sitting here right now. I know you made some kind of deal with them.
Zeke glanced at Amelie for a moment. She understood how these things worked, but it was clear she didn't like it either. No one in their right mind would like this.
I knew it would come to this,
Delilah said quietly, crossing her arms beneath her breasts.
Somehow I knew that if you pursued this, you would wind up either dead or working for them.
She turned back to Zeke and met his eyes, the pain and disappointment on her face as plain as text on a screen.
How much are they paying you? What's your price, Zeke?
Zeke sighed loudly.
I gave them Switch's number. He'll bring Switch in on the organ trade, so I should be doing the legwork for that soon. It'll pay a lot to answer your question. Also, I no longer have to worry about Carmenta Group trying to kill me.
He looked at her thoughtfully for a moment. The important thing is that I'm bringing something to Switch so I can keep working. That means I can teach you if you're still interested.
I could help, Amelie said softly.
Delilah looked over at her, surprised at the statement. You'll need all the help you can get to enter this line of work, love, Emily said. Delilah shook her head.
I don't know. In the end, I understand this is just how the world works. You can't always fight against evil and win like some story for children. This whole thing just makes me hate humanity. We truly are a horrible species. We do nothing but kill and destroy each other.
You're not wrong, Zeke said.
I'm just glad I never ate any meat 2.0. It never made it into the orphanage.
Zeke grabbed her shoulder and squeezed it. Sometimes it's those little things that count.
Oh, don't remind me, Emily said, suddenly looking green.
I don't think Zeke wants to clean vomit off his couch. We do what we have to do in order to survive, Zeke explained. This is a tough world we live in. Is this a good thing? No. But it'll pay my bills. It'll get me, us, ahead.
Delilah shook her head and forced a smile. If that's what we have, then I'll take it. It beats living on the street and sleeping in shelters. I have to be realistic and focus on the positives in life if I'm going to keep my sanity after something like this.
She suddenly perked up.
Anyone in the mood for Himari ramen?
Yeah, I could use a bite,
Zeke said. He hadn't eaten since before he went to investigate Project Origin. His stomach chose that moment to rumble, reminding him of how hungry he was. Grabbing a bite would lift their moods as well.
So you want the udon noodles with meat 2.0?
Her sudden laugh was tinged with a bit of sadness. Actually, I'm pretty sure I just became a vegetarian.
End of Book 1. Book 2. Like Tears in Rain.
Chapter 1. Zeke slowly twisted his glass on the bar while watching the patterns the condensation made on the aged steel panel. A gentle shake of the glass made the ice cubes clink inside. Belterre Red Label was still his favorite bourbon, and he couldn't see that changing anytime soon. It was the only thing he drank at Nadir. He turned and looked around the nightclub. The black walls and ceiling were lit by red neon lights, giving the place a sinister look. There was a space that could have been described as a dance floor, but no one danced here. Instead, tables and booths filled the club, populated with an assortment of shady-looking characters. No guns were allowed in Nadir, but most of the customers were still plenty dangerous on their own. "Hey, Geneva," Zeke said, raising his hand to catch the attention of the gorgeous bartender. "Let me get another one of these." Geneva turned to the selection of bottles behind her and snatched one from the top shelf. She pursed her full lips and whistled a nameless tune as she spun the bottle across the back of her hand, then tossed it in the air and caught it behind her back. Zeke shook his head. "No matter how much I practiced, I don't think I would ever feel comfortable pulling a stunt like that with a bottle worth so much." "That's because you're not me," Geneva said with a smile. She flipped her hair, neon blue and long this week, over her shoulder, then set the bottle on the bar and reached under the bar for a short glass. She filled the glass with ice and poured in a measured amount of bourbon. "Belterre Red Label on the rocks," she said, setting the drink in front of him. Zeke slid some cash, the preferred currency of the underground, across the bar before grabbing the drink. As Zeke took a sip, he noticed that Geneva had raised her eyebrow at him. Her eyes were covered by the pair of mirrored glasses she always wore, but he could imagine the look in them. She leaned her elbow against the bar. "What?" Zeke asked. "Don't tell me you're ready to give men a try." Geneva smirked. "Nope. I'm still only attracted to the fairer sex. I was just remembering how you used to drink the cheap stuff. Wasn't that long ago, actually, that you drank rail whiskey. Now you missed the top shelf. How about you, Del? Need another one?" Delilah looked up from her glass and made her voice overly coarse in a mockery of Zeke's. "Yeah, this water is pretty great. I'm hitting it hard, you know. Let me get another glass of hydro on the rocks." Her green eyes shone with mischief, as usual. Geneva laughed as she topped off Delilah's glass. She was used to Dell's sarcastic nature by now, as well as her dislike for alcoholic drinks. Delilah slid a few bucks across the bar.
Dell, I already told you the water is free. Now stop it,
Geneva said. I know. Just consider it a tip, Delilah insisted.
If you'd like a soda or something else instead, just let me know, honey, Geneva said.
No, thanks. I'm sweet enough, Delilah replied with a grin. Geneva laughed again as she walked over to a nearby sink to wash Zeke's old glass. She was wearing a new bodysuit, this one dark blue, and it hugged every line of her body like it was painted on. Without realizing it, Zeke and Delilah both leaned forward, catching a view of Geneva's round rear end as she bent over the sink to wash the glass. Delilah looked at Zeke, and her cheeks colored slightly. She knew they were thinking the same thing. Geneva stacked the wet glass on a small rack, then dried her hands with a nearby towel. She slowly walked back toward Zeke and set the towel on a rack beneath the bar.
I don't think I've ever asked you, she began. What would you do if you weren't a runner?
You mean if I hadn't become one years ago? Zeke leaned back and scrubbed a hand through his short black hair.
I'd probably be rotting in an alley somewhere. I wouldn't have survived the streets much longer with the direction my life was going.
No, I mean if you had a choice.
If you suddenly had a pile of money and could do anything.
Zeke rubbed the stubble on his chin as he thought on her question.
To be honest, I don't know. This is the only life I've ever known. I guess I'd move somewhere far away from Luckhaven and try to have a normal life. Whatever that is.
Far away, eh?
You wouldn't stay here with me?
Geneva batted her eyelashes.
Geneva, if the day ever comes that you want to join our family, I think we'll all drop everything for you.
She laughed at that comment. She was a beautiful woman, but had a serious girlfriend. Leaning another elbow on the bar, she turned to Delilah. How about you, beautiful? Delilah blushed and chewed her bottom lip in thought.
I always wanted to be an architect. I gave that up some time ago, of course.
She turned and gave Zeke a contemplative look.
I don't think you would know how to handle a normal life.
She chuckled at the notion.
Zeke shrugged. Yeah, I'd go insane. I seem to be in an abusive relationship with this city. Bad things keep happening to me, and I keep staying.
He tapped his titanium knuckles on the bar for emphasis.
I don't know. I guess all I've ever really wanted was to matter.
He thought for a moment.
Nah, that's not true. Money's been my main motivator, he said with a shrug.
Well, you matter to me, Zeke, Delilah said, placing her slender hand on his thigh. And to Amelie as well.
Thanks, Zeke said, squeezing her hand. I guess I meant, to the greater picture. I want to leave my mark on this world, or at least this city.
The music changed to something slightly less abrasive. Over a pounding rhythm, a man's voice ranged from deep lows to soaring highs. While it wasn't his usual style, Zeke found himself tapping his foot to the tune and enjoying it more than he expected.
What's this?
Zeke pointed up, indicating the music. It's the new song from Power Rob, Geneva replied. Everyone was familiar with Power Rob. He had been at the top of the music charts longer than Zeke had been alive. Apparently, Xander Kinnear, the CEO of Carmenta Group and the wealthiest man alive, was a big fan of Power Rob's music. He had spent a fortune on anti-aging technologies to keep Power Rob perpetually young. While Rob was nearly 100 years old, he looked no older than Zeke's 28. It seemed like an uncharacteristic act of charity by Xander, until Zeke realized that Power Rob was a walking advertisement for the anti-aging breakthroughs Carmenta Group had pioneered. Stay young forever, they said. Age is truly a number, they said. Need any proof? Just look at Power Rob, the most successful musician in history. Zeke's enjoyment of the song was interrupted when a giant of a man in a tailored suit approached him calmly. Switch liked to keep his bodyguards clad in professional attire. Claudius was so large that he seemed almost two men stitched together. He stood a head taller than anyone else in the room, and his shoulders were wide enough to make him seem squat. Strength was a valuable asset for a bodyguard, So Switch had paid hefty sums for piles of extra muscle tissue to be surgically grafted onto Claudius's frame, leaving the man bulging. He approached Zeke and smiled, his stainless steel teeth reflecting the red lights in the room. Zeke had seen a man punch Claudius in the face once. The man's hand had shattered on Claudius's steel jaw, and he had crumpled to the ground. Claudius never even had to hit the man back.
"Switch will see you now,"
Claudius said in his surprisingly high-pitched voice. Zeke wasn't stupid enough to tease the man over his tenor. Delilah smacked her glass on the bar, then slid it toward Geneva.
"Thanks, babe,"
she said with a wink. She turned to Claudius and nodded. "It's about time, Claude. I'm a busy woman, you know." Zeke hopped off his bar stool and followed Claudius with Delilah in tow. She took a few quick steps and moved up next to him. "You'd better be glad everyone knows you're joking," Zeke said quietly as they walked across the club. "I'd probably get my ass kicked if I said half of the things you do."
"I'm also a lot cuter than you,"
Delilah said back. Zeke looked over and laughed when he saw the feigned innocence on her face. Delilah had really turned out to be quite the character. Zeke still felt guilty on occasion for bringing her into this world, but it was what she wanted. Plus, it wasn't like she had been all that safe living in an orphanage, nor would she have been safe on her own once the clock ran down on her college program. One of the first things he had learned about Delilah was that once she set her mind to something, nothing would stop her. He looked over again and saw her scanning the room, taking in her surroundings and checking everyone out. Her trust issues had gotten a little better, but they would never go away fully. That was a good thing in this line of work. "How are you doing, Switch?" Zeke said, stopping at a booth and sliding into it. Delilah sat down next to him. Claudius scooted along the opposite seat until he was next to Switch, who was flanked by another equally large man on his other side. "Zeke, Delilah, good to see you both," Switch said to them without looking up. He gestured several times above his holophone, then finally turned his attention back to them. "Welcome back to America. Did you two enjoy your vacation down south?" Zeke chuckled. He and Delilah had just spent 2 weeks in Mexico on a particularly nasty run. A shipment of cybernetic limbs, Gin-Shield Corp-made, real premium gear, had been heading through Mexico in an unmarked semi with the Republic of Texas as a destination. Switch had been tipped off about the shipment, so he sent Zeke and Delilah to intercept it and bring it to Luckhaven. Everything had gone surprisingly smoothly until a van full of private security armed to the teeth showed up. The only reasons they were still alive were Zeke's bulletproof windshield and Delilah's remarkably good aim. Neither of them had escaped unharmed. Zeke took a bullet to the thigh, and Delilah had one carve a line across her shoulder. After their gunfight, Delilah had stuck Zeke with a syringe full of Quick Heal. As the drug began working its wonders, she had dug the bullet out of his thigh, then taken a needle and thread to the wound. It still twinged when he walked, but the drug had lived up to its name. In another few days, he'd be fine. Delilah had entered the game by running things for Amelie, but this had been her first big job. She performed flawlessly. "Yeah, I only regret that we didn't get to work on our tans for very long." Nightbirds that they were, it had only taken a short time outside in the heat of the southern sun to give them both a lingering sunburn. "I'm just glad you two made it out okay," Switch said as his eyes fell to the healing wound on Delilah's shoulder. His eyes lingered perhaps a bit longer than necessary. That was common with Delilah. And then they snapped back to Zeke. "Roy was very pleased with the delivery, especially since he got it to him a day early. He sent a bit extra as thanks." Switch gestured above his holophone several times, probably handling the details of another job. "Should I even ask how you guys did it?" Zeke grinned mysteriously and shrugged, happy to hide his trade secrets. But Delilah began explaining. Zeke knew about some old tunnels that passed beneath the southern border. Apparently, he used to use them to smuggle stuff into the country a decade ago, back before Border Patrol started shooting people on sight. Zeke looked over and saw that she was smiling at him. "Is that so?" Switch asked, rubbing his chin. Delilah nodded. "You'd be surprised at how quickly Zeke could move a semi through such a tight space.
Being able to skip the border checkpoints shaved off a lot of time. The most common method for crossing the border was to bribe the guards. It usually worked, but there was always the risk of running into one of the few guards who actually tried to obey the law. That typically resulted in a one-way ticket to prison, although depending on which side of the border a runner was on, they might just get shot instead. There was a lot of money in smuggling things across the border, so for most runners, it was worth the risk. Noted, Switch said. Zeke had a feeling that Switch was going to ask about those tunnels in the near future. Switch clearly had been unaware of them before Delilah brought them up, and if there was one thing Zeke knew about Switch, it was that he disliked being ignorant of anything that could help him make money. Being able to cross the border more effectively would be a surefire way to schedule more business down south. I'm gonna have to pick your brain about those tunnels later, Zeke, Switch said. Zeke laughed, just as he expected. Something funny? Switch asked with a raised eyebrow. It's nothing, Zeke said, waving his hand to the side as if brushing the topic away. Well, as I said, we'll talk about that later. I imagine you would like a few days to relax, but I do have an easy job for you if you're interested. Just for him? Delilah asked. The way Switch frowned while looking at Delilah made it clear he was choosing his words carefully. Not everyone is right for every job, Delilah. We've all heard about you being a natural with a pistol, and no one doubts your abilities. To be blunt, you're just too pretty for this one. I need people that look like him. He jerked a thumb at Zeke. I have a feeling you're not referring to my good looks, Zeke said flatly. Switch barked a laugh. I have a guy that's buying some high-dollar items that were recently smuggled in from Korea. He's pretty confident that the transaction will go smoothly, but he wanted a few, shall we say, intimidating people to be there just in case. I figured I'd send you and Kedrick. I like the two of you as a team, and I think together you'll look menacing enough. I usually don't do jobs like this, but this guy is a friend and a supplier of mine. Why not just send Claudius? Zeke nodded towards the big man. Claudius gave him a flat look in return. Huh, very funny, Switch said in a voice that suggested otherwise. It's okay, Zeke. I'll pick up some food for us all while you guys are out. When is it? Delilah asked. You'll be meeting up at 9 tomorrow evening, Switch said as he swiped his fingers above his holophone. I'm sending you the meetup location and the contact's information. Too easy, Zeke said. Anything else? Switch shook his head without looking up from his phone. It was clear he had already moved on and was focusing on something else. Zeke and Delilah slid out from the booth and walked across the nightclub. After setting his empty glass on the bar with a word of thanks for Geneva, Zeke motioned for Delilah to follow him outside. What's going on? Delilah asked. To be honest, nothing, Zeke said as he squinted at her shoulder. I just got to thinking about your shoulder and wanted to have another look at it. The light in there is shit. It looked to be healing quickly, with no signs of infection. There would be a scar, but the drugs they had gotten from Masaru would ensure the scarring was minimal. Oh, give over, Delilah said, pushing him away with a laugh. It's fine, Zeke, really. Now that we're out of the desert, just try to keep it clean and dry, Zeke said. Sure thing, Dad, Delilah said. Hey, I'm just looking out for you, Zeke said, raising both hands. I know, honey, I know. Delilah leaned forward and kissed Zeke softly on the lips. And I do appreciate it. Really, though, I'm fine. Let's just go home. They strolled down the sidewalk hand in hand until they came to Zeke's car. He pulled the door open and held it for her. You ever miss anything about your previous life? Zeke asked. Delilah thought for only a moment before answering. Nope, she said. Outside of a few friends, I wasn't very happy there. I do miss some of them sometimes, like Nicole and Donna. But I guess losing contact with them was the price I paid to escape that awful place. Makes sense, Zeke said. Whose turn is it to cook dinner tonight? Yesterday was Amelie, so tonight is my turn, Delilah said, sliding in the car. Which means we're having takeout. Chapter 2
Preston Kerensky's eyes were filled with nothing but admiration as he slowly walked around the massive synth. It resembled a large, heavily built man, but nothing about it was human beyond its appearance. While most synths were built with aesthetically pleasing features, such as slender faces and soft expressions, this one had a thick jaw and piercing eyes beneath a heavy brow. At that moment, they stared straight ahead, as the synth had not been powered on yet. Its hair was dark and close-cropped for the sake of practicality. What really set this particular model apart wasn't its heavy build, its subcutaneous armor plating, or its purpose. No, what set it apart was its brain. Most others had a central processing unit installed somewhere, sure, but the metallic skull of this synth held a new type of technology, the first of its kind. It was truly revolutionary. The large room Preston was in was filled with tools and calibration equipment. The white sterility of the walls and ceiling were broken up by the darkness of computer and equipment screens around the room. The floors were clean, and the desks had recently been dusted, as Preston always maintained a neat workspace. He and his team were in the last calibrating phase. Bundles of wires and cables connected from the wall of computers to the back of the synth's head, so Preston could complete final setup and testing.
So, you named it Adam?
Asked Seong, standing a few feet away from Preston with his arms crossed. He took a seat on the edge of a nearby desk, frowning.
Of course I did,
Preston replied, not taking his eyes off the synth.
I felt it was appropriate. The mythological first human was named Adam. I even put it in its nomenclature, ADM-1. Our Adam, he said, patting the synth on its broad chest, is the first of his kind, the dawn of a new age, an age of complete and utter battlefield superiority, an age of self-aware synths that truly think, instead of just being programmed to learn. Everyone will want this, Seung. Mark my words, this is gonna make Jin Shield Corp rich beyond words, and our bonuses will have quite a few zeros at the end. Besides, he added with a chuckle, you've worked with me for a decade. You know how much I enjoy a bit of corniness. To me, it just sounds like the start of a new age of ultra-expensive sex robots. You know it's only a matter of time before this technology trickles down to the lowest pleasure synths. Seyoung's tone made it clear that he didn't approve of such valuable technology being used for something as basal as human pleasure. Preston grinned, but didn't look over at his coworker. His eyes stayed on the magnificent synth in front of him. If that happens in time, then so be it. I don't care if people use my life's work to get themselves off, or if they use it to slaughter their enemies on the battlefield. My bank account will be happy just the same. Seung grunted. We just spent a long time developing this technology. Call me vain, but I'd rather it not be reduced to dick fodder in back-alley whorehouses, he said in his monotonous voice.
That sentiment was typical of Seung. He was a genius as well as an excellent work partner, but sometimes had trouble seeing the broader picture.
Back-alley whorehouses won't be able to afford this, Seung. Only the finest whorehouses will have access to pleasure synths with a brain like Adam's.
Preston meant the comment as sarcasm, but realized it was correct. One day all synths would be built with the technology he had pioneered, even the sex workers and street cleaners.
Yeah, I guess,
Seong muttered. Did nothing excite the man?
Well, it's late and I'm getting tired. I'm going to head out and grab something to eat. I'll see you in the morning. All right, take care,
Preston said, but his mind was still on Adam. He didn't even see his partner leave the room or hear him shut the door. Preston walked behind the synth and ran his fingers rapidly through the cables to verify that all connections were secure. Adam was the culmination of a decade's work by Preston and his team, and was unparalleled in every way. His body was strong, agile, and nearly invulnerable to conventional weaponry. Even with his above-average size, he was more passable as a human than a standard synth, mostly due to his brain. His brain was Preston's greatest accomplishment. Instead of traditional processors, Adam had something completely new. A synthetic brain, grown in a lab under precision-controlled parameters and modified with the latest in nanotechnology. Wetware. The first real wetware. Adam could think, and he did so at a level far beyond neuromorphic computing. Wars in the past were fought by flesh and blood men and resulted in innumerable body counts on both sides. Wars of the future would be dominated by synths like Adam. Whichever country fielded them, Preston Engine Shield Corps were the real winners. Releasing a product like this would practically drown them with money. Orders would come in from every nation with enough money. Share prices would soar. There was always the risk that a creation like Adam would lead to a situation in which the wealthiest nation ruled the rest. But the world had been that way for much of the modern era anyways, so it was a moot point. Preston didn't predict that this tech would really change the power dynamics of the world, just the messengers of that power, so to speak. There would certainly be a few assassinations after the first atoms were delivered, but that was an unavoidable cost. Men had been killing each other for as long as the human race had existed. This just made it more efficient. Preston walked to a nearby desk and began typing in commands on a console. Racks of computers behind Adam beeped and flashed as they loaded the final data into Adam's brain. Preston straightened and knuckled his lower back with a grunt, then gave a satisfied nod as he watched Adam. From this point on, the synth would learn just like a person, only much faster. No more uploads required. After shutting down his console, Preston slowly approached the synth. Adam blinked several times, then looked down at his body. He raised a thick-fingered hand before his face and balled it into a fist, observing himself with fascination. At that point, he noticed Preston standing there and focused his gaze on the man. "You could stare a hole through a wall. You know that?" Preston found himself saying. Adam's gaze was unsettling, to say the least. Future models might need some adjustments to the facial structure so they didn't look like hardened killers, though it was likely a benefit considering this synth was built specifically for war. Who are you?" Adam asked awkwardly. His voice was deep and commanding by design, of course. "And more importantly, who am I? What am I?" "You're Adam, the first of your kind," Preston explained with a proud smile. "You're a synth, which is what we call a synthetic organism or a synthetic human. I was in charge of designing and building you. I spent 10 years designing that brain in your head. If you'd like, I guess you could think of me as your father." He chuckled at the thought. "I guess that'll depend on whether or not you're a good father," Adam said, looking around the room. With every word, his pronunciation was becoming clearer. He stepped side to side, awkwardly at first, testing his balance. Preston couldn't help but smile at the comment. Adam was already displaying the beginnings of his personality, something that usually had to be programmed into even the most advanced synths. He truly was revolutionary. "Yes, you are, Adam," Preston said, responding to his own thoughts. "You're as strong and magnificent as my team of engineers could make you. Here, let me help you with that," Preston said when he noticed the look of annoyance on Adam's face as his head twisted suddenly sideways. As Adam tested his balance and the function of his legs, the cables plugged into the back of his head had pulled taut. Preston carefully unplugged each cable, then attached the cover plate to the back of Adam's head. It clicked into place, and Adam immediately took a step forward, wavering slightly. He paused, then lifted his foot again, placing it solidly this time. He strode forward, gaining confidence. When Preston had designed Adam's brain, he resisted the urge to pre-program many things into it, like the details on how to walk, for example. Adam knew the basics, but the rest was up to him to learn on his own. Even the best programmers make mistakes. It would be far superior to simply have Adam learn on his own the most efficient ways to move around. The same went for nearly every other skill.
How long does my charge last? Adam asked, lifting his feet high as he stepped in a circle. He was learning his balance quickly.
You'll need to recharge about once per year, depending on activity level, Preston said.
That was the downfall of all synths. They still had to recharge their batteries. A full year of battery charge was another advancement Preston was proud of.
That's much better than other synths out there, but I guess you might also consider it a limitation, Preston said.
Adam squatted down low, then leapt straight up. His head nearly brushed the high ceiling as his powerful legs propelled him upwards. He landed smoothly, then nodded in satisfaction. He took a few steps toward Preston, all traces of hesitation gone. You should include me in your research. I would be able to increase efficiency and extend the length of charge by a notable amount in future revisions.
Adam, the smartest minds on the planet designed you. You were the peak of human accomplishment.
Then I'm sure I'd be able to improve upon your work, Adam said matter-of-factly. If what you say about my brain is true, then I could learn everything your engineers know and improve upon their design. Preston smiled. Adam was even better than he expected. He walked over to a drawer and grabbed an outfit, just a plain pair of dark pants and a shirt, and tossed the clothes at Adam. The big synth snatched them out of the air.
Put these on, Preston told him. Now that you're ready, I'm going to take you to meet someone special.
Adam examined the pair of pants for a moment, then stepped into them. Who?
Adam, I'm taking you to meet the CEO of our corporation. Well, I'm the one that created you. This man owns the company that produced you. I need you to behave with the utmost respect towards him. He's my boss and the guy that paid for you to be built. He may ask for some kind of display of your capabilities, so be prepared for that. Just try to impress him, okay?
Shouldn't be too hard, Adam said, looking around the room. You made me superior to humans in nearly every way. Superior to other synths, too. His tone held a touch of displeasure when he said the word synth, as if he already considered himself better than the rest. Perhaps he just didn't like the term. Preston couldn't blame him.
All right, follow me and I'll take you to him,
Preston said as he strode across the room. Adam followed closely behind. Preston held the door open for Adam and waved him through. Why are you holding the door for me? Adam asked, pausing in front of Preston. I'm fully capable of opening it myself. Preston shrugged.
It's something we do as a sign of politeness. It's just nice.
Nice, Adam said as if tasting the word. And is there any benefit to being nice?
For us, certainly. When you have to deal with people on a regular basis, it helps when they like you. As for you, you were created for a different purpose, so I guess being nice isn't quite as high on your list of priorities.
And for what purpose was I created? Adam asked.
To put it simply, to kill. To completely obliterate the enemy on the battlefield. And in some cases, to blend in with humans and assassinate them. Leaders, politicians, people like that.
Preston scratched his chin for a moment.
So on that note, perhaps some manners would be a good thing. It'll help you blend in. Off the battlefield, that is.
And what battlefield will I be fighting on? Adam asked with a raised eyebrow.
Preston spread his hands. Whoever pays the most. That's the nature of the world, Adam. Those with power rule over those without it. And money is power.
Well, at least I have value, Adam said. Apparently, not everyone possesses that. Preston laughed at the comment. Adam was turning out to be quite the character. Preston just had to ensure the big synth never developed any emotions that would hinder him from doing what he was designed to do. Adam could never develop empathy for his victims. As they approached a large office, Preston turned to him.
Just don't ever forget, Adam. You were a killer, and the best one we could make. Above all else, you are to kill when told to do so. No mercy, Never surrender.
Noted, Adam said as he studied the heavy door in front of them. I'm assuming this is the CEO's office.
Your assumption is correct. This is Mr. Park's office.
Preston knocked twice and waited patiently. When a voice from within told him to enter, he pulled the door open. Once again, he held it for Adam. Why, thank you, Adam said with the barest hint of sarcasm as he walked through the door. How nice of you. In a society where money could not only triple your lifespan, but keep you looking perpetually young, Sanhoon Park chose to maintain his appearance as a slightly overweight man in his 60s. According to Mr. Park, that was the stereotype of a successful businessman in his country from last century. There was something oddly charming about it, in a world where the wealthy elite never seemed to age beyond their 30s. Mr. Park swiped his hand to the side, and the holographic images projected by his computer disappeared. He gave Preston a look that could have shaved a diamond. Preston had long since learned that Mr. Park looked at everyone that way. Well? He demanded. His dark eyes glittered with irritation.
I wanted to show you the finished product.
Mr. Park leaned forward, examining Adam closely.
Finally. I haven't seen it since before the skin was installed. It looks good from here, but then again, I'm no expert. How is the armor? We reached our goals, correct? I've been too busy to read your most recent updates. We exceeded them. Conventional weapons do little more than annoy him. It would take some serious firepower to damage him, more than what a person could handle unaided. What if someone manages to harm him? Will he just shut down in the middle of combat? All power systems are triple redundant,
Preston said with a smile.